me and Ryan have been officially welcomed to the jungle that is Barstool Sports.
Our white whale, Sidney Crosby.
Shave his head! Shave his head! Shave his head!
Ryan Whitney, Paul Bissonette, R.A., Mike Grinelli, Spittin Chiclets.
What is up, folks, and welcome back to episode 544 of the Spittin Chiclets podcast, presented to you by Pink Whitney Vodka, the pink lemonade flavored vodka we've all come to know and love, that was born on this podcast, born by the fans, just came to us out of nowhere, and now it's magic. That city of Philadelphia was hammering Pink Whitney last night, celebrating the Eagles' dominant Super Bowl win. Out in Scottsdale, Pink Whitney was flowing through the golf course, flowing through the bottled blonde, or whatever those trashy bars are, flowing through everywhere because people had a hell of a weekend crushing Pink Whitney. And I'll tell you right now, we appreciate it, folks. We appreciate you buying the big bottles. We appreciate you buying the little nips. We appreciate your support. We love you for it, and we all love Pink Whitney. It brings together everyone as one. What is up, fellas? Biz, you're a rock star. Keith, you're a ski star. How you guys doing? Why don't you start us off, Biz?
No. How are you doing, buddy? You're playing a little banged up right now. A couple clicks for Whit. Guys, we had to back up the pod here. So you're going through some stomach ulcers?
I don't even know yet, guys. And I hate to make this about me. You know I'm not about that stuff.
Never.
But I got a heat pack on my tummy right now, and I don't know what the hell's going on. And I think it's some of the greatest sympathy symptoms I've ever seen in my life. And for couples, they'll know sympathy symptoms. You know, your loved one, your wife, your husband, they get sick, and all of a sudden, you know, something happens to you because you feel so bad for them. My wife was battling bad stomach issues for like 10 days, during which we were away, and I was kind of like, hey, get over it, toughen up, sweetie. You know, like, come on, I need you here. You're leading the family. Not the best thing to say to a wife with 3 kids under 7 at home.
Karma got ya.
And we, you know, obviously there's like a little nerves too. Like, you know, what is going on here? And so she got a CT scan, endoscopy, all this stuff. She's got ulcers. Buddy, I have the exact same symptoms. And wouldn't you know, the woman who pushed 3 beautiful little boys out of her vagina, 2 of them all natural in our house, she's tougher than I am because I can't even function, guys. I'm sitting here, I'm on extra Tylenol, I'm on this Ozempic. I think that it's not Ozempic, guys. Don't come at me. It's something that sounds like
protein?
No, it's for like stomach acid, but I don't even know yet. I did blood
Could
work
it be
today,
from
guys.
French kissing her that she passed it to you?
I asked, can ulcers be passed? And apparently not.
No.
So basically, it could come down to like, it's just so much love in this house that like, I took your ulcer. It's like there will be blood. I take your milk.
You basically gave her a kidney.
Yeah,
you basically gave her a kidney.
I took the ulcer. I hope it's an ulcer. Let's put it that way. Knock on wood for your boy Whitty. But I got a heat pack. I didn't sleep last night, guys. I texted you at 2:30 in the morning. I said, guys, I can't do 1 o'clock anymore. We're gonna do 1 o'clock, which stinks because I was gonna take my son into the Beanpot final. Let's go BU. They're in one against BC. What a wagon they have. And I just can't do it. I'm wounded. I feel bad. I didn't sleep, but I'm here to perform.
You sound unbelievable.
I think the Tylenol just kicked in. The doctor said stay away from acidic food, eat bland. So what did I do? I had some ribs from last night because I ain't going to let this take me down. I'm going to bring it right back down. I had a little Super Bowl get-together. Just a couple people. But
were you the guy, though? Like, let's say you were a little banged up going into a game. Would you be, like, letting the guy who parks the cars know, like, battling something tonight, bud? Like, would you tell everyone know that you were going through something before puck drop?
If you see right here, you see that cut on my finger?
Dude, you all right?
I've been talking about this cut on my finger for 4 days. So if you don't think that when I was playing with a broken big toe for Michelle Therrien, which ended up fucking up my entire foot for the rest of my career because it changed the way I walked and it changed my gait and it changed everything that happened. You don't think I was telling everyone about every goddamn injury I had, Biz? You're crazy. You're crazy.
Well, hey, so it's perfect time to bring up the guys who don't, like the guys who like block shots night. Like Chris Tanev's not telling anybody that he's got a hangnail.
No.
no, Chris Tanev could have a broken femur. And he's like, it's okay. Like, the bone's sticking out of your thigh, dude. Like, I don't think you're okay. He's like, no, man, I can go. And meanwhile, I have like an ingrown toenail because I didn't cut my toenails correctly. And I'm like, I need a day off, coach.
You were too busy on Bam Bam playing video games against Goligoski till 2 a.m. to cut them properly. It's your own fault, but yet you're bitching about it.
The only thing that I think these elements, these things that you put in your water, I don't know, something came out. Maybe it's fake, maybe it's real, that they got something in them that's not exactly great for you. And that's the only thing my wife and I have both consumed, besides each other, the past year, daily, in and out. And maybe that gave us ulcers. But I believe it's stress. I believe it's stress of just being the man of the house and having to provide and having to just carry this house sometimes. I don't really do it that often, but sometimes, the stress of kids and work, and it's just, I think it's got me down, guys. It's got me down.
I also think, not a shameless plug here, but Body Armor, if you want your electrolytes, they have this Flash IV, no sugar, no bullshit in it, just straight up hydration, baby. So shout out to Body Armor. And you're done with the elements, buddy. We need a healthy Ryan. We need to be.
How many of those elements were you doing a day?
Like 4 to 5. I don't think that's good. I don't think that's good.
No, that's good for a week, maybe.
Yeah, like I was trying to do the funny picture of the elf on the shelf snorting something. I put down some elements, and then I did a line. It's like, what are you doing, Whit? Just kidding, guys. Keithy was not in any sort of bad shape during the filming of our elf on a shelf days. But yeah, I don't want to talk about me, guys. I'm not about that, and I'm here to battle, and I'm here to grind, and I appreciate you guys putting everything back. I didn't want to affect your day on the ski slopes, Keith. You're out in beautiful, what is it, Steamboat?
Steamboat, yeah, Steamboat, Colorado. Beautiful. I mean, look at the backdrop here.
I know, what a back. Can you explain to the listeners? It's pretty cool what your daughter's school does. It's like ski week, like the people from Florida just heading up north, bringing their Trump stickers and coming on into Colorado.
This is a school trip?
Yeah. Well, it's not like an organized school trip, but it's so apparently everyone used to take the week before President's Day and go skiing to beat all the crowds and everything. And kids would just miss a week of school. So finally the school's like, you know what? Let's just give them that week off. So everyone gets on the plane. Like we got on the plane. There's a direct flight JetBlue from Fort Lauderdale to Hayden, which is only like 20 minutes from where we're staying, as opposed to flying into Denver and driving 3.5 hours. So you get on the plane, it's every one of your kids' friends, everyone that they go to school with. It's just it's honestly like an NHL flight, like people up walking around, chatting, going to different. So that starts off the weekend nice. You get here Saturday, you get your skis, get ready. Sunday, you hit the slopes early. You're first in line, waiting to get up there. Rip it. But my program is I drop the kids off at ski school. I grab a coffee, sit up there halfway on the mountain, have my coffee, wait for everyone else to come up. Then I meet everyone at the top of the hill. We do about 10 runs, lunch, and biz. We talked about that best beer in the world. After ski is the #1 beer in the entire planet.
I like that.
Not even close.
We had our top 5 beers, and that was #1.
It's the Pink Whitney, because unfortunately they didn't have it, but luckily my legend friend Tim brought a whole slew of Pink Whitneys, so he's firing them out yesterday, giving them to
kids.
People.
Yeah, it's for the kids.
Yeah,
kids are 21.
Yep.
Well, we do have the malt liquor ones now that are only 20% alcohol, so those are probably better for them, not getting them too buzzed too quick. But I digress. So a good time on the slopes, eh? You do about 10 runs, what, for the day or before lunch?
10 runs before lunch, and then sit down, do lunch, and then everyone else kind of goes back out. I like to call it after lunch around like 1 o'clock, 1:30. I'm done. I'll go get the table for the après. There's this one little bar on the mountain that I like to hit up. It's called T-Bar. You sit outside. They have like that game. You can hit the nail into the wood. You just sit there, good people watching, me and Kristen hanging out, having a couple drinks, a little hottie-totty if you want one. And then everyone meets up at like 3:34 down there, and we either all go out to dinner or someone cooks, or it's a great program.
It's healthy
we got like
living.
25 people here.
It's healthy living. You're up early, you're out on the slopes, fresh air, you're off your phone, you're dialed in, you're using your brain. I felt like it was the one thing that brought me back to being on the ice where you're just worried about your edge and your next move, or you're really in the moment. And I ended up going a few weeks ago in Whistler, and I can't wait to get something on that place in Jackson so I can go back all the time and just go hit the slopes there, which I heard it's dumping like crazy there, and the powder is just like out of this world because of how high the elevation is.
Biz, I know what you're saying, where I'm skiing down and I'm really concentrating on the edge work because I'm like, don't get hurt for golf, don't get hurt for golf. I hope you weren't like concentrating on your edge work playing hockey. Like we were kind of just like free.
It should be second nature.
Yeah,
in hockey.
Oh yeah, I would say okay. So so it was a little different. No, wait. Pump the brakes here. So towards the end of my career, I felt like I was a little bit more in my head about skating, but because my shifts were coming so far and few between, buddy, it would be like 12 minutes of real time before I would see the ice again. So like you weren't in the flow of it. You weren't on your edges. Like it was, so I would say that my skating became progressively worse in games where maybe I was a little too focused on it. Buddy, there's some guys who have played in the NHL who have like, they kind of go off the deep end based on overthinking that type of stuff. Like I remember Donor, I don't know if you were around when you first got to the Coyotes where there was a Coyote player wearing two different types of skates.
Was it Wes Walls?
No, I think it was Jeff Halpern.
I don't know if it was Halpern. No. If it was Halpern, it might have been because of his
Nico Kapanen, maybe.
Yeah, I remember Donor telling me, and like, it was just kind of like a guy who was kind of like a little bit of a mental. Did we not talk to a former player who played for the Avs who also had a little bit of the same issue? So yeah, I mean, obviously when I'm skiing, I've only skied 3 times. I'm focusing a little bit more on what I'm trying to learn, and because I still haven't perfected it yet. But I mean, it's sad to say, yeah, I was thinking a little bit about my edge work during my shifts. No wonder I couldn't look up and stick handle.
It's crazy though. I will always say, and I've said it many times in this pod, the first time I ever saw you skate at camp, it was right after you fought Carcillo at 8 a.m. I was like, this guy's a beautiful skater. Like you were a very good, at least backwards skating, like elegant almost. And then I think the tightness and the partying really, really took a toll. And next thing you know, it was like you were wearing like a tin suit and like couldn't even really bend over.
Exactly. That's a great description. That's a great description.
Biz, incredible weekend for you. I mean, we had heard the rumblings of you being on stage with Nickelback singing Rockstar, but I was like, is this happening? Like, take us through how you found out. And I gotta pump your tires again. I don't know if you got an extra special tan. You had a little sweat going. You looked like a legit rocks. You had a nice outfit on. You had the solo cup because I'm figuring you didn't know what to do with your other hand, but just water in there, correct? Still off
just
the sauce.
Water. Yeah, I'm still.
It was
off
a
the
great
sauce.
prop.
You don't want to be going on stage with the body armor liter bottle. I don't think that's going to get the crowd very hyped up. No offense to body.
That.
It's some of them could have probably used some water for how buckled they were after a great weekend at Waste Management. But so they got a manager, Bradley Kynes, the guy's name. They call him BK, and he got my number. And I'd met Chad Kroger for the first time through a buddy of mine, Tim Quaxister, in a box where I was invited to view one of the last shows for the Tragically Hip, and they had back-to-back shows in Vancouver, and I was fortunate enough to go to one of them. And I got to watch it in a box with another Canadian rock star legend, Chad Kroger. So that was the initial introduction to them and his brother and the rest of the band. And then this Bradley Kind reached out and he kind of gave me the heads up. Hey, we're playing at Waste Management. This was, I think, facilitated by Darcy Hordachuk, Noodles, who grew up with these guys, Jamie McClellan, who was also there with Jerome McGinley. Like Jerome McGinley was there for that performance. 600 goals, dude. I was fucking like, my hand was shaking seeing him again. Like he's a fucking legend. Struds was there. So they had a Tyson Nash. So all the hockey boys were there. So they facilitated them to come to Waste Management and play at that Bird's Nest on the Friday. I don't know how many American people are familiar with Nickelback.
Everyone.
I would say that for a Canadian band, they're the most like world renowned. 70 million records sold, these guys have sold. And they're still doing, and a very resilient band as well because of what they've been through. I feel like it was like it turned easy to hate on them, right?
Yeah,
do you remember
it was weird. They
weird.
became a little bit of a joke, like, but I remember talking to Ryan Malone, who I believe is good friends with Chad Kroger as well. And he's like, they're unbelievable. And then you do listen, they do have jams. I don't know when it turned into like Nickelback stinks, but the numbers prove otherwise.
Buddy, and it's bullshit. These guys put on an amazing show. Everybody that I talked to who was there was like, yeah, I wasn't sure what to think going in. They were blown away. And even if you're not like the most hardcore fan, you probably know 50% of their songs where you could sing like the choruses and stuff like that. So their manager reached out, and I'm not going to lie. At first, I thought it was Foles fucking with me.
I was going to say, this is screaming a Foles prank.
I thought it was Foles.
Foles lost his fastball, though.
Oh, did he?
He did.
Yeah, he's done.
Oh, no.
He's done.
I mean,
He's
ever
too
since he
soft now.
came on, it wasn't a great performance. I thought we
He
were going to
lost it
have
at the
another.
flow, Keith.
Yeah.
Oh, he lost his hair and.
No. He's never had much hair. He goes to this.
Oh, no.
He's got a little like it's straight out of Cheers. He's a part of the old show Cheers. He has a little bar called The Flow right about 100 yards from his house, and he goes there and he has all his buddies. He's got Lefty Paul and Righty Paul. That stands for where they stand politically. He's got all these other guys, and I'm like, and he was actually explaining the whole thing to me. He's 41. I believe the next youngest guy's 58, and then there's like 7 other guys ranging up to 88 years old, and it's his crew at the Flow. And he just every afternoon finishes work off with a couple vodka sodas and hangs with the guys at the Flow. And I think he's lost his pranking fastball just talking shop with the guys at the Flow.
I'm not going to insult. I'm not going to insult his fastball because I do not want Foles all of a sudden cooking up his old tricks against me.
Nolan Ryan.
I hope now that you both have called him out, you guys get it, and I'm a part of it. So the closer it got, and then finally jumped on a call with this Bradley Kind guy, BK, and it was no joke. And I was at first, I'm like, man, like Jerome McGinley's there. Like, how are you not asking Jerome McGinley to do this? Like, he's a legend, and he's like, well, one, he won't do it. Neither will Noodles. So, we figured you'd be the type of guy to do it. And I said, all right, sure. I said, I'll go up there. I'll sing the first couple of lines and I'll hand it off to the professionals. And he's like, no. He's like, you're going to fucking go up there and you're going to have a ball with these guys. They do not take this seriously. They're fucking around. They're rock stars. Let's go. And that was the pep talk I needed. And my mind frame changed going in that second. The next 2 days, I practice it in my car over and over. I'm through with standing in line. The clubs I'll never get. It's like the bottom of the night, and we're never going to win. This life doesn't quite turn out the way I want it to be.
You got a good choice, brother.
Big house on an episode of Cribs and a bathroom I could play baseball in, and a
King
size
tub big enough for 10 plus me.
So that's the problem. I get jammed up on some of the words, right? But they did such a good job of turning off my mic when they needed to and turning it back on for the chorus. And I was high kicking. And then I just fucking had so much fun up there. And then I mic dropped on the way out. So those guys made me feel so fucking comfortable up there, along with all the hockey boys pumping my tires, ready to go up there. And I thought, given the circumstances, rocked it out.
You crushed. Oh. I got a question for you. And I remember, I want to say I've been to 15 concerts, roughly, maybe 10. I haven't been to many concerts. And I remember the Ed Sheeran one I went to, which that was one that the wifey's like, hey, we're going to Ed Sheeran. I'm like, I don't know. Incredible. He was up there for 3 hours alone. And I remember looking, it was at Gillette Stadium, and I was like, I can't even imagine standing on stage in front of 40,000, whatever. Like, when you got out there, granted, I'm sure it wasn't like that size, but can you describe the feeling of just like these people just living and dying on what you're saying and singing, and like the rush you must feel as a rock star?
For not having any booze in me, I was shockingly pretty calm, but I think it had everything to do with the way that the band and also that BK guy pumped me up and having all the hockey guys there. But it is, I mean, I'm glad you brought this up. The fact that these guys have been around the world and have done this, and I think that they go overseas and they're even bigger over there, where they're doing stadiums that are 50, 60, 70,000 people. Like, I think in China, they might be even bigger than they are even in North America. So the fact that they go up there and they command and control the stage the way they do, and even doing it at the age that they are now, it was fucking 90 minutes full adrenaline, every ounce of energy, and every person in there was having a ball. And and we can get into the Super Bowl stuff, but I feel that like when people are drinking and they're having fun, they just want to hear fun, catchy rock songs. Like it's like almost like a dying art, right? So credit to those guys, and obviously Whit, like to answer your question, like it was a rush, and I'm glad that I got that pep talk and just owned it and had fun and did a couple high kicks and fucking belted it out. Now, yeah, I my voice wasn't that great. I think I'm a good singer, but you get up there, man. It's a different beast. So
have you guys watched the documentary about them, like Hate to Love Nickelback?
No.
It's like the, you know, like the rise and the fall, and like, you know, people picking on them and kind of their whole run through that and the toll it took, because his brother's in the band, right?
Yep. His brother.
It did rattle them, and like it goes into like
it rattled like his brother, because his brother had like kids. His kids were going to school and shit like that. But like Chad Kroeger was just like, that's Chad Kroeger, right? The lead singer.
Kroeger.
He was just like, dude, we're making money. Who cares? Like, this is great. Like, you know, laugh your way to the bank.
Like at some point, you know, I'm sure it happens a little bit now, but at some point they're like, those Chiclets guys are fucking losers. Like these guys are complete old squids. And
I think
if we're still
Blackhawks fans
making
have
money,
gotten there.
if we're still making money, I'm like, yeah, I guess the Chicago Blackhawks fans already say that about you. But if we're still making money, it's kind of like, yeah, I guess you're getting ripped on all the time, but the checks are clearing. But it could take a little bit of toll. But I remember when all of a sudden like Nickelback came on, they were pumping, and then it was like everyone just made fun of them, and I don't really know how that started. Connor McDavid's had a little bit to do with them, maybe coming back the way they have. He loves them.
That's why I said it earlier. Like the most amount of respect I have for him is in the department of how resilient they've been to like, that would be hard. Like that could break a man, and they fucking rolled right through it and continue to sell albums and do their thing and be passionate about it. And I'm so grateful that they were able to allow me to be a part of that. So, hey man, maybe potential Chiclets Cup collab. I might be out of the budget though.
I don't know if they can handle those crowds, those menaces at Chiclets Cup. Your mic drop was phenomenal too.
Unreal.
You probably broke the mic, but just an amazing
I got an invoice.
Visual. Yeah,
they
I got an invoice for that.
I'm off the sauce. It's unfortunate because they had actually bought a bottle of Pink Whitney and they had it ready. The one with the new label.
You carried it out there for us, for Christ's sake. You're the brand guy.
I know. I didn't want to make it about us.
I mean, if anything, just fill the thing up with Newman's Own, the way this whole thing started, and chug the whole bottle. Like, I'm off the wagon now, bitches. I'm gonna stand in.
You would have had an ulcer like you, though.
Yeah, I know. I think I have multiple ulcers. And I guess that'll lead us in, and we'll get into hockey, folks. Incredible week coming up with Four Nations. We have a bunch of news. We got the lines. We got the power plays. But we could go into the Super Bowl. I think maybe one of the biggest shit-kicking, thumping drummings I've ever seen in a football game. It really reminded me of like Georgia versus who'd they smash last year, like TCU or something. I don't remember. It was like just TC. One of those. It was like a college game where there's like a team who's come out of nowhere and they end up facing the SEC powerhouse, and all of a sudden it's just over before it even began. And you know what? I can't stand the city of Philadelphia, but what a football team. Congratulations to you guys. Well deserved. Yeah. I'm wearing the green row back for you guys in honor of the Eagles and that dominating win. But I was just upset we didn't even get a close game. I'm just looking for a good ending, an exciting fourth quarter. But that was Mahomes every single play's running for his life.
Yeah, the front four for Philly, like that's what they kept saying. The commentators, like that's all they could talk about is like he had no time. I knew it was going to be a blowout when Roan dropped that freestyle. Yeah, that Philadelphia Eagles freestyle. Roan is one of the most talented people at Barstool. We've had him on our show before. Wow, that got me fucking hyped. Him and Wallow and Gilly and all their involvement, and then on top of that, since we're talking Barstool content, John Gruden is a content factory. He is,
dude. His thing with the girls was so fucking funny.
Yeah. So for people who don't know, it's Out of Order. That is like a little Barstool skit. I want to say they drop one every 2 weeks. It seems like roughly around there. And they had Gruden on for one, the Gruden Bowl. And I don't even want to give it away. So go check it out. It's and everyone knows who John Gruden is. And to go from this amazing coach, Super Bowl champ, he gets completely hosed by Roger Goodell when his emails were released where he was like ripping on Goodell. I believe Gruden will coach again. I kind of hope he doesn't because he's so good at making content. But this skit he did with Feidelberg and I think Sass. All
he
the
has very
the girls.
natural acting abilities.
Oh my God, the guy! It's
Like
yeah,
he could host SNL.
Yeah,
Yep.
That's what it seems like. That's what it seems like. And we're really looking into a possible John Gruden sandbagger. That would be a goal of ours. That would be just an electric factory with the way he's able to chirp. And earlier in the week, Barstool had done a combine, like a draft combine, where they had 2 different teams or 3 different teams, and Gruden was announcing it with Clicky Nicky, one of the other most talented men at Barstool, hilarious person, and he was just. He's a comedian. It's unbelievable the way he's just chirping everyone. Like, just really cool to be bought in. We were talking on the Unnamed show about how, you got this, like I said, legendary coach. He's got plenty of money, and he comes into Barstool, and he might just be like, oh, I'm going to do my football breakdowns. Nope. I'm into comedy. I'm into acting. I'm into everything that Barstool offers. So just an unbelievable hire for Portnoy.
This might go down as Dave Portnoy's best hire in his career.
Yeah,
like it was such an off the board.
Thanks a lot, guys. Hey,
until we hire Hazy.
Hey, I'm pretty sure he's boys with John Daly. I think they used to like hang out at Hooters in Tampa Bay or Orlando or something, wherever that they live. I'm pretty sure they're boys. If we got them for a sandbag, it would be epic.
Well, we need one more. Maybe we do today's guest or one of today's guests, Mike Keenan. What a that was a great interview. We got 2 lined up for you, and we got the coach's pet. Brian Noonan. This one, folks,
I don't even know what to say about this.
Don't even know what to say. It'll go down as my favorite interview of all time. It'll exceed Wayne Gretzky, and just no offense to Wayno, but Brian Noonan, man, I might bring him to Chiclets Cup.
Biz was so appalled that like someone is just like a mild-mannered, quiet guy. Biz was like just needed more. He's just a quiet guy. He had some awesome stories.
Well, let's preface
thought
this
he was great.
I think thinking back to this day, we were across from Wrigley Field, and Noons walks in, and somebody had mentioned like, "Oh, were you doing? Have you ever done media or something?" He's like, "Yeah, I did Chicago Wolves games. Like, I think he did the radio color for a while." And he's like, "But I ended up getting fired because I didn't really talk that much." And I'm like, "Oh fuck!" I'm like, "We're about to do an hour interview here." I was
out of questions in 6 minutes.
I think it was maybe Biz's favorite word here, the silliest us 3 have ever been together during an interview. So we have Keenan, we have his pet, one of his favorite players. I think he played for him 4 different cities. And Brian Noonan, who scored a goal in Game 7 that Mark Messier got credit for. But we got 2 great interviews lined up. And I think the last thing before we move on to hockey is
I just wanted to pump Jalen Hurts' tires. I thought at the start of that game, buddy, like they were basically forcing him to pass and they were stopping the run, and he came through. I guess he had a picture of when they were defeated a few years ago by KC, but and like he kept that as a reminder. It just seems like a really down to earth guy, strong with his faith, and just a relentless worker, and probably a guy who took even too much heat last year when things weren't going as good as they had the year prior. And even their coach, man, I think their coach halfway through the year was fucking double bearing the fan base, and they wanted his head on a platter. So very a difficult market to be in and to perform in. And kudos to him, the MVP, for being resilient and getting over the hump.
Hurts is a very, very resilient athlete, it seems. And for people who don't remember, he was pulled at halftime of the national championship game when he was quarterback at Alabama. Tua came in. They ended up winning it all. So obviously Tua's coming back. So he transfers to Oklahoma, where he lit it up there. And then he's had his detractors, right? He's been kind of called the systems QB. And I mean, whatever. Say what you want, that he's not necessarily like a natural drop back and pass guy, but he is a machine. I've seen videos of him. He like can back squat 700 pounds. The tush push is literally it's unstoppable because of him, and the team and their defense, just a clinic, absolute clinic. And I actually ended up, as much as I hate Philly, I ended up betting Philly, and my reasoning was it was kind of 3 ways. It was 1, if Philly wins, I get to win money, right? Even though I'll be mad Philly won, I get to win money. 2, what was the other one? The ulcer guys, sorry. The third one was that Saquon Barkley, I think he's one of the most well-liked athletes in pro sports. I don't know if you've seen the video he did with Frank the Tank, where he's very complimentary. He's down in his basement with Frank the Tank. He's pumping his tires, how much weight he's lost. He did a walk, one of Frank's walks that Biz recently did, that everyone can check out on the Chiclets YouTube and Frank's channels. And then Saquon was just so sick this year. Like, this guy, the Giants decide to not bring him back. I think there's a clip of the owner being like, I hope he doesn't go to the Eagles. Well, he went to the Eagles. I think he broke some records this year, or could have.
I think total yards for regular season and playoffs.
Yeah,
combined.
and he could have broken the all-time season, but he didn't play the last game. Just, I sense a team-first, like, animal that had been just wasting away in that pathetic organization that is the New York Giants. So he goes to Philly and gets a title. And then my other reason was that if the Eagles lose, it was an emotional hedge. I lose money, but I'm still happy that the Eagles lost. So that's why I bet the Eagles, won a bunch of money, and was happy for Saquon and Jalen Hurts. So I want to get to one final thing, and that is the halftime show. So Kendrick Lamar comes on, and I know the diss track on Drake, and I kind of know the battle and the beef between them based on Biz filling me in, and Keith is the rap expert.
I know a lot about. I'm probably a bigger Kendrick Lamar fan than Jans is.
Okay.
I've seen him in concert. Have you?
I take it back. Only time I've ever seen you rattled on this pod, I think, right there. You took offense to that. Jesus Christ. I'll tell the guy he couldn't stick handle shoot or skate. I like Kendrick Lamar. Kendrick Lamar.
Kendrick Lamar Jackson.
I'm a quarter black, Whit. Shut up. So I'm not a huge fan of the music. Like, whatever, a couple of the songs, good little catchy hits. And it's not about that. It's more about Super Bowl halftime shows for me. It's more about what you're saying, Biz, with energy, and like, I guess the younger generation really, really enjoyed it. But overall, like, the house that I was sitting in, people are like, what is this? It's just not what I think of when I think of Super Bowl halftime show. Do you remember when it was like Nelly, Aerosmith, and like, so, I mean, I know I'm sounding very old and white right now, but I'm more looking at it like, I think Super Bowl halftime is just more energy, and I didn't sense like that much energy from that music. Now, I could be wrong. It's just my opinion.
Too much, like, a lot of them. I think he's extremely talented. He's unreal in concert. I thought the performance was good, but if you're trying to pertain to the masses who are tuning in for the NFL, I think it was a bit of a miss. I think you need to have, like, if you're going to do rap, play the bangers like they did in LA. When they had all all the big dogs
Snoop,
come out, Dre, 50 Cent, like all the bangers that they have, that basically every generation can sing along to. That's how big those tunes were. And if Kendrick was going to do what he did, maybe a few of his old bangers that did bring energy, like when he did that Good Kid, Mad City album, like Bitch Don't Kill My Vibe, Money Trees. You've never heard Bitch Don't Kill My Vibe?
No, I probably have heard it. I just like, and now Bitch Don't Kill My Vibe on the Super Bowl. I think like that. I don't know if that works. Although he was calling Drake a pedophile on stage. So I think you're right. I apologize.
I'm just a little bit over this rap beef now. It's like, I don't care.
I think it's over.
I don't care about it anymore.
Keith?
Did you see? So the way that he ended the show, the field was set up as a PlayStation controller because Drake's label's under Sony, and Sony owns PlayStation. And then when it ended in the crowd, it said "Game Over."
Game over.
So Drake's going through a little bit.
What is it though?
Now I will say this: Drake seems to be going through a little bit of like the Nickelback like valley right now.
I don't know, man. I think he's still.
I haven't heard from him. I haven't seen him. I don't follow much.
He's in Australia.
This guy's down bad. Over there. Is he not?
Yeah, I would say that based on the amount of hate that he's getting now compared to that he used to, definitely. But I think that his fan base is trying to stand their ground against it. So there's like, I would say it's a 50-50 battle on online war. I think that everybody could agree with the tunes that Kendrick put out. He won the battle, but I still think that Drake's the highest streamed artist on Spotify, or one of them. And I think that his money has not been affected by this. He's on the other side of the world where he's sleeping when everything's going on over here, and he gets to wake up and just go print more money by throwing shows over there. So I think that it probably definitely doesn't feel good. He is also in a major lawsuit against. He's going after Universal. He's
going
bypassing
again. Yeah,
Kendrick.
he's going after them.
He's going to
because they were pumping up his Lamar's
they
song,
were
right?
apparently that he's saying that they were fabricating streams and making the song bigger than it was, so it would just continue to gain steam.
Yes.
And I think that part of the theory, or at least his, is the fact that he's so big now that he cuts. He's like Floyd Mayweather, where his record deals are way different than the rest of the market. I mean, like Taylor Swift might be on that level where they're controlling the whole conglomerate type of thing. So that's how big of an artist they are. So I think that there was maybe a bit of resentment or a battle in a sense to try to change the position of power, and also get back at him at the fact that he's been able to cut those types of deals and they're not making as much of the money.
I do like all the little things that he had, like the A minor chain, and then having
what was that? What was the A chain?
He's very petty. All these little Easter eggs.
Okay.
Like
so in the song, he
performance.
says A minor, like he's gonna as if Drake's a pedophile, like whatever. So that's the A minor on his chain, and then he had Serena Williams out there crip walking because she's from Compton and she used to date Drake.
Well, let me tell you something, and this was brought up by Shannon Sharp and Stephen A. Smith. I think it's First Take, their show. Shout out one of the videos I saw. That video of the weekend was Shannon Sharp telling his brother Sterling Sharp that he's in the Hall of Fame.
Oh my God,
awesome!
that was amazing.
And he's talking about how he followed in Sterling's footsteps, and Sterling had nobody to look up to and no path to follow, and he did it all on his own, and he made it easier for Shannon, and now Sterling's welcome into the Hall of Fame. Great video. But what they were talking about was Serena Williams is a former ex of Drake, okay? She's married now. She's married. How do you feel about your wife going up on stage dancing like about her get the fuck out of here. Like,
that's a good point.
What the fuck? If I'm
she's
the
probably
husband,
worth,
I'm like,
does she not have enough going on too? She's probably worth 500 sheets. She's like the greatest female tennis player of all time.
He's a billionaire too, her husband.
Oh yeah, he's Billy Goat.
it's
Doesn't
more
he
just
own
like,
Reddit?
wait, honey, who are you dancing for? Oh, I'm dancing for Kendrick Lamar. What's it for? Oh, we're burying my ex-boyfriend. What? I'm like,
But he went after, Drake went after Serena's husband, I believe, right?
oh, well, that changes things. If that
Yeah,
happened, I
I
didn't
think
know
he
that.
called him like a dork or something like that. My feeling is from reading stuff is apparently Drake has pounded a lot of like other rappers and other industry people's girls. So that's probably another reason why they're not happy about it. I think that he's obviously been with Rihanna and like A$AP Rocky, who he once like would bring on stage and collaborate with. Like now he's going against them. So we're getting pretty into the weeds here on the rap beefs.
Yeah, we can move on. We can move on from the rap beef.
Yeah.
I will say, I bet Drake would do a better halftime show because he's got those bangers that everybody knows, you know?
Yeah, I agree. There's more sing-alongs. I know I sound old, the old man with the
Spittin'
ulcer.
Chiclets, dog.
Witty with the ulcer.
Featuring Joe Budden, baby. Welcome back to the show.
I love Joe Budden.
Pete Blackburn, who I think has the show What Chaos Hockey Show. I think the tweet had 200,000 likes when I saw it. It was Serena Williams just crip walked for 4 seconds and still had more yards than the Chiefs did in the first half. Very funny tweet. Very funny tweet.
Oh, him and Bean are funny guys.
So
I think he's getting married this summer.
oh, nice, cool. That's awesome.
he's locking her
marriage
down.
will give you an ulcer if you don't watch out. You'll literally take it from
You're
your
gonna
wife.
lose
You're
your,
a real,
you're gonna
you're a
lose
real
your comedic
husband.
timing, and you're gonna get
If you
ulcers.
love her that much, you'll just grab that ulcer out of her stomach and stick it down your throat into your own. So it brings us on to another battle. Bedard versus Biz. The other rap battle heard around the world. I want to get your
Team
opinion.
Bedard.
I want to get your opinion on how everything broke down. I actually believe that this is one of those things where it's like, I think both people are right. I think that Biz made a valiant point, or a point that made sense, a valid point, not valiant. And
What's
then,
valiant mean?
Honorable, maybe. That's a guess. Look it up, G.
No, that's a good word for me.
And then Bedard responded in what I thought was a classy way and just kind of
Very
like, whatever,
classy.
I know when I fuck up. So take me through what you saw when you made the comments, and kind of the backlash you've had from Hawks fans was surprising to me.
Well, first of all the backlash and Chicago Blackhawks accounts and their Twitter, Instagram, all the bloggers, like I love the fact that they had his back. I was fucking loving it. Like this is hockey's popping again, baby. This is what we need. That's our second original 6 team putting me in a body bag this season. Like I am honored at the fact that these old school Boston
Nickelback.
Bruins, Brad Marchand, they put me in 2 of them. And then his mom did.
His mom did too.
And his mom put me in a headlock. So I love this shit. And I love the fact that they got their guys back. And I appreciate that. I do I want to make sure this kid knows this is not personal. Like this isn't, and another thing as to maybe why this snowballed a little bit more than it should have. And Frank Saravelli brought it up. He's like, I feel like this kid's getting a bunch of unwarranted hate lately, where I guess about 5 days prior, Mess and PK Subban were kind of talking about some of these things, but I guess they didn't break down any video. They were just kind of bringing up the discussion as far as the bad habits and maybe, swinging away from pucks and not stop in front of and the little details to the game as to what maybe they haven't seen him figure out, at least after 120 games in the league. So at the timing in which what I said, I think it was just a big snowball effect where it was like, oh, everybody's trying to take a run at him. And the reason that I was doing it was because they did it. I swear on my life, I was offline. You can even look at my Twitter. I shut it down for 3-4 days. I did not see that discussion happen. But if you think that I'm going to fly cross country every week and my job as an analyst is to break down video and at the end of a period, see what I saw from him and not break it down in the broadcast, you're out of your mind. If I don't do that, I'm not doing my job. I'm wasting my time. And we're also not creating dialogue and teaching anything on the broadcast. That's literally my fucking job. So I also don't care that everybody online's bringing up my stat count. If anything, my only job as a player in the NHL was to have those small details. And if I didn't, I wasn't going to play. And mind you, if we would have had a shift like that, playing for Mike Stothers and Jr., playing for Michel Therrien in the American Hockey League, playing for whoever at the NHL level, Dave Tippett, that would have been on video in between periods. They would have rolled the clip with the fucking laser pointer and they would have stopped it, pointed, all right, keep rolling it, and went over every fucking mistake and embarrassed you in front of the locker room. That's what would have happened. And I wasn't really trying to embarrass him. I was just trying to bring up the point that listen, I get that this kid's young, but I also watch a guy like Macklin Celebrini who's the same age, and I don't see some of the flaws in his game that Bedard does. And you might say, well, he's putting up more points, and I think they're pretty close to points per game, at least in that same realm, based on what Celebrini's been injured for. And I don't see him swinging away or not stopping in front and turning it over and maybe not showing the most emotion on the back check. And if you want to go back to the 2 shifts itself, I can go over them because I got them in the back of my memory ready to go. And the shift started out where it was an O-zone draw win on the faceoff. And I was complimentary because I thought that him and Donato were snapping it back nice back and forth. And that's another point, if we don't want to get sidetracked here, though, is oh, he doesn't have anyone to play with. Pretty sure he's developed pretty good chemistry with Donato in the last 20 games based on the points that they're putting up.
For 5 more games.
So after they finished going back and forth a few times, McDavid is on check on Bedard. Did you guys see the part where Bedard kind of shrugs his shoulders and looked pissed off?
Yeah.
Do you think that's because he didn't slide it back to him?
I think it's hard to say for sure. It could just be another play that just went nowhere. It's more like this season, things go nowhere.
Bud, you're the shooter. Donato slid it over to you 2 times. Fucking let it fly, buddy. You're the shooter. You have the best shot since Ovechkin coming in as the first overall pick, I thought, right? That's the tire pump we've all been giving him. We all saw a shot in junior. He just slid it over to you 2 times. Let it rip, buddy. You had your separation to McDavid. So then that lane closed off. And Donato gets it back and he fires it. It did get blocked, but I didn't like the body language. I didn't like it there. And I've watched plenty of other games where there's been times where I'm don't like the body language. Don't like the body language.
It's a window to your soul. It's a window to your soul, people say, Biz.
Oh, I never heard that.
And then after that play, after Donato gets it blocked, not to interrupt you, I'm trying to keep my train of thought.
Sorry, I interrupted
not
you.
to acknowledge what you're saying. Window to your soul. Okay, we'll go back to that.
I think I've heard that.
Donato retrieves it, gives it back to him, and then Bedard makes a nice play at the net. And then when he rolls up, he throws that pizza to McDavid. It's a blind pass. Hey, man, that's all right. But then it goes back the other way. He takes the penalty. Now his team has to go on the kill, block shots, and kill a penalty for him. Okay, not the worst. Wasn't crazy about the body language. Wasn't crazy about the turnover. You take the penalty, whatever. Well, he gets out of the box. They come back the other way. I think he makes a solid play inside the blue line where he kind of, when he kind of pump fakes and he gets it poked away. Don't mind him trying that at all. And let's not get this lost in translation either. I'm not trying to beat the skill out of his game. I don't want him not trying things offensively because he's afraid to turn the puck over. He gets it poked away. It goes outside the zone. So all these guys who just finished killing the penalty for you and trying to get back momentum after killing that penalty, you try to beat the team one-on-one. They got 5 guys coming up to the blue line. And your guys have to tag up based on your turnover. So he gets stripped. It goes back the other way to the defensive zone. And what happens? He doesn't stop in front. What's he do on the play? He swings away. And for those of you who don't know fuck all about hockey, the reason I got a problem with him swinging away is not only because he turned it over and everybody had to now back check into the defensive zone, the play goes up the strong side and it's a 50-50 battle between the winger and the defenseman. Well, if he loses that fucking battle on the wall, who's there to support him? Nobody, because Bedard swung the other way. That's a bad detail of the game, okay? But his guy makes the fucking play, and the puck comes out of the zone. And what's he do? He goes up the ice, he pulls up. Love it, okay? But the Edmonton Oilers, man, they're not being fooled by this fluff fucking cross-ice bullshit. They're going to clog the middle with good sticks every time. And what does he do? Something that he's done a lot over the first 120 games of his career. He throws a soft one through the middle of the ice. It gets picked off, and we're going back the other way. And what happens when it goes back the other way when he gets beat to the net? He doesn't stop in front of the net. How many fucking mistakes do you want to make in one shift without me watching as an analyst being like, this is fucking pond hockey? And what happens after he doesn't stop in front? The whole shift plays out that doesn't show on the online clip that Ace just broke down, in which what happens with? He goes outside the zone. He's the fucking weak side guy to clog it up. The pass gets by him as the Edmonton Oilers tag up. They go back in the end. They score a goal while he's going on a line change to give his fucking teammate a shit sandwich minus stepping onto the ice.
Yeah, those hurt.
Those stunk. And I was the one giving them.
We're talking about in 2 shifts. You overextend your shift after turning the puck over twice that you don't stop in front of the net for off of your turnovers. Then you go for the shit sandwich change. And I'm the fucking bad guy here. I've been double wristing this guy since he came in the league. Like, what do you want from me?
Yeah, you let him win the face-off challenge.
I think that people
He's
think
been
that I'm
good
being
on face-off
spiteful.
since.
His numbers have gone up. I should be on fucking payroll from the Chicago Blackhawks as an assistant coach at this point.
Now, here's where I kind of take or look at all this. When you have the resume and the pedigree and the discussion about you as a player since he's 15, this is what's going to happen, okay? You're going to be absolutely like watched as closely as you can be watched from the minute you get into the league. And it happened to a lot of great players when they came into the league. Sid took a little heat here and there. That was more about like talking to the refs and complaining, like whining, diving, they used to say. Ovi took a ton of heat for his defensive play, basically until they won the cup.
Yep.
The problem is that Sid and Ovi had other players to play against. And the other problem is Sid's second year, after just dominating the first year, 100 points, second year, we got in the playoffs, right? Ovi's second year, they didn't make the playoffs, but they made it the third year. And Ovi had 106 points, then I think 92 points and so many goals. So the offensive production was there and they dogged the defensive play, but the goal scoring and that ability, you're like, holy shit, like this is the Ovechkin we heard about when he was 16 years old. And Crosby, same thing. Oh my God, this guy is actually changing the game. This is legit. What happened was these buildups and these descriptions of Bedard set unrealistic expectations. I think a lot of people I think most hockey fans, when they heard Connor Bedard, they thought we got the next Crosby, Ovechkin, McDavid. Those are the three guys, and Matthews. Those are the 4 guys I think of when it's like coming into the league, you're like, holy shit, we're about to see something crazy. I don't really think that Bedard, this is my opinion, and he could prove me wrong. I think Connor Bedard is going to be an unbelievable player in the NHL. But I think he's going to be that next level after the true superstars. And you know who I compared him to? I think I was talking to Keith and Posh about this. I think he's kind of like Pastrnak, where Pastrnak is a game breaker. He's a 60-goal scorer. He is an incredible all-star, elite-level talent. But he's not McDavid. He's not McKinnon. He's not Crosby. And I don't think Bedard is that player. This is not a knock. But what happened was, I think that's what everyone expected. I think you heard and saw the numbers and the stats. And by the way, this could easily prove to be false and incorrect. But I don't think he's like that next super level, the level you talk about where I think these guys need another league. Like this league is like too much of a joke to them. And when I say Pastrnak, right, there are some parts of Pasta's game where it's like, what are you doing?
Yeah, a little freelance.
Yeah, a little freelance, and you can't turn the puck over. But that's kind of my opinion on 2 years in. The other thing that's unfair to him, same with the way the expectations were set, that he has no control over, is Chicago's horrible. Like when I say Ovi didn't make it his second year, neither will Bedard, Sid did. They're not making it next year in Chicago either. And realistically, they're probably not making it the year after. So he is in like this world of like, we're watching every single thing this kid does because he's been discussed and talked about for 4 years, 5 years, and he's only a second-year, 19-year-old player in the NHL. But he has nobody to play with. And Ryan Donato is a great player and has had a phenomenal season. He's probably going to get traded. They realistically should re-sign him because of the connection that these two have. I think Donato's got 19 goals. But if we're...
He's not Backstrom and Malkin.
I wasn't trying to make
he's not Backstrom and Malkin.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to make the point that he's one of those guys that he could eventually play with. I just think over the last 20, 25 games, I don't think it serves the Blackhawks fans being like, oh, he's got no one to play with. It's like, things are clicking pretty good if you're going to rub it in my face that he's got 22 points in the last 21 games. Like, there's been some really good chemistry, and he's provided a lot to Bedard based on how they've been snapping it around. Like, I've watched some of the games. Like, Donato looks good.
And if Bedard turns out to be David Pastrnak, like, what a fucking player. Like, what an amazing first overall pick. But you're probably going to need another like legit superstar to get over the hump. Like, you're not going to be able to do it alone. The same way McKinnon couldn't do it alone. The same way Crosby couldn't do it alone. The same way if McDavid gets it done, he's not doing it alone. So all this stuff, like this has happened to other players. And now I think that detractors or people who want to argue with me would say, well, McKinnon, look at his first few years. I can totally buy that, and he didn't pop off to what was it, like year 4 or 5.
And he also had his flaws too, though. He was snapping a lot, right? And we would talk about that.
We did, but I'll talk like where I sense or see maybe Bedard not being able to get to McKinnon, where it's that other league type player. The size will be hard for him, and I don't think McKinnon's that much taller than him, but he's a lot fucking bigger and faster than him. Like, I'm talking strength-wise and speed-wise. So Bedard has the vision. He's got the shot. He could be a 60-goal scorer. He's an incredible player. But I think people are still looking for McDavid and McKinnon and Crosby, and I don't think that's him. That may sound like a knock, but it's not. Like, how many? There's like one player every 10 years like this. So we'll see what ends up happening, but your description and breakdown right there and on TNT is very legit. And I think being an analyst, like, that is what you're paid to do. And I liked Hank, what he said after as well.
I liked his point too. It was, and I agree. It makes it a little easier to cheat and make sure you get your cookies. Because, I mean, he's looking to re-up this summer, right? So if he's got 35 goals and 35 assists, he's probably getting an 8 times 10, right? Like, they're just going to look at those numbers. But my thing is like, I think he can be a special player if you're able to put up 40 goals, 40, 50 assists, and then yet play. I'm not asking for Bergeron here. I'm not asking for Sasha Barkov here. I'm just looking for, like, Sid sometimes takes risks offensively, but they're also calculated, right? A lot
Yeah.
more calculated. And I know some people are saying it's not fair to compare the two because of his age, and Sid was probably making those mistakes when he was young too. I don't know about that many in a shift. And he was also putting up 100 points. And to the other side, he was playing with better players. Jans, what's your opinion on it? And we have to like, I'll follow up with saying, I agree with you. I don't think, considering the social media age, there's been a more scrutinized player coming into the league than Connor Bedard.
I
Like,
completely
I agree with
that.
all that. And I hope this kid becomes a McDavid and a Crosby. Like, that is good for us. And that's what I want. I just saw really
Same
bad
here.
flaws in his game that I had to point out. What
I
do you
want
think?
more of those. The more of the generational, truly like shake your head, pay $200 to go watch players we have, the better. So I'm rooting for it. Right now, I'm just saying what I see. Go ahead, Jens.
Yeah, here's my thing. Biz, I played with you in Phoenix, and I don't know, and throughout my whole career, it was kind of like this, and I don't know if it was because of Shane Doan. You had a voice in the room. If I turned the puck over with 2 minutes left instead of getting it deep, you were going to say something to me. You kept guys, because you're sitting on the bench, you're watching the game. You know what's going on during the game. So you're telling me he's coming in the locker room after that period and Nick Foligno and Pat Maroon aren't saying the same exact thing that Biz said on TV? At the end of the day, in my opinion, what you said is you were trying to help him. You said on TV what you would have said to him in the locker room to help him get better. You're not beating him down, and you're pointing out his mistakes, whatever. Everyone makes mistakes, but at the end of the day, I feel, and I haven't talked to you about this, you're trying to help the kid out. You're trying to, hey, you stop at the net. And I know everyone knows that you do that, but it's just another voice telling you to, how to play the game. Because at the end of the day, you did play in the NHL, whatever. You had 15 points. Who gives a shit about that?
22.
You played in the NHL. You sat on the bench and watched a lot of hockey, and you know the game very well. You do a great job on TNT. You do a great job on this show breaking down the game. You know it just as good as anybody else. So, yeah, it's just, I think
like
you
I'm
were
at the
trying to
time of
help
Seuss.
him. Yeah. I think you were trying to help him, and obviously, his comments saying, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter, because I'm sure Nick Foligno and Pat Maroon were saying the same exact thing that you said.
Oh,
Mark Recchi was saying it to Sidney Crosby.
Right.
So were you there to witness all that, Whit?
Yeah, I remember. I'm not going to say several times, but I remember one time, like Recchi giving it to Sid a little bit. It might have been the complaining to a ref or something, but like, and now Mark Recchi's a Hall of Famer, right? It's harder in today's game, I'm guessing, without being in rooms to say stuff to kids who have not only all the pressure in the world on them, but like fan bases that are just in love with them based on what they believe they can do for their city and their team. So it's like everything changed a little bit. And I think older guys stepping up and saying things to younger guys has probably changed a bit. But on the good teams, it hasn't. On the good teams, that'll never change. And so I think that this kid's an incredible talent. But yeah, there's and what Hank said, for people who didn't know, when we brought up Lundqvist, it's like, yeah, it's like you're last place team in the league. Like, you're horrible. And if you're playing for a playoff spot, like, he's probably not doing this stuff. But what leads to better teams and just building as a group, through, even if it takes years, is doing the little things right. It's just hard when it's like, we're fucking finishing in 31st place this year. Like, it's just really hard to grind out the details that you need to end up having to become a playoff team. So there's a lot of different aspects to it. I do think Grinelli makes a good point on the chat here that when I say he needs another superstar, it's like they drafted that Artem Lashunov out of Michigan State, 2nd overall this year. He had a brutal bad luck broken foot right before camp. So he hasn't played any games for the Blackhawks this year, and he could turn out to be a great defenseman. Let's hope he does. A true number one. But this Demidov kid, I think we keep bringing him up from Montreal. I think it's Kaprizov. I think we're going to see Kirill Kaprizov in Montreal next season. So that could be end up being a fumble. Like, if all of a sudden you're watching him light it up for Montreal, and Lashunov's a good player, but it's like Bedard's like, oh my God, we could have had this guy. Now, this is just total like guessing and looking forward to questions we don't have the answer to. But it was a good discussion, and I love.
Yeah,
that
I wouldn't mind
Chicago
finishing
went
it
at you.
off with a tire pump, and you talked about comparing him, like, even if he gets to David Pastrnak, like, not only the way I felt it was very classy, the way that he handled the question, like he wasn't reactive
plug
at all. And part of why I really believe in this kid, and I think he will turn into a superstar, is just his. I feel like he's got that drive, that mental strength, and that cocky confidence where all of that was surrounding him and all that topic and reporters were asking about him. He goes out the next game against Nashville, has 1-1, fucking big fucking cannon goal, no celly. Like I feel like he's got that. I feel like he's got dog in him. I'll say that. Maybe you don't see it all the time and maybe you see the bad habits. I think that he's too stubborn, he's too hardworking, and he's too good of a kid not to figure it out, and he's going to. So I don't want any of that to be lost in all of this. And then against St. Louis, I think he ended up having to assist the game after that. So he's on quite the run right now. He's going to be getting a little bit of a rest here for Four Nations, but I like snapping around with you boys and having a good conversation about everything that happened. So I think that we pretty much covered all
Chicago
points.
going at you, like the Blackhawks going at you, is just awesome. That is what the league needs. Just like going at the most popular analyst in hockey, like fuck this plug, putting up your stats next to his. I mean, that is an amazing troll. Like whoever thought of that is a genius.
Well,
like,
most
look at
people
this
who
guy's numbers.
have a
By
brain
the way,
only care about penalty minutes and plus minus, and I got them in both categories.
By the way, Biz, I think of your 7 goals, 2 being game winners is pretty crazy. That's
not bad.
That's
not bad.
nice.
It should have been 3 until we went. We gave up 5 unanswered against San Jose at the Shark Tank. Remember that one knee drop 1T from Oliver?
It was a bomb.
We went up 3-0. I felt on top of the world. Even after the game, though, we lost with 5 unanswered. I'm fucking going around, little towel around my waist. Fucking, when's the power play meeting? Hey, when's the power play meeting? Frank Saravalli did bring up the point.
I think Frank was more hurt than Connor was.
Yeah, Frank was rattled.
To be fair, he probably thought that I'd heard what Mess and PK said. So he's probably like, why is everybody just piling on? This just feels like too easy.
But it was something you saw during the game.
What?
Yeah,
it was something you saw during the game
I know.
that you were working.
I know. But do you not feel like the like, is it the semantics? Is that the word I'm looking for?
I don't know. You haven't said the sentence.
Depends
yet.
what you're saying.
We need the.
It didn't look great at the fact that 5 days before they were chirping Bedard, and then I was like, it didn't look. Is that the semantics of it all?
No, that's not semantics. That's not semantics.
What is it?
I don't know.
Optics.
I think
Optics?
that's like
Optics.
me saying
Optics.
Keithy. It's like me saying valiant.
It's the fresh air. It's the fresh air here.
Because optics and semantics, it ends with that Colorado air. Those 10 runs this morning.
Yeah, just like
the pink Whitney's kicking
just like
in.
a line of element.
That rich flight from Lauderdale directly to Steamboat. So the NHL's on a 12-day break right now for the Four Nations. Very amazing time for guys. When you got that break, god damn, we can go into that. But before we go into that, I want to mention to everyone in Montreal and Boston, we are going to be in attendance. We are going to be up in Montreal. I get in Thursday. I'm actually driving, boys. I looked at the flights, just horrible flight options. I'm going to hop in my car. I'm going to drive up to Montreal with my ulcer, and I'm going to drive home after on Sunday. So I think that what I want everyone to know is that we have a Pink Whitney party in Montreal and Boston, but Saturday, February 15th, the pregame in Montreal at MVP Sports Bar at 5:30, 200 St. Catherine Street, and that'll be before the U.S.-Canada game. Earlier in the day, we'll be heading into Sweden, Finland, and then there's a break, and then U.S.-Canada at the Bell Center on a Saturday night. Holy shit. Come with us at MVP Sports Bar beforehand at 5:30. We can hang out. We could do some Pink Whitney. We can get all fired up, talk some shit, U.S. versus Canada, and head on into what should be an incredible game. And then also Thursday, February 20th, we're going to prepare for the championship game at the Greatest Bar in Boston at 262 Friend Street, right across from the Garden. Biz won't be there for that one. He's got a crazy travel schedule. I think Jens won't be there either, but I'll be there with Merles and G, and we'll be ready to meet a bunch of you guys in Boston before hopefully what is a U.S.-Canada final as well. Colby Armstrong will be there also. I should have mentioned the Arm Dog. But, boys, bummer for Keith, Merles, and myself. Quinn Hughes.
Damn.
Oh.
I think a guy who should be in the MVP discussion this year. He's in the MVP discussion.
He is.
Should be probably top 3 if the season were to end right now. He had to bow out. And it's a kick in the dick for United States hockey fans. It's a kick in the dick for the coaching staff and the general manager, Bill Guerin. But it's more of a kick in the dick for Quinn himself. I mean, to get to go play with your brother Jack and to represent your country as if not the best, the second best defenseman on the planet next to Cale Makar, it just sucks. It's a shitty thing. Everyone, even Canadian fans, I think are disappointed to not get to watch this guy and Cale Makar go head-to-head, U.S. versus Canada, and it just sucks, but I get it. And it all comes down to an injury he's been battling, and I think he's battled several injuries this year. He's played through a lot. He's carried Vancouver, who's gone 3-0-1 since the JT Miller trade.
They're buzzing, boys.
They're buzzing right now, and he wasn't able to play Saturday against the Leafs. You saw him skating around, twirling around, trying to give it a go, and this is all about what he needed to do for the Canucks and their chance at getting in the playoffs and winning a Stanley Cup. I get it. I think Canucks fans should really respect it, but it sucks for the tournament as a whole.
No doubt. Silver lining, Sanderson steps in from Ottawa.
My twin.
Witt's love child. And I think that this is like the silver lining is you're going to get a chance to take a look at the next wave of American defensemen who, man, this is a nice little teaser for him. Maybe this helps accelerate him to making the Olympic team next year. So this is a guy who deserves to be on this team. He's not as good as those other players because of how strong the back end, probably the strongest back end from a 1-7 perspective of any team in the tournament. And he gets to join them and gain that experience against best on best. So as far as Quinn Hughes, man, you can't replace a guy like that. He's a one-man breakout. Like even defensively, like I know he's not the biggest guy, but he closes on guys. He angles them properly. The way he's able to walk the line. I don't know if you guys see that video the other day that one of those Canucks jock sniffers posted, where he just fucking baits guys in, banks it off the wall to himself, and then he's escape move and he's got the lane to the net. Like he is a fucking water bug on the blue line. Cale Makar is the only other guy better, but they do it a little bit differently in my opinion. Yeah. But it is just fascinating to watch.
Keith, you tried some crazy things, wild skill on yourself when you played, but his little like tight turns an inch from the blue line it's wild to see. Crazy.
Dude, I don't know how you even have the balls to try something like that, because it's always like your last guy back, don't try to do anything stupid, and they're like, it looks like the coach is like, hey, do whatever you want to do at the blue line because we know you can do it. But obviously this hurts the USA. I think it's going to hurt the power play a little bit, even though that they have, Fox and Werenski to, kind of, pick up the pieces a little bit. But I thought Billy G was going to bring in Luke Hughes. Have him come along for Jack.
I thought John Carlson would get the call.
I would pick John over him.
That's what I was surprised about. A cup champ, but Sanderson is, I think, a guy who they're probably like penciling in on the Olympic roster next year, so it makes sense. Like he's played phenomenal lately for Ottawa, and I think he's somewhat similar to Quinn Hughes, but based on the lines today, he's actually the 7th defenseman. So we'll see how he fits into the lineup, but it does suck to lose your best defenseman and you're bringing in a guy who then is kind of slated in as a guy who won't be doing much, kind of the Whit role in the Olympics. Besides every time being on the ice, you're a minus. I don't think that'll happen to Jake, but I still think it's a good thing for him. It stinks. And Elliot Friedman mentioned it was like an agonizing decision for Quinn Hughes because like you're like, oh, I will do anything to play in this. And it kind of goes into Crosby, who is okay to go. He will be playing on Wednesday night against Sweden. He sat out the Penguins' final game before the break. And I think people were like, oh, shit, is he injured? Where the Penguins are out. They're done this year. This is kind of all Sid has this season. If Vancouver's sitting in a spot like Pittsburgh or sitting in a spot like the Blackhawks or the San Jose Sharks, maybe Quinn Hughes is here because it's almost like me in the lineup, it doesn't change us getting into the playoffs or not. Kind of like Sid. Whereas Quinn Hughes is like, I need to play for us because we are in the mix right now. So Sid being healthy, I saw a couple America tweets, oh, fuck, Sid's healthy. It's like, no. We want him playing. The game wants him playing. The league wants him playing. And as an American, like if you beat Canada, you want Crosby in the lineup. Like you don't want to be able to say, oh, Sid wasn't playing. It is so cool to see this guy. And quickly, let me just go over the lines. more so the first power play on Canada. I almost puked. I think Brad Marchand was asked, how do you defend this power play? He said, just put 3 goalies in net and just they can score. So the first line is Stone with Crosby and McKinnon, and then you got McDavid with Marner and Reinhart. The first power play is Crosby, McKinnon, Makar, McDavid, Reinhart. Like, what the fuck? I don't think I've ever heard of a power. No, maybe Canada Cup with Gretzky and Lemieux. But this is wild to see the special teams that these teams will all put on. But Canada's just blew me away. Just looking at it,
I'm interested to know what Jans thinks about, sometimes is it too much where there's maybe too much delegation and respect for all 5 guys on the ice? Like, you might need not only 3 goalies, but 3 fucking pucks for the amount of touches these guys need. And how quickly can you gain chemistry?
Yeah, I think I think they can gain it. I think they're obviously high hockey IQ guys, but I think that the one thing that they need is that one shooter. Like, USA is going to have, Matthews out there who's kind of going to be their shooter. Canada, to me, it looks like it could be like a power play that you see at an all-star game where they're just embarrassing teams by snapping it around, putting it through the seam, Makar dangling at the blue line. But you got to have that one guy who's going to shoot, and I don't really see that. Yeah, Rhino's, but he's going to be in the middle pop guy. They're probably going to try to take him away, and I think that they're just going to seam every team to death. But you hope to see that someone's just going to take the reins and just be like, hey, someone's got to shoot the puck.
What do you mean by seam them to death?
Just, passing it seam to seam, like cross ice, from
McDavid to Draisaitl back door.
Keith, talk to him like a child. Yeah. He didn't play power play.
No, I'm asking for the people listening, you fucking dummy.
Yeah, so on the power play with one flank guy coming down the left side, one on the right side, they're just going to be passing it back and forth, up for the one-timer, faking it, passing it back, another seam, up top, down, across. It's just going to be, I think there's going to be a lot of passing for the first 1 or 2 power plays, and then someone the coach is going to be like, hey guys, someone's going to shoot the puck here. Like, we can't pass the puck into the net. So, but it's going to be fun to watch.
I think that if you remember, Cale Makar, he played at UMass, dominated for 2 years, won the Hobey Baker, and then he hopped right into Colorado's lineup in the playoffs, and he had no problem looking off McKinnon and ripping the puck. And I don't think Makar's got a problem doing it with these guys either. And I think you're going to see him hey, you want to try to take away Reinhart in the middle. You want to try to take away the seam to McKinnon. Give it to me up top. And he risks it, too. He doesn't even take many one-timers, I feel like. He's got one of those rocket wrist shots. And I see him as having no problem just letting it fly in front. And I think that you're going to see that somebody has to do it. And just based on Makar doing it, coming from the Hockey East into the Stanley Cup playoffs, the first year he joined, I could see him doing it again with this group. But an amazing talent. And just to finish off Canada's
I was going to ask Keith one more question. What would have more semen, the Canadian power play or Bonnie Blue OnlyFans 1000 video?
Fucking brought her up.
Another thing I want to say about the Hughes thing and Sid situation, like you said, with Sid, kind of this is what he's playing for this year, and Sid wasn't able to because we missed a bunch of Olympics and all these things, so. The way that the game's looking, it looks like we're going to have these the next couple of years. So Quinn Hughes is probably in the back of his mind, like, hey, I got these coming up every other year or whatever. So
or he doesn't want to play against Canada and get worked.
Let me quickly say before we break down one more thing I want to mention on Canada. We have to have this tournament before training camp. Like this is now with Petrangelo's out. Finland's lost half their team to injury. We got William Karlsson's out for Sweden. This tournament has to be before training camp in September. I don't want to hear that there's football going on. I don't want to hear any of the nonsense. Everyone's healthy at the beginning of September. The hockey world will be watching. Don't have any games on Sunday. I mean, I know Saturday's college football. You could play no games on Saturday or Sunday. People will still be watching. This tournament cannot be mid-season. It's too important to the league and international hockey to have this many important players missing based on injuries, and all these guys are thinking about the Stanley Cup. This is a preseason tournament. It's the same way they did it in 96. It's the same way they did it in 2016. It has to be before camp, and then it creates a buzz that leads into the regular season. Because this regular season, let's be honest, has not been that special. There hasn't been a ton to write home about. Compared to last year when it was just out of this world entertainment, I think this year's been a little slow, and now this tournament maybe helps out. But I think this is a preseason tournament going forward. Okay, I'll leave
And
that
no
at that.
more
I know-
TV timeouts.
Yeah,
For
and
fuck's
don't
sake.
bring up TV time.
They
Last thing with
should-
Canada is.
They should start the season. I know they kind of already do this. When does the season start? Like middle of October? Usually start
like
the second
October
week.
10th, October 10th-ish.
Maybe backing it up to the end of October, doing no All-Star game, nothing, like just keep playing games this period of time and go head-to-head with the NFL at the start of the season, like we keep talking about.
We're going to just play every game on Sunday.
Well, it's best on best. At least you have a chance
Yeah,
rather
I
than
don't know,
game
man.
3 of 18 for the NFL.
Yeah, I think NFL's sick people, though, with the gambling.
Yeah,
Shout
but
out
we'll get
DraftKings.
Nickelback at our halftime show instead of Kendrick, and we'll be fucking dummying them with the views.
So Drew Doughty was announced as the replacement for Alex Pietrangelo. No brainer to me. With what he's done and accomplished, I think that this makes total sense. And he now joins Marchand and Crosby as the only two guys, the three guys who were a part of what was it? The last team, best on best, 2016, I believe, right? So
Wow.
you look at like those three guys have been doing it at this high of a level for that long that they have those three, and Doughty, he would do anything there. He would show up, and right now he's listed as one of the pairings, the top 6. I believe the guy they had sitting out was Travis Sanheim as the 7th defenseman, similar to Jake Sanderson on Team USA. But Doughty's there to be Drew Doughty, to be entertaining, to be a team guy, the locker room vibes, the laughing, the smiling. Like, he would have gone there and played one shift a game and not given a flying fuck.
No
So the
shit.
fact that you could bring in a guy who has the gold medal, who has 2 gold medals, who has the World Cup championship from 16, like, I don't even think this was a discussion. And good for him to be able to come back and play and be ready to go in time for this thing after that injury.
I completely agree with everything you're saying. Like when things are a little tight and a little tense before the big game in Boston, when it's Canada, US, and McDavid's feeling a little bit of pressure, you know Dewey's coming in there naked, helicopter cock, loosening everybody up. Like, fuck it. Boys are in stitches before puck drop, and all of a sudden it's a drumming, 7-1, and he's probably getting 2 apples. So we heard his story about showing up late for the gold medal they won in Vancouver, like nothing happened. From, was it Mike Richards who told that story?
That was incredible.
Like, there are certain guys who are made for the moment, and Drew Doughty was made for the moment.
I will say, as an American fan in this tournament, Canada adding Dewey scares me a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah, I know.
Just from what you guys said, around the locker room, on the ice, we
he's
all
gonna
know
be-
what he can do, but he's
He's
that
going to be
guy.
shutting
He's
down the
him.
greatest bar with you guys and then lighting it up the next night.
The rest of Team Canada's lines, we got Brad Marchand with Braden Point and Seth Jarvis, and then Sam the Menace Bennett with Sorelli and Hagel. So just a wagon up front. For Team USA, based on the first practice, we're looking at Kyle Connor with Eichel and Matthew Tkachuk, Jake Gensel with Austin Matthews, Biz's boy, and Jack Hughes, Brady Tkachuk with JT Miller and Matt Boldy, and then Brock Nelson with Vincent Trocheck, Dylan Larkin. Kreider was rotating with Larkin. Based on the way Kreider's played, I mean, I can't imagine he plays more than 3 shifts a game. I maybe I'm wrong, and we figure out something else. On D, they had Jacob Slavin with Adam Fox, Zach Werenski with Charlie McAvoy. What a pairing that is. And Noah Hannafin with Brock Faber. So Sanderson's the 7th. I think that this is just going to be such a special tournament. I'd love to get your guys' predictions before we move on here.
Question before the prediction. Is it like, I know they're doing NHL rules, but like when you were the 7th D at Olympics, can they have that extra D?
Yeah. I don't know if it's the
Can
same
you dress
here,
an
but
extra guy?
I think you can. I know in the Olympics you could. They were dressing. It felt like we were dressing. Like nobody didn't dress at the Olympics.
Right.
Me and Bobby Ryan just sat there and tried to make
Would
everyone
you sit
laugh.
on the back bench or would you sit on the normal one?
I would stand next to Torts and I got him
What do
some
you mean on
water.
the back bench?
Like sometimes they got that, like sometimes there's like the hallway there and they got a couple chairs or like maybe
No,
some,
we got to sit with the players.
Could you imagine?
I bought tickets. I bought
Bud.
tickets.
But like some of the benches
Whit,
are a
go
little
grab,
bit tight. You got the extra guys.
Phil
Like I don't want to take
Steele.
up guys' leg room sitting on my Harley.
No, they have the bigger benches for Olympics. The longer.
Yeah, they add the benches in. The
Oh,
rules
well,
actually.
sorry, never been.
You bring up the rules. NHL rules, except for overtime, which will be 10 minutes for round robin games. It'll be golden goal, I guess, or sudden death in the
5 on
championship
5?
game. I believe so. It doesn't, although it says NHL rules except overtime, so I don't think it will be 3-on-3. That's Jeep. Try to look that up quick. But they're doing what they possibly should do in the regular season, which is 3 points for a win in regulation, 2 points for a win in an overtime or shootout, 1 point for a loss in an overtime or shootout, and then the top 2 teams advance to a 1-game final. So it's just based on points picked up in the 3 games that you play, and then those 2 best teams will face off in Boston on February 20th. So I guess, Biz, you can give your prediction. I know where this is going.
Canada, boys. Come on. You ain't stopping Canada.
Especially
after this tariff nonsense, they're going to go in there and beat them 10-1. And if Trump had any fucking balls, he'd bet the tariffs on this game and we'll fucking drum them 20-1. Let's go, Canada. We ain't fucking around. Don't poke the bear. We got all the natural resources and we got the best hockey players in the world. Right, folks? All you Canadians listening, let's get fucking fired up and fuck these idiots up. Let's go, baby! Oh, Canada!
Fuck the
our
tariffs.
home and native land. You're fucking ready for this?
It's 3-on-3 in the round robin, but overtime, sudden death will be 5-on-5 in the championship game. So they're not going with the World Junior rule of 3-on-3 in the gold medal game OT. They're sticking a 5-on-5, 20-minute periods. Play till a goddamn goal scored, guys. The way hockey was meant to be played.
The 3-on-3 overtime is going to be, because
10 minutes.
it's all superstars.
I know.
It shouldn't be first goal wins. They should let it be as many goals as you can score.
Yeah, they go to OT 2-2 and it finishes like 14-11. We're like, holy shit.
Especially with Canada's goalies.
The last time they did it, wasn't it Team North America, the Young Guns? Didn't they have a 3-on-3 OT against like Sweden? It was nuts.
Yeah.
Like, it was back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So
McKinnon got it.
yeah.
Yeah, no one was stopping in front of the net.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Grinelli's prediction: USA beats Canada at the Boston Garden in the championship game. Jack Eichel scores the golden goal, drinks on the Grinnell tab all night at the Greatest Bar. Keith?
I'm going USA. Obviously, I think
You're a
Finland
coward.
having a lot of injuries really helps the other teams, because I think people were sleeping on Finland a little bit. But they're a little banged up going into this tournament. But just like everybody else in the world, I want, and I have to have it. USA Canada finals in Boston. It would not. See what he's doing right now?
No, is he peeing in a water bottle?
Yeah.
He's a sick prick.
Yeah,
Sick,
as
sick
I'm giving
prick.
my prediction, because you know what they say.
That's what he
Biz,
thinks of us,
goaltending-
Keith. That's what he thinks of us.
Yeah, this is what you're doing to the United States. No respect for America, right there, Biz. Absolute trash.
You're a coward, just like your old man.
He's from Welland. Trash
that's
bucket
basically-
city.
Well, shout out
peeing
the
in a
body
bottle.
armor with the wide nozzle.
Yeah, I'm sure
Because of
Body
my
Armor
huge rope.
loves you hosing in their water bottle.
What do you mean? When you're on like a long drive or something, stuck on the highway? Come on, baby. Shout out the body armor.
Buddy, I seen your hose. You don't need a wide bottle to get it,
He's
in
got
there
the
to pee in
squeeze
a
cap
bottle.
one. But you know what they say? They got the defense, goaltending wins these type of tournaments, and USA's got the goaltending. Canada, if it gets, he just smelt his fingers. The Canada's hurting a little bit in the goaltending department. Obviously, any one of those guys could show up and be absolutely lights out for a week. But for me, I look at the back end of USA and the goaltending. You could put any one of those 3 guys in for Team USA and win that tournament. So red, white, and blue, baby. Just like that jersey hanging right behind my good friend Ryan
keep
Whitney's
talking
jersey.
out of your ass.
Hey, Biz,
They're
you
gonna
got no
smoke 'em.
goddamn, you got no goddamn clue what you're talking about. Team USA has reached a different level, and I've talked about it ad nauseum. Yeah, that's a word or 2 words, Biz. Ad nauseum, I think it's 2 words, over the course of the history of Spittin Chiclets. We have arrived. We are now equal with you. We are. And I understand that Connor and McKinnon, they might be a step above. But when you look at our team and you look at everything that encapsulates, I'm talking goaltending. We have the best goalie in the world, Connor Hellebuck. Easily.
Heard of him?
We got the best 6 defensemen in this tournament. If you look at, I actually really like Sweden's D. We got the best 6 defensemen. And we have a group of forwards who now have the same skill as Canada, the same snarl as Canada, the same fuck you mentality that you've had for all these years and all these years of Canadian dominance. I think I got 15 different bets with random Twitter people about this tournament. Who's going to take it down? It's time for us to win a best on best. 1996 was our last one, buddy, and it's coming again this year in Boston. I like the fact that Jack Eichel, former Boston University Terrier, gets the winning goal. Maybe it's Austin Matthews from Scottsdale. Scottsdale, Arizona has now produced one of the greatest hockey players in the world. That's because we're a country of 330 million people, and they're all playing hockey now, baby. They're all getting in the mix.
Bring it on, buddy.
They can skate.
Bring
they
it
can
on.
shoot. They can pass.
Bring on
and they
Trump.
can be mean.
Bring on
and
Musk. Bring RFK.
Musk is
bring
from South
Jeff
Africa,
fucking
you dumb
Bezos if
fuck.
you want. You could bring Bezos if you want. You ain't doing shit,
I don't
buddy.
want him. I don't want him. I know you'll probably take his girl.
We're
so
going
I'll
to
tell
sink
you.
you and his mega yacht, you fuck. You're going
I ain't
down,
going
bitch.
on his mega yacht. It's going to come down to goaltending in a quick little tourney, and we don't just have one.
We didn't
We
even
got
need to
3
bring our
studs.
best goaltender, you fucking peasant.
What do you
We
mean,
left
Fleury?
Logan Thompson at home. We didn't even need him. Just to give you guys maybe a little bit of a chance. It's
I'll tell
going to
you
look like the
Canadians
Eagles
listening.
and KFC in the Super Bowl, baby.
I'll tell you Canadians, all you Canadians listening, remember, when we're hoisting whatever this trophy looks like on the Garden Ice on February 20th,
It's a number
United
4.
States of America, just remember that Paul Bissonnette's the reason because he pissed in a fucking water bottle as Keith was talking about our country and
No,
our
I didn't.
team and our players. Yes, you did. You
No, it
scrumpled
was a
up your
Flash
3-inch
IV bottle. It was a Flash IV,
You had
the new
your
hydration
3-inch
formula
covered
from
wagon,
Body Armor.
and you were peeing as we talked about our country's team. So fuck you and fuck Canada for these couple weeks.
This is what you guys are going to be drinking when we take your fresh water away, you fucking bitches.
Oh, man.
So fucking
Jeez.
shove those
How-
tariffs
mix in
up
a
your
water-
ass.
mix in a
shove
Body
those
Armor
fucking
Flash.
tariffs up your ass. All right?
We can now throw it over to a special guest, Mike Keenan, Iron Mike as they called him, in Keith's house in Fort Lauderdale. Phenomenal interview, and I think he coached a Canada Cup team. So he's a guy who's been around best on best in the 80s. So right now, none other than Iron Mike. Guys, it's Whit here, and I want you to let everyone know that this episode is brought to you by Body Armor Flash IV. Biz has been drinking this thing all show. It's phenomenal. All the competitors have nothing on Body Armor and their Flash IV, and it's time to reach for real hydration with Body Armor Flash IV, packed with electrolytes, zinc for added immune boost, and no artificial sweeteners, flavors, or dyes. Flash IV provides the rehydration your body needs, whether you are feeling under the weather, have a stomach ulcer, just had an intense workout, or recovering from a long weekend. Body Armor Flash IV helps bring you back. Get yours right now at Walmart or a local grocery store near you. And since the Super Bowl and the Waste Management Wild Weekend just ended, nothing is better than Flash IV to get yourself feeling normal again, get back to level, get back to square, and feel good, and get to have a great tasting drink while you're doing it. That's Body Armor Flash IV. Right now, go to Walmart or your local grocery store near you and get involved with Body Armor. What a pleasure now to be joined for the second time.
Yeah.
But this is even better because this one's in person. Iron Mike Keenan, what's going on? How you doing?
Hey, great guys. Nice to be here. Old neighborhood of mine. Not too far. A lot of friendly bars around
Yep.
that I know.
Oh, I
haven't
bet.
forgotten.
Yeah.
Yeah, for people who
Maybe
don't
that's
know.
why I'm so raspy.
Yeah, Jans was saying it's
I
a
didn't come in
permanent,
that early though.
permanent from yelling at your players all those
Yeah,
years.
I
And you
never-
said those are all
I
rumors.
said that's a rumor.
Yeah, you're so full of shit. Your eyes are brown. Your breath stinks, buddy. We know that.
They had fun though.
Oh, I bet they
Had
did.
fun.
So you're in
Just
Key
ask-
West now, you were telling us. Living down there, and you've had it for 25 years?
25 years. I bought a place down there. And actually, why I did it, I was coaching and managing here in Florida. And I said, I got to go somewhere where you can walk around, nobody bothers you. So that was the place. They don't care who you are there. Sit down and have a beer, and you're on your own.
Who would be bothering you? Your former players trying to get back to you?
You'd be surprised how many former players I would run into in Key West.
Really?
Oh yeah, because they wanted to come down. They got a few days off, and they show up.
They're like, "What the fuck are you doing here, Mike?"
Yeah, you couldn't stay away from me, could you?
Yeah, you tell the reporters you hated me for all the stunts I pulled, but you can't get away from me.
Yeah.
So that was one of the first things I think I asked you when we had you on the last time. Like, are you aware of this kind of this persona that you've built up media wise throughout all the years of coaching and all these wacky stories that we ended up hearing?
I've heard a little bit about it. I don't know how many are true, but
Did you enjoy?
It's got a life of its own now.
Did you enjoy testing your players like that? And from my understanding from talking to guys who played for you, you actually enjoyed the guys most when you would kind of test them a little bit when they would come back and
they responded, I liked it a lot, and I was pushing them. And as you guys know, it's not easy to win, and you have to be doing something exceptional. It's not normal. It's not average to win in the NHL. So to stretch them a bit, and a lot of guys probably learned that they could be better than they thought they could be. They had their own built-in expectations or what they thought of themselves of how good they could be, and then all of a sudden they said, "Well, I can do that." So that was part of the rationale.
Like being challenged almost opened up like new windows for them to
Absolutely.
see who they were.
Absolutely. I said, you can do better than that. And of course, some would get offended. Like, I'm not doing enough. I know. The idea here is to win. That takes abnormal behavior.
That's what you maybe noticed is that you'd talk to guys who they thought were lighting it up or they were lighting it up. And you were always like, but there's more.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you get on the
and
guys.
That was intimidating to them a little bit. Not intimidated by me, but of the idea that I could actually do something better than I'm doing. And once they got to a certain level, then they said, "Yeah, maybe I can even do more."
You didn't just win a cup. You won a title in the OHL. You won a title in the American League. You won a title in Russia. So every place you've been, you've won. So it's like when you say that, it's a lot easier to call guys out. Like I've seen winning teams. I know.
Yeah, well, that helped for sure. And I had look at, you don't win unless you have really great players. And I had great players. And yeah, I helped develop them to a certain extent and develop the team and put the team together and made them believe that they could win. But you have to have the ability to be able to do it too. It's, as I said to you off camera, or if we're on camera or off or whatever, it's not easy to win. It's tough.
No.
Really tough.
Did you learn that as a coach, or was that something that was almost instilled in you as when you were a player and you had a coach like that, and that's kind of just the philosophy you ran with? Because you had instant success. I think you made a playoffs your first 11 years as head coach in the National Hockey League. So like that's pretty impressive. Like, where did that all come from?
My mother. I had a very demanding mother and built in high expectations. I was the oldest child, and she just said, and my dad was a factory worker in General Motors, electrician. He became electrician, and the whole Keenan family worked in General Motors, like 150 years of history there. And in fact, when I graduated from university, they offered me an unbelievable job. I said, I'm not going there. It's going to stop. And my cousins and other folks said, anyway, my mother instilled in me this attitude of you've got to go beyond what you think you should.
She wanted you to better yourself.
Yeah, that was probably where it started. And then, I started coaching. I had good coaches. A fellow named Doug Williams, God bless his soul. He's passed. He played for the Whitby Dunlops with Harry Sinden, and they won the world champion. I was a stick boy for that team, 1958. So sort of influenced by them. My dad's two first cousins played on the team. Ted O'Connor became a scout with Los Angeles, and Tom O'Connor. So it doesn't get any more Irish than that, Keenan O'Connor. And so then I had good people that pushed me, and I learned a lot when I went to University of Toronto after I went to grad school. Tom Watt had won 9 national championships. So I walked into that room, and it was like walking to the old Montreal Canadiens. Like, we don't lose here. I was like, oh my God, I don't even know if I can make the team. And I'd already been invited, and I just came back from the camp for Atlanta Flames. Cliff Fletcher invited me when I graduated from St. Lawrence. So then I went back to grad. They wanted me to go play in the minors for a year. I said, no, I want to go back to grad school.
Not knowing you wanted to coach yet?
No. And then I went to grad school, and then I played minor pro, won a championship. And then I went back and started teaching. And my first hockey coaching job was playing coach. And that really helped me a lot, because when I accelerated quickly and got to men in the American League, I knew, like, I had coached many guys that played in the NHL, many guys that played in the WHA. One of the biggest names was Eddie Shack, and he was a pain in the ass. God bless him. But, I had some experience. And then some of the other teams that I coached, the first team where I really got the bug about coaching was lacrosse at Don Mills Collegiate in Toronto. And I had played lacrosse. Whitby was a big hotbed for lacrosse.
Oh, yeah.
So I had played it, and they said, well, we need a lacrosse coach. And I was 24 years old or something like that. And, I got the bug. I'd make them run, but I'd run with them 5 miles every morning, 7 a.m. down Don Valley. I don't know if you guys know Toronto.
Oh, yeah, the Parkway.
Yeah. Right along there. And then, and I also coached female swimming over at Forest Hill.
What?
And
Come on.
I did.
What the fuck do you know about swimming?
Tread
I
water longer.
I was actually a good swimmer.
Were you?
I was a good athlete.
Those shoulders?
Want to race?
Yeah. Back then.
shoulders?
Yeah, not now. I actually, you guys wouldn't know this either. Like, I had some success as an athlete as a young one. I was athlete of the year in my high school in 9th grade, which is unheard of. Played for the hockey team, and then played basketball,
Did it all.
point guard, and track and field. So
Oh shit.
yeah,
So that it's interesting you say get the bug, like golf, like you just
yeah.
it didn't matter the
instantly-
sport, coaching, you just loved it.
Well, we won the championship for that school district, Don Mills, for lacrosse, and those kids really. I enjoyed coaching them, and I enjoyed being with them. I really liked it and liked helping those young kids, and saw results. And just as we were talking, they got better and better and better. So, and until we finally won. And then once you win, it's contagious. I mean, you expect to win, and that's how that keeps evolving and developing. So it was interesting. And then I also was playing senior A while I was coaching high school, and broke my shoulder very badly. But then I rehabbed, and I was actually in the 1980 Olympic program for Canada when the Miracle on Ice kids won in Lake Placid. Tom Watt, Claire Drake.
I think we had Jim Nill on the podcast, who was a member of that team, wasn't he?
Yes.
Yeah.
So Greg Millen was the goalie. We were 4 teams. I played defense, and I'd go back to get the puck, and he'd shoot it away. And you're a little bastard. So I said, stop doing that. Either
Set it for
set
me.
it or pass it. I'll post up and pass it up. But I'd just get right back to. Anyway, I'm alluding to that particular experience because I'm now the general manager in Chicago. I trade for him. He said, come on in here. I said, payback's a bitch.
No stick.
But he was also my roommate in the Olympic program. And he was just at a junior. And one night he was fired up, and I was quite serious about it and trying to stay ready. And I was one of the older guys in the camp. He comes in, throws a bucket of water on me in the middle of the night.
Oh.
Said, if I get my hands on you, you're done. He runs. That's why I said, payback's a bitch.
Oh, yeah. That's what you got him back for.
Anyway, yeah.
I'm looking here, and maybe it's incorrect, but coached Rochester Americans 81, 82, 83. You win it all.
Yes.
But then 83, 84, there's nothing. And then 84, 85, you're the coach of the Flyers. Was there a year
University of Toronto, we won the national championship.
Okay.
No,
The swim team.
No, it wasn't this one. No, but I
were you ready to
graduated.
be done with like pro hockey or?
No, I just needed a different opportunity. Scotty Bowman hired me from Peterborough. He coached in Peterborough, and Roger Nielsen coached in Peterborough. They were both following me in Peterborough. We win in Peterborough, and then I go to Rochester. We win. Scotty, I got some great Scotty Bowman stories coming down to visit me. But anyway, then when I won the championship, I said, Scotty, you got Roger Nielsen, Jimmy Roberts, Red Berenson, and yourself. I said, I need a different experience. I'm not staying in Rochester, and there's no room for me in Buffalo. So I went to University of Toronto. They come after me, hired me, and then we won the national championship. That's the last time they've won.
Holy shit. And then the Flyers are willing
And
to
then the
hire you
Flyers-
from there.
Yeah, and how that started out was Gary Darling, who was in Peterborough as a scout. He recruited me a little bit, and then told the Snyders, they hadn't had GM yet because Bobby Clark hadn't decided what he wanted to do yet. So it was an interesting exercise because I had to write a position paper that was prepared by the Wharton School of Business. So I said, well, there's not going to be too many guys can do this. It was like 20 pages. And so then Clarkey agreed that he'd become the GM. Then I had to go through the process with him and be interviewed again. But he hired me, and I had a good start there.
What's crazy, so you won it in Rochester in the AHL. You go to Toronto, you win it. You go to Philly first year, you go to the finals. You must have been like, we got this thing in the bag. I'm winning championships every year.
No, I wasn't that cocky, but I was confident. And Mr. Snyder said, and God bless him,
Yeah.
he said, Mike, if you make the playoffs, I'll kiss your ass at center ice.
Oh, nice.
I said, okay. So we're late in the season. I'm like the last 5 games, and we lose in the Spectrum. Now, we didn't lose many games. We won 53 games, I think, that year. He comes running down the hall, and people are just scattering. And I stand right in the middle of the hall. And he comes up to me, says, we're not ready for the playoffs. I said, do you want to kiss my ass now? Or do you want me to go out and center ice?
To the owner.
And I said, that's what you said you'd do if we made the playoffs. We're going to end up President's Trophy. He apologized. He said, I'm sorry. Turned around and said, it never happened again.
Wow. That's an unreal.
I heard he was like the best guy ever. Like from
Yeah.
my little time there, obviously he
Yeah.
passed, but like what he did for that community,
Felt like a
there.
family.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that what you felt there?
Yeah, he was, it was a really good organization to start with. I was fortunate,
Mhm.
and we did well. And then we had the tragedy with Pelle Lindbergh was killed. And then we got Hexy, and then we got back to the finals. So, and 7 games against the great one and that machine.
Oh, yeah.
So we scared them, but we couldn't beat them. And we had so many injuries, it was unbelievable.
How'd that
Right.
series go?
Well, I was
7 games.
Oh, no worries. I was just going to say, from talking to Wayne, they had a philosophy going against you guys because, the one time you guys had Hextall and he was so good at playing the puck, right?
Yeah.
And like, I mean, was that kind of like the first of its kind at that time? Like, who was able to play the puck as far as goalies is?
Well, Mark Howe, he said he put years on my career because Mark would just post up at the far blue line. Hexy outlet pass would go to him. So it was unique. And we were really banged up. So I was really proud of him. We went the distance. Timmy Kerr was our top scorer. He didn't even play in the series. He got hurt.
Oh,
So
and you went to game 7.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hextall is a fiery guy. You guys must have had some battles.
No, but I'll tell you a little story. So Hexy wanted to concentrate in the warm-up, and Brian Prop would stand over here in the corner and shoot the puck off his ass into the net. And Hexy would say, Brian, don't do that anymore, please. I'm trying to concentrate on the warm-up. Proppy goes in. Well, honest to God, it was unbelievable. I was in the dressing room. Proppy's sitting there. He's got his helmet off, and I see Hexy coming straight up the runway. And now the goalie stick goes up, and he goes bang. There's 2 layers of wood that are for your locker. The first one splits. The second one splits his goalie stick. Otherwise, Proppy would add a head.
He was going to eat one right in the middle of the forehead, yeah?
He told him,
Before-
stop fucking
before
with
a
me.
game.
Yeah,
Warm up
yeah,
before a
don't
game.
do that anymore. So Proppy didn't do it after that.
Nobody fucked with Hexy after
Yeah.
that. Oh my God. Just going back, you mentioned Bowman, like what were some of the stuff that you learned from him? And just, you mentioned some funny stories with him. It must have just been like going to university every day.
Well, it was great because he took a liking to me. And I think he saw a little bit of himself in me. He coached in Peterborough. He wanted to be a player. He got hurt. I got hurt. We both coached in Peterborough. Then we went on to pro. And I think he saw somewhat of the same personality a little bit. And he was great though, because he'd drive down to Rochester from Buffalo to watch us often, not as much as he'd like, but often. Or he'd send Jimmy Robertson, Red Berenson down, or Roger Nielsen to critique the team. But he would get there and he would get in the car and get in that car phone and drive all the way back to Buffalo, which would be an hour and a half. And I'd have to be on to explain it and tell him what I did and why I did it.
No way.
Yeah, everything. And then
He'd remember little like maybe.
oh,
like-
why'd you put
Yeah.
line grain out in the penalty kill in that one? And like he had just finished the shift, so he had photographic memory about the game, but so did I. So I would tell him, and but it was fine. And then he'd phone me a couple hours later in the middle of the night. Finally, at the time, my wife said, "Out,
No way.
get the phone out of this bedroom." Go. 'Cause
Something would come to his mind,
And he'd
2:30 in the
phone me up.
morning, ring. Like,
Yep.
and hey, why'd you put this guy on the power play here? Like, what would he say? Shit
Yeah.
like that?
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, but it was an education. But he saw, I think, a little bit of himself in me, and that's why we got along really well. But because I never would be shy about what I'd say to him, and that I'd have a good explanation. So
At that
What-
time early on, were you you were very quick about pulling goalies early in the game if they let up a bad one. We actually had Roberto Luongo come on and tell a story.
oh yeah,
And he was like, bad goal, fucking thing ricocheted off 6 guys. I had to react.
Not
for it.
ready.
So like,
ready.
were you just like ready to do it if you?
I did it for a number of reasons. One, if I wanted a timeout. 2, if I want to rattle an official. And 3, if I want to deliver a message to the team that they weren't playing well enough. And I'm not going to subject this goalie to your lousy play. So I would tell them that too. And
What about the official part of it to rattle the official? Like just kind of like, why?
it would give me
Stall the
time.
game.
It would give me time to, there was no timeouts then. So give me time. The guy would come over, the official, whatever it would be. And then I'd jaw it out with him. And then I'd put the goalie back in. There was a time. I was using it for a timeout.
No shit.
Yeah.
The goalies used to get shots too, right? Wouldn't you be able to shoot on them a little bit?
Me?
No, not
No,
you, the
like when
players.
you change the goalie, like you
change
get a
Or was that no?
That might have been the case. I don't
Get you a
recall.
couple.
I think you
minutes.
can do it now.
Really?
I think they might have changed the rule or something. Look that up. But yeah, I remember that. Did you because I played for Michel Therrien and he was big on, hey, the assistant coach come in, coach wants to see you. It's like, fuck. And we'd have a lot of meetings one-on-one and some of them would be good, but a lot of times it'd be one-on-one, wake the fuck up. Like, were you doing that or was it more in front of the team you'd be calling guys out?
I challenged them both in both ways, but not, and the players will probably tell you something different, but I could tell you a little story as well. Like, we were playing Quebec Nordiques and we're the youngest team in pro sport. We're not supposed to make the playoffs. We win the President's Trophy. We're playing in Quebec and it's game 6. And I come in the room in between periods and there was a table in the middle of the room. I jumped up on the table and I said, I'm not letting you go home without a win. And we went out and beat them and knocked them. And I said, you've come too far. Don't quit. I'm not going to let you quit. There's no way. You can't quit now. We're too close. and we can eliminate them tonight. And we did. They're like, I'm standing in the middle of the room looking down at these guys and said, I'm not going to let you go home. They responded. That was what you wanted. And that's the first year we went to the Stanley Cup final against Edmonton.
Yeah, then you get to Chicago first year, success. You go to the conference finals. It seemed like right when you got to places, maybe you changed the culture enough to kind of turn things around pretty quick.
Well, Final Four in my first year, and it took us to overtime in the last game of the season to get there, but it needed a dramatic change. I'll tell you a little story. So I go in and Mr. Wirtz hires me, Bill Wirtz, God bless him, he's deceased. We go downstairs to Chicago Stadium. I go in, there's lockers, and beside the locker was a wall. You sat there, I sat there, I couldn't see you. I could see the guys across from the dressing room, but I couldn't see my teammates beside me. And not only that, in between every stall was a nice stand-up ashtray. I said, Mr. Wirtz, and I came from Philly, and we were ahead of the curve in terms of fitness and facilities and working out.
Well, you said a young team, so maybe not as many of those guys hacking darts.
Well, they didn't hack darts because Clarkey was in the room with them and he wouldn't allow it.
Okay.
They liked to drink.
Okay.
And they had a beer fridge, which I had removed in the lot. They'd run off the game in Philly, run right to the beer fridge where they changed their clothes and pop a couple down and then talk to the reporters.
So you're saying in Chicago, each stall had its own ashtray?
Well, we shared it. We shared it.
Okay.
So I said, that goes out. I said, knock the walls out. That goes out. Redo the whole dressing room. So first preseason game, and I said, there's absolutely no more smoking in this dressing room. So I come down after the first period, go in the room. I said, where's everybody? The trainer said, well, they're out in the hall smoking. I said, "There's no smoking."
He didn't say in the building.
No. He said, in the dressing room. Sorry, I'm losing my voice a little bit.
Oh, no, you're fine.
They're out in the hall. I said, get in here. So
that is too good. Out there with the fans outside.
Oh, yeah.
Just like,
The fan.
hey, can I borrow your lighter?
Yeah.
Warm up.
Hey, man.
You're
What's
bumming
up with
cigarettes.
What's up? Hey, worry about the power play, not getting your nicotine fix. Fuck.
Yeah.
Oh.
Give me another dart.
Yeah.
Chicago's where, you had JR just in the Hall of Fame, and he told us a golf story where you grabbed him, and it's funny. It sounds like a player would be like upset, but he's like, he basically said how much you meant to him in his career. Like, what do you remember about hotshot JR, 19 years old, and you probably being like, I'm going to have to settle this kid down a little bit.
I think the story was it was his first shift, and he's just gliding around out there.
Yeah,
He's
sorry.
an all-star. And he had a guy lined up and he did a flyby.
Yeah.
And then he's back on the bench smiling, having a good time. And all of a sudden you grab him, you say, you ever fucking do a flyby again? You're going to play another game for me, you piece of shit.
Yeah.
And then he was like that. Like I was like scared as shit. And,
he crushed people after
and then
that.
after that, he wouldn't be, he would just line guys up.
Well, he came from a high school program, so he really didn't know how to be a pro. And he played a little bit junior in Hull, and then we brought him up. And he responded pretty well. He had two pretty good wingers, though, Goulet and Larmer. So he had two. And Gou would be sitting on the bench talking to him all the time. This is what we got to do. This is what we got to do. And instruct him. And Larmer said, you little bastard, give me the puck. I said, he's on your backhand. So they were a great line. And he facilitated, and Dennis Savard and I have in the Hockey Hall of Fame this last fall had a good night together. But he gave us the opportunity to trade Dennis for a superstar in Chile, and that's an interesting story too. So,
Because he was in Montreal at the time?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was in Chicago, and we're in Vancouver for the draft. I brought everyone in, all the scouts and the owners. So I said, I want to have a meeting with everybody. I put the lineup on the board and described what I thought we should do. We should put Jeremy Roenick as the number one centerman and facilitate Dennis Savard. And Dennis was a great guy, don't get me wrong, and a good hockey player, really good hockey player, Hall of Famer. But I said, we need a star on defense. And Dougie Wilson was not the Dougie Wilson that he was, but he was. So Mr. Wirtz said, I'll give you 3 guys then that you can trade him for. I said, who are they? He said, Raymond Bork, Paul Coffey, or Chris Chelios. I said, well, that's easy. The only guy I'm going to get is Chris Chelios because there's no way I'm getting those other 2. So and the Micha Court, I don't know if you're familiar with the Micha Court. It was a political conflict in the province of Quebec where they wanted more French Canadian athletes. So I went to Montreal, stayed down there for 5 days, went into Serge Savard's office every day, badgered him about what we should do, 5-player trade. Finally came down to 1. He said, Mike, I'm going on vacation. He went to Bahamas or Bermuda or somewhere. I called him every morning at 8 a.m. He said, Mike, I'm on vacation. I said, well, make the trade and then I won't bother you anymore. So he came back to Montreal, and then I kept pestering him. And then Chelly and Suter went up to Wisconsin to party and got themselves in trouble. And Serge called me the next morning. That was a Friday night. Saturday morning, he said, I'll make the deal. And I said, great. I got to call Mr. Wirtz, and I'll call you right back. Mr. Wirtz, we got a deal. We got Chris Chelios for Dennis Savard. I want the first round pick too.
Oh, come on.
Oh, God. I phoned up Serge. I said, Serge, I am awful sorry, but I need your first round pick as well. Well, he swore at me in French like you wouldn't believe. I said, I'll tell you what we'll do. Give me your second, and I'll make a real soft trade and give you that second back. He said, okay, deal. So we made the deal. Chelly comes down to Chicago from being involved with Suter, comes in, and he's a little bit afraid of me too. I got a great relationship with Chris.
Right. He's a legend.
And I said, okay. He said, it's going to cost us some money, so don't tell Suter that I'm going to pay for it. And we never did. And he said, I'm going to tell him that you're paying for it. I said, okay, no problem. So that's a little story. I don't know if anyone's ever heard that. So,
what was the trouble? Are you guys even aware?
I know, but I don't know if I should.
Oh, okay. No,
They wrestled some cop to the ground.
Okay, well, can't do that.
No,
He took Chelly's beer.
yeah. No, he took Serge's beer. Took both their beers. Yeah. I don't know all the details, but anyway, we made the trade, and that's really solidified and anchored our team.
What was it like calling Dennis Savard, telling him he'd been traded?
Yeah, I was tough because I couldn't get a hold of him at first, but I got a hold of him. He's on the golf course. He loved to golf. So
Was he
I
upset?
made those big trades, and of course he was upset, but I don't stay on the line.
Yeah, I know.
What are you going to do?
Yeah.
You can't
Yep.
chat it out.
You give it the click. You just say,
Well, no,
hey,
the times I was traded, it
Thanks for
actually
your
was
service.
the GMs were like, "Hey, you've been traded. Thanks a lot." Like I get what you're saying. Like, what are you going to stay around and say, "Oh, what could have been, buddy"?
Yeah.
Shouldn't have turned it over that 15th time that game.
Yeah.
I told you.
What were some of the things as your career progressed as a coach that you look back on where you're like, I wasn't doing this right, doing that right? Like, what do you think your biggest flaws were in your early days?
And I've said this publicly, so I'm not afraid to mention it again. But my biggest disappointment was how I should have had a better handled Brett Hall better. And Brett Hall and I are friends, and he would say, now he said, "Oh, Micah, holy way talking."
Oh, yeah, I don't give a shit.
I didn't want anybody coaching me. Don't worry about it. So, which was true, but I should have been more of the adult in the classroom. So then I'd be getting.
Like you'd get so mad too that you're like, "Oh, I should have just."
Like I think we just had Pierre Turgeon, and he said that like one time he looked over, and I think you and Holly were "fuck you" matching while he was on the ice.
Yeah,
like in front of everyone.
TV timeout.
Yeah. Well, he did. I didn't, as a professional hockey coach. That's the one thing I could have done better, and many other things. But that obviously people know Brett Hall in the history and Hall of Famer and a great player. Yeah. So I could have gotten more out of him, and I got fired in St. Louis, and the president was Budweiser came in. It was a big transition. It was a group of people owned it, and then Budweiser took it over. And the president called us in. It was Bobby Berry, Roger Nielsen, Jimmy Roberts, Bobby Plager, and myself. And he interviewed everyone. I was the last one. And he said, you know, you like him more than anybody else. I said, well, he's a good player. Really good. He's an outstanding player. I hope it's Gret's birthday tomorrow, I think, too, by the way.
Yeah.
And I hope he doesn't mind me telling. So he comes in, you got to talk to Holly. He'd come early in the morning. First guy into my office, first guy in the dressing room. Mike, you got to talk to Holly. I said, you talk to Holly. You're the only one he'll listen to. Oh, I'm not talking to you. Talk to Holly. Okay. So I'll talk to Holly. So anyway, Wayne would have been the only guy that he would have listened to. So he didn't and he's been really good. He says, I didn't want anybody coaching me. So
Yeah.
He was just a little maybe stubborn in that regard. I heard he would just do he was just such a highly intelligent guy.
he's very bright.
Yeah.
Very,
So
very
he
bright.
probably thought, I could figure this
I know
thing out.
that already.
I'm the
What-
one scoring.
What do you
almost-
bother me for?
Exactly.
And being young too, and goal scoring legend, it's like
Yeah.
it's just sometimes hard, I bet, to figure like you don't know it all.
Yeah. And you're trying to, as a coach, you're trying to implement a system. I can tell you this, that it was a little bit of adjustment for him because Wayne would like to delay in the neutral zone or during the turn up inside the blue line and hit Holly. And Holly'd be taken off to the races. And Wayne'd say, no, come from behind. Don't get too far ahead of me. Okay. So anyway, he finally figured that out. He's a bright guy. And they teamed up well. And even Wayne said Steve Eisman blasted one over John Casey's head for Game 7 overtime. He said, and God bless John, he played as well as he could. But if we had Grant Fear, Gretzky even says to this day that we probably would have won the Stanley Cup.
And that was the injury from Kyprios that year.
Yeah, accidentally on purpose.
Yeah.
Wow. You believe? Well, you ended up winning a Stanley Cup with Kyprios, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, New York.
No, that's before.
Yeah.
He played for me.
Oh, yeah, that was before.
That's right.
Now this is after.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you're convinced that he accidentally on purpose did?
I even tell him that today.
No shit.
Yeah. I don't know if he did or didn't, but it looked that way. He fell backwards, and Kipper's a great guy too. So
You were talking about how much respect you have for Chelly. Were there certain guys where you didn't have to really get on? Like, I mean, I know
there
that
was lots of guys I coached that were
just
incredible. I mean,
brought it themselves, didn't need to wake them up.
And it started in Philadelphia, the group I had there. Mark Hall, the biggest, the only Hall of Famer we had on the team. But then Brad McCrimmon was, and I was getting on guys, and they were young, really young, youngest team in pro sport. And he said, just be quiet, sit down and listen to him. He said, yeah, he's a pain in the ass sometimes, but we're winning. And that's what this is about, winning.
That's what McCrimmon said to the
Yeah.
team?
Yeah.
As a young guy,
That's
Yeah.
pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he said, stop whining. Just do what you're told.
After it ended in Chicago, you took a year off before you went to New York.
Well, what happened there, I had coached 11 consecutive months in a row. I coached Team Canada, and I was the manager in Team Canada. Then I was the manager and coach of Chicago. And then Mr. Wirtz, we went to the finals, and he come into me and said, I want you to make up your mind if you want to coach this team anymore. I said, Mr. Wirtz, I've just coached 11 months every day and managed 2 teams. 11 months every day. I said, give me a break. He said, no, I got to know because Daryl's going to leave otherwise. I said, okay.
Yeah,
I surrender.
Yeah, I'm done.
I'm done. Yeah. So then I was supposed to sign a contract, and I was making $200,000 a year doing both jobs. And when I went there, that was the highest paid. I was making I was signed for 80, 85, 90 in Philly, and then after we went to the finals first year, Clark could give me 120, 125. And then I went to, now I was at the highest paid, 200 to do 2 jobs though. And so I said, Mr. Wirtz, this is 5 years, so $1 million contract. And that was like, are you kidding me? Like he wasn't used to paying anybody. And then Elliot Eagleson negotiated that contract for me. So then I go in and my contract's going to expire, and we make a deal for $400,000. Now the coaches were making $400,000. I'm doing 2 jobs again. So I said, I'd like to make what a coach is making. That's $400,000 a year. I went in and I thought I was going to sign the contract. I walked in and there was a Gene Gozdecki was their lawyer, and Peter Wirtz was the youngest boy. Nobody else. I walked in and said, "You're fired." I said, "What?" I said, "I came in here to sign the contract." "You're fired." Okay. I get on the car, phone, drive home. My wife at the time, I phone her. She said, "How'd it go?" I said, "Oh, great. I got fired."
So you said you were getting a new deal.
Yeah. So anyway, that was that.
You must have been itching a coach that year, right? Like,
Well, it's funny how life works. And I was then pursued by Mr. Illich. And Mr. Illich really wanted me to coach. And he gave me $160,000 or $170,000 hush money, not to say anything to anybody, to sit in the reserve seat.
not take a job that year.
Not take a job. So as Scotty Bowman was the coach, Brian Murray was the manager, I believe. I got a call a couple months later. Mr. Illich says, I got a problem with my family, because he didn't tell anybody that he had signed me. And then finally he did tell them, and they said, they're upset. I said, I don't want you to have a problem with your family.
Why were they upset?
Well, Jimmy DeVillano didn't like me. And this is easy for me to say it publicly because it's a fact. And Jimmy Lights was his son-in-law. And I think he was just upset that Mr. Illich didn't tell him. So anyway, I said, Michael, I don't want you to have a problem with your family. I'm sending you the money. He said, you do that? I said, absolutely. I'm going to write you a check and send it all back to you. And I did. Now I'm a free agent again because nobody knows about this. And then I get pursued by Mr. Snyder. Mr. Snyder invites me for breakfast. We're having breakfast. I didn't know, I want to talk to you about the team and so on. He's got a sports jacket on, pulls out a lapel. 5-year deal. In charge of player personnel and the head coach. I said, Mr. Snyder, I can't sign that right now. So then I go and I end up, now I'm being pursued by the New York Rangers and sign a deal, probably the highest paid, first to make $1 million. And he never talked to me the rest of his life.
Oh,
because he hated the New York Rangers.
Oh, wow.
Absolutely hated.
Wow.
Out of curiosity.
And I'm going to tell you, even to a point, we had the All-Star game, outdoor game, with the New York Rangers and the Flyers. And everybody got in line to shake hands. Mr. Snyder would not shake my hand.
No shit. He felt like you were a traitor because of that?
Well, that was a big swallow for him. They said, Mike, I made a mistake. I want you back. Here's a 5-year contract.
Right.
And I said, I need time to think about this. And because I still had feelings about, I'd been to the finals twice with that team. We won so many playoff games. I think I had 56 playoff games I coached there in 4 years.
So you answered my question. I was wondering, like, wow, 5 years, job security, back where you were. Why not say yes? But there was part of you like, I shouldn't have been fired to begin with.
Yeah, absolutely. But, and I don't hold grudges. I just felt a little bit uncomfortable. And then the 5-year deal came from the Rangers.
Did you have an inkling that was going to come from?
No idea.
Nothing, eh?
No.
And then you signed the big ticket there.
Yeah.
Crazy. So you had Detroit, that falls through, Philly, and then it leads to the Rangers Cup.
Yeah.
When you got to New York, what needed to change? And obviously we can go into that deadline in a little bit of you rebuilt this team.
Do you guys know that
deadline.
I wrote a book and that it's out?
No.
Okay. So it's in the book. Anyway, our very first meeting, first of all, Bob Kukowski and Neil Smith, under the direction of Stanley Jaffe, flew to Toronto and met with Rob Campbell, who was representing me, my lawyer and or agent, if you like. And we made the deal. And probably Neil didn't really want to make the deal, but he was instructed to do that. Now, I can't verify that for sure, but I do know the very first meeting we had the coaches and Neil, and I said to Neil, what do you think about the team? He said, well, we should win the Stanley Cup. I said, Neil, you didn't make the playoffs. How can you sit there and tell me that? So that's where, right from the beginning, it got off on a rough start, and it needed to be retooled. So
Even needed to be retooled once the season got going and the deadline came. Like you still knew it wasn't.
I had already gone to the Stanley Cup Final Four in Chicago twice and the finals. Gone to the twice in Philly. And I thought I had a pretty good handle on what the ingredients were and what would be necessary. And I said to Neil, Neil, we're not experienced enough to meet what's going to be incredible demands of the New York City. We're going to end up in first place, which we did. And I said, we're too small, and we're going to meet Jersey, and they're a big powerhouse team. And they were right behind us in the standings. So that was a debate that wasn't pleasant, but Neil, and I give him a lot of credit. He went out and got a whole line, Matteau, Noonan, McTavish, and Anderson. So Anderson's experience with Mess.
You'd been with Noonan so many other places. We actually interviewed him at the Winter Classic. This guy doesn't say much. He's a quiet guy.
Yeah.
I would imagine that's why you loved him, just a workhorse.
Well, I kicked him in the butt a couple of times too when I was the manager in Chicago.
Yeah, he said that you told him
down.
to go to the minors. He said, fucking take your lunch and eat it, buddy.
Yeah, a couple of times.
Yeah.
But it was a good lunch.
Yeah.
Did you know he was a guy that you could push and get whatever? out of
Yeah,
him?
he was
You
a
knew
good
guys.
example of a guy that he was kind of in a area where he thought, well, this is good enough. I said, no, that's not good enough. He picked it up. And Matteau, when I made the trade for Matteau with Cliff Fletcher, and at the time you didn't have to disclose injuries. Matteau came, he couldn't skate. He had a huge contusion and it calcified on his thigh.
Oh, no.
So he was out for a few months. But I said, this guy's a big, strong guy.
What do you do?
You could trade a guy who was just injured?
Did you call him back and say, I want another fucking draft pick, buddy? You sent me an injured guy.
No, at that time, that was
It's your problem.
fair game. Your problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And those two, I mean, Matteau scores a huge goal for you guys.
Yeah.
And
Well,
Ryan Noonan. could have
Matteau
scored
played
that
for
goal.
me also in St. Louis, Chicago, New York, St. Louis,
Mhm.
and so did Noons. And Mac T as well, New York and St. Louis. So good, dependable players. And both of them could fight. Both of them were tough. Both of them. And when I made that or told Neil we need these players, I said there's not going to be any adjustment. They know what the expectations are. It'll be seamless. I know Andy and Mess like that, so we don't have to worry about that. And these other guys, and they Mess knows Mac T, and the other two guys are going to be seamless. Just as the case was with Larmer. He didn't know Larmer was, he come to me and said, I didn't know Larmer was that good. I said, Larmer's very good.
He was nice. Take me through your mind when you see the Messier guarantee before game 6. You're like, what the
I was
fuck?
in the room when he was sort of delivering a message to his teammates.
Yeah, that's what he told us this summer.
And it was misconstrued that he was guaranteeing it to the media. And of course, New York media loved that. They just ran with it. So, but he was being affirmative with his teammates. We're gonna win. So,
did you ever?
And I was in the room when he said it.
Okay.
So I just happened to be.
He was huge on body language. He said like he never wanted guys like sulking on the ice. He said, and he would point out, look at, they're giving up, they're getting tired. He would point it out. Like he would just seem like the ultimate leader, where like it probably helped you as a coach knowing that you got a guy like that in the locker room.
He and I would have meetings all the time. It was his team.
So you let those guys police the locker room and kind of have it.
Brian Leach is a good example, and I love Brian, and we're friends. And he'll say, "What about Keenan?" He said, "I don't know. We just won the Stanley Cup, and I won MVP for the playoffs. Other than that, I don't know what to tell you. But I wanted him to play a certain way. He had pretty free reign probably with coaches before. I said, Brian, you got the green light, but you got to be more patient. Wait, because he'd get ahead of the play in the neutral zone. So anyway, you understand? Yeah, I explained it to him. You understand? Yeah. So one day in New York, I bench him, and I don't say anything. And then the media's all over me. The next game, I said, Brian, you sit there, and when you're ready to do and play the system we would like you to play, let me know. Mess stood up after like 5 minutes into the game, said, do what he tells you to do. We need you. He turned around and said, okay, I'm ready.
Wow.
Wow.
So did Mess ever go to you and say like, hey, gotta let off the guys a little bit?
He did. And we worked well together. Yeah. Not in that particular case, but he and I had a lot of discussions one-on-one. He'd come into my office, and a couple of times both of us are crying. So he's very emotional, and so was I. And he said, Mike, you got to back up a little bit here or whatever. And he said, you should apologize to the guys. I said, I will. So I went and apologized to him.
Oh.
But we were on the same page, and that was the key.
And just to win.
And the team overall, I mean, Brian, all the best players, Gravy, Mike Richter, we just had the 30th anniversary. He thanked me. 30 years later, he's thanking me for what we won the cup.
Thanks for not pulling me in the first period.
Yeah.
Another legendary story from that team was the Kovalev 15-minute shift.
Yeah.
Like, what led up to that? Like, obviously it had snowballed into something, but
I
take
was
us
trying
through
to
that.
teach him and do a little math with him. So I said, Covey, you're playing 20 minutes a game, and they're 1 minute shifts, so that's 20 shifts. I said, let's make it down to 30-second shifts, and I'll still give you the 20 minutes. So you're going to double your shifts, but you have a lot more energy. Okay. You get it? Yeah, I get it. Okay, no problem. First shift out there, minute and a half. I said, the other thing is the guys behind you are missing their shift.
Right.
Yep.
That guy misses your shift. Because I finally put him in center because we needed one more center. He is an unbelievable talent.
Oh,
Play anything. Play defense. So anyway, I said, okay, guys, when he comes over, I'm just going to wave him back. So he started, come on, stay out there. Oh, that guy loves me. That coach loves me. Coming over, he's getting a little tired now. Stay out there. I said, okay. So he goes back out. Now he's getting tired. And I said, when he puts his leg up on the boards to come into the bench, you push it back out. And then they did. Then he comes over, and I said, that door never opens. You don't open a door for him.
he must have been gassed. Must have been so gassed.
He was. But he how he fixed it? He scored a goal in the middle of that shift.
No, he didn't.
He got his own timeout.
And then he stayed out after you.
Yeah, I wouldn't let him off for the whole period.
Did you bench him after?
No.
Played more than Richter.
No, I did. All I said, we're walking off at Madison Square Gardens. I said, Mess, look after it for me. He said, I will. That was the last time I ever talked to him about it.
Wow. So Mess was like a built-in assistant.
100%.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I made him the head coach.
Yeah.
Was it your idea? And I don't remember when we interviewed Mess at the Cup Finals this year, we talked about it, but I don't remember whose idea it was to go up to, was it West Point before Game 7?
That was my idea. And he said, no. And Kevin Lowe, no. We want to stay right here. And
Brace the energy of the city, as I believe they said.
Take it on. Slay the dragon right straight on. We don't want to be perceived that we're running away.
Oh, yeah.
So it was great. Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, it was very cool.
Did you have a guy like that for every team that you coached that was kind of...
I had, pretty much a guy or guys.
Mm-hmm.
I had, we're talking about the Rangers. You don't win without everybody being on board. So, between the conduit of Mess, and then I had Larms was from Chicago, and Noonan and Matteau, and they'd seen the whole drill before. And
They knew the act.
yeah. And then I had coached like Anderson and Mess in Canada Cups.
Yeah.
So they had
87.
87, 91. So they had seen the demands. And quite frankly, we'd have chats and not major disagreements, but we would make sure we're both on the same page at the end of the conversation. But he wanted the cup, and he knew what it would take, and he wasn't afraid to tell anybody. So
Were you a coach, and it's so different back in the day? Like, would you come in and maybe walk by guys in the room and not say hello or good morning, or were you personable with them? Do you know how like different coaches approach running into players in the room?
Probably was everything.
Yeah.
I probably was.
Wore your heart on your sleeve?
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes it would be calculated though, and I wouldn't say anything to them, or they would be expecting me to say something. I wouldn't say a word. I said, "Oh,
I'm getting anxiety thinking about this."
Like, oh, yeah.
I'm proud of this, that I made the adaptations. I coached in 5 different decades and won in 5 different decades. So the approach that I started with, and I'm talking about NHL and pro, not talking about the junior or the university, but you have to make the adaptation yourself to the abilities of the players and the changing times. I mean,
imagine now, like just this year, it's even more different. They're just so young.
They are. And, I had lots of examples of guys that you had to adapt to and change. And then I coached in one in a country where hardly anybody in the team could speak English, so I had to learn enough Russian to speak to them. So it was interesting.
In Magnitogorsk, did you coach Mosiakin?
Yes.
For people who don't know, I think the all-time leading scorer in the KHL, incredible player. He could have played in the NHL, right? Like coaching him, were you like, holy shit?
Yeah, he could have, but I had another fellow named Zaripov.
Oh, he was Dennis Zaripov? I remember him.
Yeah.
Lefty?
Yep. Played right wing on the top line. And Kovash was the centerman. He was a tank.
Would you get like bored over there though? It's kind of hard, you just feel so separated. Or were you having fun doing something different?
I wasn't bored. We won the championship. I thought maybe I'd go for a year, and then I ended up signing. I was there 3 years. But it was interesting in terms of culture. I mean, I took Mike Polino with me, and Mike Polino would play for me at U of T, and then he coached the Rangers with Slats and a little bit in various teams. And I said to him right from the beginning, I said, I want you to come with me. But I said, we have to understand, not to be understood. So when I went there, I was embarrassed about how all those foreign players came over, couldn't speak English, including a guy like Pavel Bure. And we didn't help them with banking. We didn't help them with housing.
Right.
We didn't help them with anything.
Because now you were going through it, and
now I'm on the other end of it.
Yeah.
And they're helping me, get an apartment. I lived in the Baza, which is where all the players would live, except I said, they're not living in the Baza. That's sort of a connotation of what historically it was like in the country. Yeah, it was interesting. And then we won. We had to make some changes, and we end up winning. And
you talked about the cultural differences. Like, is it true about the oh yeah, you guys had a great weekend. Here's $5,000 cash for every guy, like the bonuses and stuff like that. Like, was it pretty gnarly seeing the interactions like that?
Not really. We had I wasn't even aware of the bonuses.
Oh, you weren't even?
No. But we had bonuses when I coached, even in New York.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. It's 5 game segments.
I made them 5. I started that in Philly. So if you had 6 points out of the 10 for every 5 games, so it's a 600 percentage for the year. But we ended up with 700 and something in Philly. But you had to get to the minimum threshold, which was 6 points. And then every point after that, you got additional money. Every shutout, every power play, penalty killing.
And you went to ownership and asked for this?
Yes.
What enticed you to do that? Had you done it anywhere else?
I wasn't getting paid much.
Oh, you got the bonus too?
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
Smart, man.
That's why I was doing it. And they're like, oh, for everyone? You're like, oh.
Yeah, but I got to tell you, the guys like Rick Tocchet were making $80,000 a year, and I was making $80,000 a year. And so they could afford it. Trust me, Mr. Snyder could afford it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So I implemented that system right from the beginning, and they were pleased with it because it got results. You know, it's arduous in the middle of the winter, and you're in
The
game
grind.
47, and it's a grind, and you're going across the country. I said, hey, boys, money's on the line tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Dangle the carrot.
I think there was just...
And the great thing, sorry for interrupting.
oh, no, you're good.
But the guys would get cash
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
in an envelope. And they loved it. Like,
Oh yeah. Wife doesn't know about this money.
exactly. Some guys definitely didn't say anything.
No.
And we made a pant load that year in New York because we ended up in first place. So almost every 5 games we got our bonus.
No shit.
So
Well, it's odd how every year that you seem to have that you guys were buzzing. No wonder you made playoffs your first 11 seasons, eh? You're a fucking genius. Just entice them with some bonus incentives. I think it was Rick Tocchet who told the story about, I think it was before a game in Calgary, and he was obviously tough as nails, and maybe you thought for his style he was playing a little soft, and you kind of called him out. And I think he got in like 2 or 3 fights that night. And your way of apologizing is he's blow drying his hair in the mirror. And you came in, you said, here's my credit card to go for drinks with the boys.
Yeah.
And he grabbed it and threw it back at you. He said, fucking take your money. I'm good. I don't need your fucking money.
I'll tell you another story about that, though. So I take the Blackhawks out to Banff. I always took the team on a respite, at least one, maybe twice. So we go to Banff, the whole team. And then I said, okay, on the bus at such and such a time. It was like 7 o'clock or 6 o'clock at night. I said, we're going to the bar and we're staying there to enjoy it. Country band was playing. So at 11 o'clock, I know enough. Now the guys have been there for a few hours and drinks are on me. I hand Goulet my card. I said, Goulet, look after it. Give me the card tomorrow. He said, no problem, Mike. He bought the entire bar, booze, and closed the place.
No. Wait, how much was it?
I
card or
on my card.
Oh.
On my card.
This is when they used to slide it too.
Yeah.
Like the paper.
And I looked
Called
at-
fraud. He's like, yeah, I lost my card.
I said, Goo, this is a good story. So I said, Goo, what did you do? How much did you guys drink? He says, no, Mike, I bought the whole bar. So I go to Mr. Wirtz, and Mr. Wirtz is pretty tight. So I said, I'm going to submit this bill to the team. And he started going, apoplectic, blah, 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 blah. What do you mean you're going to make, I'm going to pay for that? I said, I'll make a deal. I said, if we go to the finals, you pay. And I said, if we don't, I'll pay.
$4,000.
No, it was several thousands.
Oh, no way.
Oh, yeah. It was about 12,000.
Oh, my
God, wow, that's a lot of money back then. Jesus Christ.
So
When you say they
what
bought
an
the bar,
animal.
did you mean like
He bought the
seriously,
bar.
like bought the bar?
Yeah, they bought it.
So what I did, I went right downstairs. I said, guys, we're going to the finals. We haven't even finished it. They said, what do you mean? I said, that bill.
January.
We got to go to the finals, or otherwise I have to pay for it. We do go to the finals. I says, oh, thank God. I don't have to pay that bill. So
You had some pretty funny interactions with the owners, like the Snyder one saying that you got to kiss my ass at center ice.
Yeah.
You're getting to pay your bar tabs.
yeah.
And he doesn't know any of their names.
Yeah.
What do you think about nowadays where it's been talked about? Like, you're hired as an NHL coach. You got about 8 months, it seems.
Yeah.
Like, are they too quick pulling the trigger on guys? Like, what do you think's wrong, or is there anything wrong right now with the coaches in the NHL and being fired?
I'm going to reference this or frame it from my perspective, working with the absolute best hockey players ever in the world, and that were making a lot of money. And there was never a discussion about who was in charge. Wayne Gretzky, Mark Messier, go down the line. Mark Howe, wait for the meeting. One guy's in charge. And Bobby Clark always would say, this is not a democracy. You do what the coach tells you to do. And they were making a lot of money then, and there was no question about it. That's the only way you can succeed in a team sport. You have to have someone in charge. Now you can have discussion and interaction, and like I referenced with Mess coming in all the time into my office, and Brad McCrimmon, God bless his soul, tell the young kids, be quiet, we're winning. Just do what you're told. So that was framed, and now I don't know if it's the same. I mean, there's guys making a lot of money, which they made a lot of money at that time. $7 million.
Yeah.
And so in the same scale, they're probably making about the same if you took the value of the dollar back then and put it today. And I don't know if these kids understand that position well.
Or sometimes I think too, we've all talked like it was probably easier then to make a trade too. Whereas now it's like, well, it's so hard to make deals. The coach is the sacrificial lamb instead of maybe moving on from somebody who could be an issue.
Well, don't get me wrong. I got fired a lot and had a lot of success, but lots of coaches got fired. Scotty got fired in Montreal. Scotty got fired in Buffalo. He ran his self out. He retired in Detroit, but maybe they lasted a little bit longer. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's a good question, and I don't know if those core 4 or 5 on each team understand that. I'm thinking that, and I'm was happy the way that the Florida Panthers played last year. They had a little bit of an edge, and Paul, I know Paul well, and they responded. I don't think anybody was whining about, we're working too hard, and they were a little gnarly and liked it and were successful. So, I don't know if the players today, I'm assuming that they have their sights set on the Stanley Cup. I hope they do. But maybe there's too many distractions now with people making a lot of money and people all over them to try to get some of their money, distract them from the goal. I don't know. There was I can reference, again, Mark Messier or Wayne Gretzky in St. Louis and Mark in New York, or Mark Howe started in Philly, Chelly, Pronger, McGinnis. I mean, I
saw the best. Yeah.
And there was never a discussion about who was in charge. They knew who was in charge.
Yeah. What do you miss most about coaching? Like, is there anything that you just like, oh man, I love that about coaching. Like, this is what I miss.
Asking for bonuses.
Yeah. Oh, getting your credit card. I really enjoyed the fire of it all.
Right before the game, the feeling.
I thrived on competition, and that was the best feeling I would have. And when you could help a group do something they didn't expect.
Were you nervous going into games? Did you have that nervous energy? Because you chewed on ice, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
Was that a Scotty Bowman thing?
No, that started in Oshawa. I was coaching junior, and the Oshawa building was just built. It was very dry. And I turned to the trainer and said, "Can you give me some water? Because I'm raspy tonight." He said, "No, but I get you some ice." I said, okay, I need something to moist my throat, keep my throat moist. So that's where it started.
No shit.
I just continued that throughout my career.
I think you mentioned earlier the coach in Pavel Bure. What was it like? Like was that in Mogilny your first real experience coaching Russian superstars?
Kovalev.
Oh yeah, Kovalev too. I guess.
And also, I was the first general manager to bring a Russian into Chicago, Kravchuk.
Okay.
So I had some experience with them, but they were superstar players for sure.
Did you ever in Mogilny ever get into it a little bit? Didn't he like kind of say like I defected from Russia? I'm not fucking scared of you. Didn't he like kind of trip you back one time?
Yeah, but I enjoyed that. So the two players were responsible for me getting hired. Mark Messier in Vancouver. He went to the owner and said, "We got to do better than this. I want Keenan to coach."
Oh shit.
So I flew to Seattle, met John McCaw. He said, "This is the worst negotiations I've ever been in. You're the coach. How much money do you want?"
Thanks, Mess.
Yep. And then the second one was Pavel Bure. So Pavel Bure got traded to from Vancouver to Florida. And he went and told the owner, "My coach."
Wow.
That's got to feel pretty good.
Now, that story, I don't know if I put this in the book even, but Pavel gets, Alan Cohen is the owner of Florida. And we talk about a budget, but things got tight there. They weren't drawing much. So he said, "I got to trade Pavel." Pavel at that time was making $10 million.
Yeah.
He goes to New York. Now Slats is the manager there. And they phone me. Not Slats. Mike, I don't think I put this in the book. I don't know. I'd have to read the book again. But anyway, my owner, Alan Cohen, would always come and sit in my office. So I pick up the phone. It's New York Rangers. Will you come and coach us? And he's looking at me. You could probably hear. I hang up. He says, "You're not going anywhere." I said, "Alan, the team here, you just cut the budget like half or more than half." He says, "No, you're not going anywhere." I could have gone to New York. That's when they had Bure, Lindros, Gretzky, Mess.
Wow.
That group. They wanted me to go back to New York.
And he said no.
Yeah, he said no.
Wow.
So
He cock blocked you.
Were you GM in Florida too?
I was the coach, and then I got fired. These stories are unbelievable. Anyway, I get fired, and the owner, Alan Cohen again, Rick Dudley was a manager. And Rick thought the team needed a younger coach or a less aggressive coach. Maybe a nice way of saying it. Because he said these kids are too young for him. So anyway, Alan goes on a road trip. We come back. We land in Fort Lauderdale, not too far from here, at the private jet. Get off the jet. He said, "Mike, I got to talk to you." Alan fires me. And then he starts crying. And I get in my car. The phone rings. I had a car phone.
No.
It's Alan. He says, "I fired the wrong guy." I said, "Alan, everybody in the world already knows. You fired me. The players saw it as we were walking off the plane. The media already know. You cannot bring me back now. You look like a jackass." So anyway, then Rick takes over, only coaches a few games, and then they think John Tortorella or John Torchetti.
Torchetti, yeah.
Torchetti. They fire Rick Dudley. They hire Jacques Martin. And then they hire me as the manager.
Just chaos.
Absolutely.
It's time for the last question by Roback Mike. Use code Chiclets on roback.com for a generous 20% off your first purchase through the end of this week. That's CHICLETS, Chiclets on RHOBACK.com. Roback, 20% off all hoodies, joggers, and more with code Chiclets. We're talking about you becoming GM and you being coach and GM. Do you agree that could not happen now, right? Like it doesn't happen because it just seems too much?
Well, even when I went to New York, I said, I don't want anything to do with it. I said, I've been working 16 hours a day. I'd go to bed at 2 a.m. I had my own time and get up at 6. And I did that for 4 years.
Yeah. And then like you get off the ice from practice and then you got to start making calls on trades.
Then you go up and then you stay up all night working the phone. So I said, no more. But I became the general manager and coach in St. Louis after that.
Were you the last coach to have both positions?
I don't think so. I don't know though.
Yeah.
I don't know who was who.
Yeah, I don't know who that would be either.
I got one last one.
But-
What was the Christmas death skate with the Philadelphia Flyers?
Oh yeah, that was a good one.
What's that one?
We were
He dressed up as Santa and rode them all around the ice.
Yeah, we were doing really well. And Dave Poulin was the captain, very bright guy. He's now working in Ottawa. And said, Mike, we'd like to go home a little bit earlier because at that time you had to play Boxing Day, 26th. So you basically got 24th, fly home, 25th. I know myself, open up the Christmas gifts with your family and then get on a plane. And we always played in Vancouver. So I had to get on a plane and fly all the way to Vancouver Christmas Day, so we could be in the city on Boxing Day, the 26th. So Pooley said, "Can we have practice early so we can get out of here?" I said, "No problem." Well, they weren't expecting. We were going pretty good, and I really give them a bag skate.
Merry Christmas.
And I said, "Merry Christmas."
The Grinch is here.
He just said they were playing great too.
Yeah. Oh, you were something else, man.
Oh, Mike Keenan, what a career. We appreciate you swinging by. It's pretty amazing. Like you said, 5 decades doing that. Congrats on all your success and we appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Of
course.
We'll have to do another one sometime too.
read the
You
book.
have a million stories.
Read the book. Read the book. What's the name of it?
He doesn't remember, just like the GM's name
Iron Mike.
Bonus.
or the owner's name.
Iron Mike.
Nice.
Iron Mike.
My time behind the bench.
I love it.
Guys, need to talk to you about Sport Clips. That's why we're here. Sport Clips isn't just where you get a haircut. It's your playbook for looking fresh. Walk in, catch the game, and sit back while the pros in men's hair handle the rest. And when you're done, walk out feeling like you're ready to take on anything. You got a big job interview coming up, Sport Clips. You got a big game coming up, Sport Clips. You got a big date coming up, Sport Clips. Impress whoever you see after you go to Sport Clips and get an amazing haircut by the pros. No hassle, no surprises, just a solid cut every time. It's simple. It's easy, and it's made for guys who want to feel like they've got the home field advantage. And if you want to track your real-time wait times, download the app and check in online. Sport Clips, the haircut experience dialed in for guys. It's a game changer. Sport Clips. Thank you so much to Mike Keenan coming up from the Florida Keys to Fort Lauderdale to sit down with us for over an hour. So that was a blast. We appreciate it. Legendary coach with many stories right there. We appreciate his time. And one guy who will not be at the Four Nations that we discussed previously is Ovi. The Ovi goal update. He's now 16 away from Wayne Gretzky's record. The Caps are just having this. It's a magical season. It's a magical run, Biz. It's a good way to put it. As of Saturday, they had an 11-point lead in the Metro, 10 points in the conference. So I think Carberry's probably a lock for Coach of the Year. And they have no players in the Four Nations. So they're getting a ton of rest. So this is kind of turning out to be one of those things where Capitals fans maybe didn't know what to expect coming into the season. I think expectations were pretty high based on all the moves that happened over the summer. But this team has just been outstanding. 2 different great goalies. They got Pierre-Luc Dubois, who's looked like a different man this season.
Yeah.
They got Connor McMichael. They got all these guys, and Ovi continues to score. I texted the group chat the other night. This is unbelievable. He did it again. And Biz, you're now believing he will do it this season.
Yeah. I mean, especially with the fucking empty netters, man. He's got 6 empty netters every time it's out there. You got fucking Dylan Strome or Carlson sliding it over so he can put this thing to rest this year. It's honestly, despite the the lack of offense, and I agree with you. I think you said it before the interview started, was it doesn't have that offensive flair this year in the NHL. So to have this storyline heating up and potentially hitting us in the back half is very big. And the fact that he's not even involved in Four Nations, so we get to focus in on what will eventually be the greatest goal scorer of all time. Talk about a team, like, where has this many off-season moves worked out? Every single move they made has worked out. Logan Thompson is, I mean, like, other than Hellebuck, he's probably the second guy for the Vezina right now, no? Like, his numbers are out of this world. And you talked about no guys in Four Nations. Like, not only do they get to get the rest, but it's almost like this chip on their shoulder. Like, we talked about it like the last two pods. Like, do you really believe in Washington? If they played Carolina in the first round, each one of us has taken Carolina. So like they have this chip on their shoulder going into the back half of the season. No Four Nations guys, and kind of us against the world along with the Ovi goal chase. So what a fucking story this team is for the whole year.
I look at, like, it wasn't just what they brought in, and they kind of overhauled the D. Like, Chychrun's been phenomenal. What does he have? I think he has 14 goals. Yeah, he's got 14 goals in 50 games. Then you look like Carlson has just continued to be an awesome presence, not only on the ice, but in the locker room. He's a leader. Like, Rasmus Sandin, Biz, like, coming over from Toronto, he's been real solid. But you also look at, like, what's happened with guys who've been a part of their system. Like, this Protas, Alexei Protas, the Belarusian machine, he's unbelievable. He's a monster. He can skate. He's taken the big leap. Same with Connor McMichael. He's a high pick, and it took him a little while. He's taken the big leap. So they've had guys that have been in the system that took the big jump. That's what you need to have happen. And they have depth. Like, Duhaime's on the fourth line. He's a prick to play against. Mangiapane had the one big year in Calgary. He comes over. He's been real solid as a depth player. And then goaltending. So, yeah, I guess I still, like, they're kind of with Winnipeg for me. Like, don't really believe in them as a cup threat. But maybe I'm a complete fool, which has been uttered millions of times by all the listens we get. Multi-millions.
Yeah, do you know anything about Carberry? Because I feel like just from watching those clips,
I want to play
games,
for him.
I know it just seems like he gets every single guy to buy in, and yet like that level of like friendship, but still keeping it professional. You know, like still being a coach, still being hard line and no gray area, but just like having the trust and respect of the players so quickly too.
I think he's done a really good job, obviously, outside looking in, is knowing the group of guys that he has with OV. And, you know, they're, like you say, they're silly guys. They're having fun. And you see that with Carberry after games, whether it's, what's the other goalie's name? Lindgren.
Charlie Lindgren.
Or Lindgren.
Yeah, him singing in the locker room after games, singing country music, and Carberry's like right there yapping it up with the boys. So you see that side of him where, you know, when your coach is in there having fun with you guys, letting you do what you want to do, you know, he's letting Ovi have his 6-pack of beers on the bus. Like, he's not taking away the fun for these guys during the game and after the game. So they're playing as hard as possible for him because they know that he's a guy who's going to have their back. He's helping them and just letting them play their game too. And a big thing, you look at Chychrun, a guy who, you look at him and he is a specimen of a human. He is absolutely shredded, 6'3", can skate like the wind. But this is really the first year he's figured it out, what he is as a player. He's had some tough stops in Arizona, Ottawa, and right now he looks like the guy that you thought he was going to be when he came into the league. And you got to think Carberry's had a lot to do with that. As he's probably just put a lot of confidence in him. And, we all know how that is. When a coach has confidence in you, it's a huge, huge morale boost for yourself and the team. So I think a lot of their success, and, as much as you say coaches don't have much as the impact during the game, I think that he's one of those guys that really does.
I would love to chat with Pierre-Luc Dubois when we've kind of had some discussions here about getting beat down and just getting ripped on. This guy was just a laughingstock. I mean, he wanted out of Columbus. He got out of Columbus. He wanted out of Winnipeg. He got out of Winnipeg. He wanted out of LA. He gets out, and it's like, what are you doing, buddy? He's on pace for like 65 points. So I think that getting to talk to him someday, like maybe Carberry's had an enormous impact with him. And who knows? They could have sat down before the season, and Carberry could say, like, buddy, like,
I understand how you feel right now, and I think you still have the ability to be like a big-time impact player. He's third on the team in scoring. He's playing physical. He's doing exactly what I think everyone saw when you imagined what he could be as a player. He's doing it now. So, also, Matt Roy came over. He's been phenomenal on
Awesome
D.
player.
So it's like everything's come together. It's been unreal work by the management there. And then Carberry, yeah, he's obviously pushing the right buttons and getting guys to really feel the love within the entire group, because it does seem, based on clips, like they are a close group. And how would you not be with the success you've had this year?
Okay, so I was just going to bring that up. Like, I know every team does it where they send a camera in and it gets out on social media what the coach had to say to address the team. I feel like they almost do it, and he does it better than anyone, where he'll always have like 4 or 5 guys' tires to pump, and he does it such in a good way. And I remember at the beginning of the year where he did it with Dubois, and they went up and kind of like dabbed each other up. You could kind of just feel like from that clip moving forward, like there was just like this bond they had within the group, and probably a big reason why these new guys coming in feel so comfortable so quickly with this guy. And they see that on social. Like, it makes them all look good. Like that little detail matters now, I think, and with how sensitive these players are a little bit. No, Jans? Like, they are a little bit more sensitive.
I remember one of the clips, and I think you guys talked to him on TNT after the game with Dylan McElrath, and he's stuck around this year, and he's played, I think, 10 or 12 games, but he's a guy you want to have in your locker room, because he's having fun. He's gonna be bringing the energy in practice, even though he's not playing. And I guarantee you, Carberry is a type of guy like, hey, maybe we could bring somebody else up, but this guy's such a good fit for our crew that we're gonna have him around. He's a good morale. If we got to put him in, he can play, he can fight. So I just think what they're doing right now, they're pushing all the right buttons in every single guy, and it's showing. And I mean, did anyone have them making playoffs to start the season?
I think I picked him as I think I might have said they could be a lottery team.
I had him last year, and fucking I went the other way this year. They
picked him last year.
Do you think a lot of this has to do with, obviously Ovi's got more respect than maybe anyone in the game from everybody, but I think a lot of this has to do with him chasing this record too. Like, the guys are playing hard for him. They want to play. They want to play meaningful games for him. They want to have games down the stretch where that big goal gets them the President's Trophy, whatever it is. It just seems like everything that they're doing is just coming together, and it's fun to watch.
Everybody, I mean, fuck, how many people thought he was going to back into this record?
Well, you thought it was going to be. I mean, a lot of people thought it was next year, right?
Every one of us, like analysts, was just like, yeah, it's going to just turn into there's nothing to watch on Washington.
I thought it was going to turn into 25 goals this year, and then 18 to 20 next year. That's what I thought it was going to be.
So not to mention he broke his leg this year, didn't he?
How many does he have so far without the 6 empty netters? How many is he at right now?
Right 7. Now he's at 26, so he's got to. I mean, when you have 800 and fucking,
I know, but he's got
goals,
the most empty netter. Hey, I don't want him fucking breaking it on an empty netter, and especially if it's
I think he wouldn't. I don't think he would. I don't think he would. I really don't.
Yeah, he didn't want the empty netter to break Gordie Howe's record. Remember, him and Kuznetsov were passing it back and forth, and then finally you just shot it in the net, because that was to break Gordie Howe's.
Okay,
he wanted to score it the right way.
I don't think he does it to break the all-time record.
What if it's game 82?
What if it's game 82 in against Crosby, and it's to win the division, and he's got the whole net.
The division's over, but it would be sick, Selly, if he threw it down from the goal line. It went in, the whole bench erupts to wrap up that game, to wrap up a magical regular season. It would be cool if it was
to solidify a hat trick. And he dominated the whole game, and maybe it was the icing on the cake goal after you already had 2 in the game winner. That's the only way it can be an empty netter.
Yeah, coming from the guy who has 0
OT winner.
Oh my God, OT would be nice.
Remember all the heat he got when I don't remember what goal it was when he put the stick down and was doing the hot hands in Tampa.
Oh, I love that.
Nowadays, people be
Don
loving
Cherry
it. Then people were mad at him for it.
I think it was 500 goals, I think.
That was 500? Okay. So another awesome player that all of a sudden his name is getting around in the possible trade mill is St. Louis Blues captain Braden Shen. And oh my God, would teams be lining up with packages to get this guy? I mean, this is the guy who's wrapped up a Winter Classic game. He's played phenomenal, and then for fun wants to fight Nick Foligno just so he could say he fought at Wrigley Field in an outdoor game. A warrior, a Stanley Cup champ, a captain who's signed for 3 more seasons after this one at 6.5. Apparently, like, it would take a haul, but I guess with how the Blues have gone, they're maybe thinking of shopping him, or I don't know why you would do that, but what would you say, Biz, if the Toronto Maple Leafs grabbed fucking Braden Shen?
There was a
6.5,
few guys
right?
that I would consider getting off some, like Hilda Beast would be a guy. I think a lot of teams are asking about him. I think that they were offered something last year for him and they declined. At least that's what I heard.
Nyes?
No, absolutely
No chance.
no.
Okay.
No. He's a foundational player. He's huge, and any guy you ask in that locker room, they're like, the sky's the limit for this guy. I think that he could turn into another Nylander. That's what I
You don't think more of a power forward?
As a power forward,
you think he's 100-point guy.
Well, maybe not 100 points, but like a 40 and 40 guy, like a
yeah,
and just as big of an impact. Like Nylander he can also kind of go for a skate. I think that as far as a guy who's willing to go to the blue paint, it's hard to find those guys nowadays. Like Hyman does it. He's getting backdoor tap-ins. Like Nyes will park his ass out front and take punishment. He can skate well. He forechecks well. But going back to Braden Shen, like that would be a fucking huge ad. So I would be willing. And the fact that you get him for term, I just like don't know how the fuck they would make that work for money. I would give up a haul too if there's salary retention, which I think will be part of the haul. Like St. Louis can do that. Like that's going to be where they're at for the next few years. So if you get him,
he has a no move clause right now this season. It goes to a 15-team no trade this summer. So it's like he could say no, and he would have his basically decision where he wants to go if he's willing to waive it. But it would take a lot to trade your captain.
I heard he's rumored to Edmonton, and then I also heard Vegas.
Oh my God.
Oh God.
Yeah, Vegas is linked to every big trade though.
And every year they do something that nobody saw coming.
Do it, yeah.
So it's like if Vegas, my video last year when they grabbed Hurdle and I had Yoshi behind me, I was disgusted. I was almost wanted to puke. If they all of a sudden at the deadline got Braden Shen, that may be the end of me, knowing that friggin' Edmonton's gonna have to play him in the second round. But
that might have been the start of your ulcer.
Yeah, that might have been the beginning of it. Hurdle to the Vegas Golden Knights. We didn't even have to play him last year. Minnesota Wild forward Ryan Hartman is appealing his 10-game suspension. The NHLPA announced that on Wednesday. Hartman was suspended for roughing. I guess you can call it roughing. It was more like almost murdering Ottawa Senators forward Tim Stützle. The appeal goes to Commissioner Gary Bettman, and a second appeal would go to an independent arbitrator. They threw the book at him, Keith.
Gary might throw another 5 at him for appealing it.
I mean, once you saw the clip
there's
of
no
last
leg
year,
to stand on.
I know. What was it last year, Biz? Who did he get?
So it was a game against the Winnipeg Jets, and I think that G sent the clip over. I think Army and Merles have discussed this, where we told Perfetti, he's like, I'm going to get you. And then basically stuck him in the face off of a draw. Now, dangerous. You know, some people to the extreme will say, oh, he could have took his eye out. It's like, he fucking nicked him up. Like you talk about like old school guys like doing that on purpose for guys who are coming after him all game. Like still gutless, but not as bad as it. Probably something regrettable that he did, but that's like, I mean, that's Sam Bennett type, like cheap shot got him. And that's like, that could be a catastrophic ending to like landing on a guy's neck like that. So I think that the league took the opportunity based on the clip from last year where he got nothing and used him as an example here, saying we don't need guys putting all their weight on their forearm or the back of guys' necks off a face-off. That you got caught. It was a dumb play. See you later. No one else is going to be doing it.
Well, I heard he got a call from Triple H that they want to sign him in the WWE.
No shit, eh?
Yeah.
Which would be good for him. He can make some money while he's suspended.
Like I can't defend that.
You mentioned Bennett. Hartman's a sick puppy.
He's
like
a Bennett.
Bennett the Menace. He's
but listen,
crazy.
Bennett does it in playoffs when you know you're only going to get a 1-game suspension. He does that to Marchand, whatever. He might get a 5, 10. He's smart enough to do it in playoffs, get that 1 game suspension on to the next game.
Who do you get this year again with the little rabbit punch as he throws the hit?
Someone in Boston, I think.
Was it someone? No, it was someone in the Rangers, I thought.
Carl
Bennett did it again this year. I know that.
It was a D-man. It was in Florida.
All-time clip on TNT when he's just like straight up.
We brought him to the jury.
Like, I didn't mean to do that. It's
yeah,
like,
buddy, I said you should be a fucking lawyer.
I think he would pass a lie detector test too. He's a real sick puppy, and every single player in the league wants him on their team.
Exactly. I was just going to say
and
that.
Hartman
I'm like,
too.
Yeah, I'm not even chirping the guy. I'm like, fuck, how much does he make? Yeah, I'd sign him. I have so much respect for Bennett when he came on right after and just like looked into the lens and just said, I didn't mean to do that.
So I remember watching it live.
You're starting to think.
Oh, he's a sicko.
I was laughing. I was laughing in his face, being like, this is unbelievable.
It was Drew O'Connor on Pittsburgh he got this year. That's what it was.
We were close.
Guys, there was a pretty entertaining to read anonymous NHL player poll on The Athletic.
All right, let's go here.
So, Biz, Keith and I have read through this, and you hadn't seen it, so we're like, oh, let's throw it to Biz.
Yeah, I was too busy being a rock star.
Some of the quotes about
too busy dodging bras and panties.
Biz is like, hey, can I get that Nickelback, guys?
Can we get our trailer back and pick up these rubbers?
Some of the responses are pretty funny here, though. So,
okay, let's see the questions.
If you have a no trade list, what's the first team on it? And this was a resounding number 1, Biz, like by 30%.
Why was he thinking so long?
Long Island, fuck Islanders, fuck the Islanders.
The Islanders were not even in the mix.
Jesus Christ.
The Winnipeg Jets, 48% of the votes.
I would have wrote Islanders twice.
All those other votes are from Winnipeg players.
Well, if you're factoring in GM, I don't want to play for Lou.
Buffalo came in at second at 20%. The Sharks were 8%. The Flames 3%. Ottawa 3%. Anaheim 2%. Rangers 2%. And then the Blackhawks, Canadians, Islanders, Flyers,
First of
Blues,
all,
whatever. So
I'm going to defend Winnipeg here. I would love to play in Winnipeg. You're focused on hockey and some of the most undercover, beautiful women on the planet. It doesn't make sense how beautiful the women from Winnipeg are.
You just said focused on hockey. You literally just said if you're focused on hockey, I would want to play there.
I can handle 2 things, buddy. You got to have two things. You got to have a little feng shui.
I've had a threesome. I can handle 2 things at once. Biz, how about these quotes? There's not much to do there. It's fucking cold. I haven't heard a guy go to Winnipeg and be like, this is going to be my forever home. Can I finish the fucking quote? Nothing to do. Bad food. Freezing. Another guy. And then here's one Jets player's defense of his city. I remember when I first, he's talking about the drive from the airport to downtown isn't exactly the scenic road. I remember when I first did it, it was underwhelming. There are parts of the city that are great, though, but you don't see that as a visiting player. I always wish they'd stay down at the Forks or somewhere like that. I don't think the hotel meets the criteria for the league, but it'd be better than staying downtown. So, a quote about Buffalo. The way it's going there, Buffalo, it's just kind of been mucky there forever. And for me right now in my career, I really don't need that.
That was me. I said that.
Another player, all they do is lose.
In Buffalo?
Yeah. And then this one, a bunch of people on Twitter said they thought this was me. They're like, fucking, they shouldn't ask Whitney. He's retired. Honestly, I wouldn't even mind Winnipeg. It's not that nice, but I hate Philly. I fucking hate Philly. I can't stand it. I can't stand the city, everything, the rink. It's just the one city that I despise. I can't stand it. I'd be sick if I got traded there. If I had a 1-team no trade list, they'd be on it.
Wow.
How funny would it be if the names got released?
Hey, Biz, you know what? They might have interviewed you. Sorry to interrupt. Because one player said, I'd feel lucky to play anywhere.
That would be me.
Yep. You're in the NHL. Keith always said that too. What coach would you most like to play for other than your own?
Biz is going to say Carberry.
Because we just talked about him.
I would say Paul Maurice would be probably up there.
He was second.
John
I thought
Cooper.
you said wouldn't want to play for.
No,
What's that?
Would. Wood.
Oh, John Cooper. Yeah, that's the obvious.
Yeah, Coop. It then went Maurice, Brindamore, Berube, Monty. I was shocked. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We have 16 answers, and none of them are Jared Bednar. Very surprised to see that.
Yeah. I mean,
Bednar's right
fuck,
there.
man. I'd run through a wall for talk and what he's
Yeah.
doing in Vancouver.
Yep.
Carberry was low on that list.
Yeah.
But
So
Coop,
short sample
Coop is
size.
the man.
yeah, Coop is the man. And then the next one was which coach would you least like to play for?
Come on,
Probably
Biz.
Torts.
Yeah, Torts crushed that one. After that, Cassidy. After
Yeah,
that,
I heard he's hard to-
Babcock.
Babcock's still making the list?
He still makes the list. It's like,
That's
buddy, I
crazy.
think he's coaching U12 at Saskatchewan. Then Cronin comes in. I guess we've talked about all these coaches. Then Lindy Ruff, then Patrick Waugh, and then you get into Laviolette, Mike Sullivan, and Torney. But that was just 3%, the last three guys. We then go to what NHL team has the best facilities for opposing teams?
Oh, I don't
we've
remember seeing this one.
I
We've
love
been
going
out
to
of the league.
Minnesota.
No.
What do you mean?
Detroit.
Minnesota's
on the road in
change
their
room's
room?
brutal.
I liked Minnesota's locker room, though. It was
I like
huge.
it was a big
The
locker
change
room.
room's tiny though.
Who cares?
We've been
Just
out of the
dropping
league
your
too
clothes
long,
off.
because I think Little
I would
Caesars apparently
Detroit's
set up
amazing.
the visitors like unreal.
It's a
And then
full
Seattle-
gym.
Really?
Oh, it's a full gym. It's like it might be like the Detroit Pistons gym. It's huge, so you can get a full workout if you're into that. Yeah, Seattle's was super nice. What were the other ones on there?
Edmonton was third. Vegas was tied with the Islanders at 4.
Islanders
So
new
I
one's
guess-
really nice.
Yeah, and then Utah Hockey Club's in there, and apparently like it's they share it with the visiting basketball team, so they have like all these cold tubs, hot tubs. Like apparently Utah has done a hell of a job considering it was just like a renovation. What NHL team has the worst facilities for the road team? This was easy. I knew this one before I saw the answer.
Oh, it's got to be
TD Garden.
Carolina.
Carolina.
No, they did TD over.
Oh my God,
Carolina.
Carolina was
100%.
brutal.
That's the
Oh
worst.
my god.
Brutal.
Oh,
Remember that
Carolina.
walk?
It's like an MDC rink.
The showers are where the toilets are, and like you'd get out of it. It was the worst smelling. Oh my god, that's where I broke all my teeth too, and I had to walk down that long. And it's all mirrors. I'm like, don't look, because I didn't want to see that locker
What
room
was 2?
Stinks.
What was 2 on that list?
Calgary. I kind of
Really?
like Calgary's.
I
rink.
loved going to the Saddle Dome.
And they did it
So
over.
did I.
I love the Saddle Dome.
Also, the quote cracked me up here. One player said it used to be Carolina, but then they upgraded, and somehow it's still Carolina. The visiting room sucks, and the home room is basically the visiting room with some paint on the walls. So yeah, pretty shitty.
Well, hey, it ain't getting any better if they're going to pay Rotman.
Oh shit!
It's either
So,
that,
and
or
then
that or the facilities.
Carolina said this summer they're supposed to change it up a little bit. We've been telling them to put it off because you're like, I don't care. I want these guys to be miserable.
I kind of appreciate the grittiness of it. And I played for a team in junior, Owen Sound Attack, and they had a building that when you were on the road team, like honestly, like the whole bus ride, you were like, I can't wait to get this game over with and get the fuck out of there. Like it was dark. They had good teams. And then I got traded there and I'm like, I love this. Because it's I feel like it's such an advantage.
Yeah.
I
People
think
don't want to
thought
come there.
Yeah, I thought the same about Carolina. You were always just like, oh, like let's get the fuck out of here.
Remember going into Binghamton to play the Senators?
Oh, buddy. Oh,
that sucked. I had to
Like,
play a
remember the old
preseason game
Igloo?
there. Chara was playing, I think.
a 4 p.m.er at Binghamton on a Sunday as your 3rd and 3. Like, you
Give me
just-
another ulcer.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
The old
one,
igloo was awful.
Oh yeah, bad
The
news.
visitors room.
That's where. Yeah, that was tough.
I
That's
know,
where
but I fucking loved playing at the Igloo.
the Igloo was.
Remember you had to
amazing.
skate. The Penguins had to skate through your warm ups.
Yeah, that was awkward.
Didn't-
I don't know why they
Didn't
did
care.
that.
The
I
acoustics
think
in there.
nowadays the owners want to do like good locker rooms because then it shows like when those guys are free agents, like, oh, they got a nice locker room here. I'm sure it's amazing on the other side too.
Send over tugs.
This one was way closer than I thought. I thought this would be resounding no. Do you like the idea of an in-season tournament like the NBA's? It was 54% to 45% no. I thought it would be like 80-20.
I think that if you waved the money in front of them and told them that there was money involved, that would be like 80-20, maybe even more. So that I think the NBA players, each player made, if they won it, like $500,000, if not $1 million. So maybe not as enticing when you're making 40, 50 sheets for some of the guys. But I still think these guys like playing for money, and that's a lot of money. That's a Ferrari for them. So I think that if you could get each guy, $100,000, $100,000 each player to the winner, I bet you fucking, oh yeah.
Okay.
It's not, you're not adding more games. It's just they're making a bigger deal about the games, right? Yeah.
Yes.
So I don't know. Why not? Give it a try.
Yeah. I was more intrigued by the different court design, at least the first year they did it. So if you had all of a sudden these funky jerseys that they are rolling out for these specific games for the in-season tournament, I think that it could be something very special. Like, what about the highest point getter of that specific tournament gets like a brand new car? Like, make it enticing and make it sick.
Okay.
Maybe the posts are painted a different color.
No.
Or the ice. Paint the ice a different color.
Yeah.
Get really wacky.
Maybe make it a little bit more like Europe, where at least the dots are branded, like inside the dots, inside the O-zones and the center ice dot are branded with like logos or whatever creative way to sell it. Like make the jerseys more like the Euro jerseys with all the brands, but those are not the traditional jerseys being disrespected.
What if they all wear the old like hockey pants in the game?
Cooperalls?
They did the Cooperalls a few years ago, and I thought they looked a little whack. Like
they just did it for warm-ups, though, I think.
Yeah. Oh, it was just warm-ups?
Yeah.
I thought they looked like Jenko pants too much.
Is the season too long?
Yes.
Yeah, it should be 72 games.
Yes.
58% said no. I was surprised at that.
Yeah.
They said one guy said preseason's too long. I think we should start the third week of September, and June 1st should be Game 7 of the Cup final. I'm fine with that.
I like that.
They're never taking games away. It would just end it sooner and not have a bunch of June hockey, I think, is ideal. But, and then last one, should Gary Bettman retire? 54%.
I think he should solidify the next CBA, and
that's what they talk about,
and the TV deal, and then I think that that was a hell of a run.
Yep,
and what else?
That's pretty much what everyone else says. And
insurance for the players. I think he needs to do something from the humanitarian side to kind of unreal send off for Gary Bettman.
So it's been a long episode. We're going to get to quick hits, and the quick hits are sponsored by Dove. Finally, there's a scrub designed for men's needs, and the new Dove Men Plus Care Body and Face Scrubs to your shower routines. Use in the shower, bath, or at your sink. Apply to wet skin, rinse clean, and follow with your favorite Dove Men Plus Care Body Wash or cleansing bar. Scrub transforms how you and your skin feel. That's why Biz looks so good on stage. On stage with Nickelback, he's all into the Dove. It's made for your face, body, scalp, etc. And if you want to try Dove Men Plus Care, find it at Walmart today. The best in the business, Dove Men Plus Care. The Red Wings, boys, they look great heading into the break. They had a 7-game win streak that was halted by the Tampa Bay Lightning on Saturday. I think Tampa scored 4 goals in the first 12 minutes of the game. So they actually ended up making it 4-3, but Tampa ended up pulling it out 6-3. But Mason Raymond, Lucas Raymond, 21 goals and 38 assists. Anything that you think Stevie Yzerman could do to maybe help this team out, Biz?
I think we were going to talk about Cousins. I heard that he was linked to there. I think that that's the perfect age and a great boost to that lineup. I don't know how they make that work. I mean, you have to imagine they have really good prospects. They've had a few drafts with Stevie Y where I wouldn't do anything crazy, but I mean, man, like a legitimate second line center, like those also ain't growing on trees. And I feel like his cap hit isn't horrible. and I feel like a change of scenery would be good for him on a team on the uptrend. Not necessarily saying Buffalo isn't. I just hiding behind Larkin and playing that way, like the way that feel like Larkin is a very, very well-rounded player. Like
Responsible.
He's responsible yet can produce while doing so. I feel like he's a guy who could lead a team to a cup as a first-line center. So I would like to see Dylan Cousins there. Somebody also said Toronto. I think that with where the Leafs are right now, I would like Braden Shen, a guy who's been there, done that, a leader, a guy who's been in those hard moments. Maybe wouldn't necessarily trust a Dylan Cousins in the short term. To like
Calgary apparently too. Calgary's very interested in Dylan.
That is another guy. You talked about Frost and Farabee in that age range, like yeah.
Exactly. The Wings have is it Sebastian Kosa, the tall goalie?
Yes.
He's been in Grand Rapids. And then they also have Trey Augustine, who is the best goalie, one of the best goalies in the NCAA at Michigan State. So maybe you could move one of those guys. I don't think you want to. You want as much goaltending depth as you can get, but we'll see. The Canucks signed defenseman Marcus Pettersson to a 6-year contract extension that carries a 5.5 average annual value. The team announced on Wednesday he has a full no-move clause in the first 3 years and a 15-team trade no clause for the last 3. They had to sign him after what they gave up for him, but he's been good, dude. And after Hronek and Quinn Hughes, they really needed another guy. And I remember Kevin Hayes told me earlier this year, like, I had no idea how good this guy was. Like, he's a shutdown defenseman. He's long, pretty skinny guy when you see him off the ice, but can skate, has a great stick, makes a good first pass, and just can play like a solid 22, 23 minutes a night. And that's something that's enormous to Vancouver. Since he's came over, I think first game there he played 26 minutes. So I like the signing. I think it makes a lot of sense.
I think when you look up $5.5 million defenseman, his picture should be right there. He's that exact number. He's not going to blow you away offensively. He's very, very good defensively, responsible. He's going to make whoever he's playing with play even better. So I think that's a perfect number for him, if not even a little bit lower. But
I thought he'd get a little more too, Keith.
I did too. I thought around 6, but I think he's a nice fit there. Obviously, it works. With all of his brothers, the other Petterssons there, so that helps out. But yeah, it's been an amazing fit for him, and just the guy, like you said about Quinn Hughes, he's a one-man breakout. He's not gonna do anything crazy back there, toe drag or anything, but he's gonna get the puck in the hands of your best players and help you live to fight another day. So I love the signing, and I imagine he's gonna be there for even longer than that.
Yeah, I thought it was an incredible signing too. I think that it's a good quality to where 65, 70 games of the year, you're going to be like, wow, that guy played a great game tonight. Just so consistent, true professional. Like maybe I feel like maybe like
he's
a poor
Scuderi.
man's.
He's Rob
Yeah,
Scuderi.
like a poor man's Ekholm. Like I feel like this is one where when like the Oilers got Ekholm, I don't think people realize like how good of a pickup that was going to be. Like it's still paying dividends. I feel like that's going to be the case for Vancouver and getting him over there. And you're paying him $500,000 more than what you offered Zadorov. And to me, like Zadorov is like a lot like me as a player, very hot, very cold. Like he rides the roller coaster. So to get somebody where you know exactly where you're getting night in and night out and get in at that number, that's a big signing. And if we're on the Vancouver topic, like Heedles looked great there, man. He's playing a lot. Like he's playing in a structure like with good wingers, and that I'm telling you, man. Like talk, he fucking juggled this whole situation, and he's like they're coming out on top of this. Like all those distractions. PD looks a little bit better. Like he's getting his confidence back. So for what they've done and to lose Demko again and still be getting good goaltending and pull off wins against the Leafs, they beat fucking Washington. Like, this is a good stretch of hockey, and he deserves a lot of credit for managing that shit show.
They sit right now in the second wild card spot, 6-3-1 in their last 10. So
things are coming together for the Canucks. So it's probably finally a relief for everyone. Like, it's over, the trade happened, and we can kind of move forward. And Pettersson is a guy, he's an example of somebody, like, when you don't notice him, like, that means he's doing his job to perfection, right? Like, at the end of the game, if you're not saying his name, it's like, oh, he did it again. He shut down their top scorer, and he made some good breakout passes. Like, I think of Rob Scuderi, like that player. Like, he just solid play after solid play, nothing flashy.
What are his offensive numbers?
Pettersson's?
Yeah, is he getting like 30
You think
points
he owns
a year?
more jeans than Scuds? Didn't Scud go 20 years in the NHL, one pair of jeans?
Yeah, I believe so. Pettersson's high for points in his career was actually last season with 30. He had 24 the year before that, 19, 22, 19.
Okay.
This year he has 18 points in 51 games. So just a solid stay-at-home D-man. Somebody who is flashy, though, is Martin Necas, and he has looked awesome with the Avs. Rantanen, on the other hand, has looked very pedestrian-like, like not himself with Carolina, but Necas is like, wow, I'm playing with Nathan McKinnon. It's as easy as they say, and he's flying around, has looked great, had the big game winner Friday night against Edmonton in an awesome game. It was 4-3. So right now, it's like, wow, Colorado's got to be happy with how that's looked.
Yeah, I think 100%. And obviously it helps too, because like you said, with Rantanen struggling a little bit. But, you know, when we talked to Necas, he seemed like a guy that just wanted to play hockey. He just wanted to be out there. You know, you remember seeing videos of him on the ice after a game shooting pucks that he didn't think he played good enough. So you can just tell he's just a purebred hockey player, and to play with a guy like Nate, like he knows how lucky he is, and it looks like he's taking it and running with it. And we all know how he can shoot that puck. And when you have Nate opening the ice and Makar, seaming guys giving you the puck, it's a nice compliment to those two for sure. And as of now, they definitely have won that trade so far.
It's always nice when you make like a prediction or have a hot take, and every day that goes by, I'm looking more and more like a genius with the way that this trade is kind of played out. It's a good day. Yeah. Would you not say my Rantanen take is looking better by the day?
So far, it's looked very good.
Rantanen had never gone 3 games in a row the whole year being off the score sheet. It only happened for 2 games straight twice in Colorado. And he's already done it once with the Carolina Hurricanes. Not the easiest team to transition into playing. They play a different system. You're not playing with the best player in the world.
Yeah, give it a little time, but right now,
I know. But
right
if we're treating it like a meme coin here, my stock is up, right?
And those things crash very quickly.
They do. And that's why I said meme coin. Do you? Speaking of that, do you have any idea of what the fuck Dave Portnoy is doing? Like, what is all this shit?
No clue. I couldn't be more confused. I don't know how to buy them. I don't know what they are. I know this whole crypto Twitter world is insane.
It's nonsense.
It's there. There's rug pull. I am so out of my element with this. But I mean, I saw that like people were making like 10 times their money and like overnight on these things, and all of a sudden it's gone. So I think it's basically just like high stakes, like quick changing gambling. Like that's pretty much what it comes
Baccarat?
down to. I don't know. I've never played Baccarat either, but it seems wild.
Do you know what it's about?
You don't have a clue.
I know nothing. I wouldn't even know where to like get it.
Gee, hop on here for a second, buddy. Because the next here, quick hitter is what is the watch situation going on with Rantanen and Jack Roslovic?
Yeah, so I got this interesting email this past week, and it came with pictures too, because you never know when you get an email in the Chiclets account, but it was pretty cool, and I sent it over to you guys, and I'll read it here for you guys. It says, Jack Roslovic immediately gave up his 96 jersey to Mikko Rantanen, who had been traded to Carolina. As is customary, Rantanen promised to buy Roslovic a Rolex watch in return. The only challenge was that the desired watch model was not readily available without years of waiting. So Rantanen had to rely on his home country and Finnish watch enthusiasts for help. Finnish watch enthusiast Jonas Salmela heard about Rantanen's need. He managed to find the right Rolex model and quickly traveled to his friend in Raleigh to deliver the watch to Roslovic. Coincidentally, Carolina's game came against Utah, which also marked Roslovic's 500th NHL game. After the game, the Finnish duo, along with Rantanen, who was sidelined for the match, presented the watch to Roslovich inside the arena. While there, they emptied the Carolina Hurricanes fan store, buying all the fresh 96 Rantanen jerseys as souvenirs for Finland. Mikko personally signed all the jerseys. The surprises didn't stop at the watches. Salmonella also had arranged for handcrafted Finnish necklaces for the players, and I'll show these pictures now. They were made by a master goldsmith who was particularly popular among Finnish rap artists. Eunice and his friend Rupe got to experience unforgettable moments inside the NHL world. Both Jack and Mikko loved the necklace, and we in turn had an unforgettable experience in the NHL and in Carolina. Thanks to Mikko for organizing all this and hosting us. This trip will never be forgotten.
Wow. That makes me think Mikko's going to catch fire, baby.
Yeah.
That's some good karma right there.
All right, there goes
Is
the meme
watch
coin.
sick,
We're
G?
crashing. We're crashing, baby. Oh, no.
There goes the Biz meme coin.
I'm pulling the rug. I'm pulling the rug.
It's done. It's done. The International Ice Hockey Federation announced Tuesday, just upsetting to say the least, that it's extending its ban on Russia and Belarus through the 25-26 season, meaning that Russia will not be in the Olympics next year in Italy. It's just, I get it. It is what it is. It just sucks as hockey fans to see this Russian roster and to see what it would be like to have Russia in the mix with Canada, U.S., Sweden, and the rest of the countries. Czech will be back. Kind of shitty news for hockey fans. I mean, I know there's a bunch of stuff that goes into this. I'm talking purely hockey here. You want Russia in the best on best, and they won't be there.
Especially with Ovi probably being his last year too, having him end with something like that, playing for his country. You know how much pride all those Russians take too, and playing for their country. And obviously, I don't know what happened with the whole suspension for their country, but yeah, it would be nice to see the hockey players in there.
I think there were several things, but I just wanted to see Kucherov, the man that when we talk about these generational players, we never mention. What a player. Would have been sick to see him in the Olympics for Russia next year. But last thing, guys, before we send over to Brian Noonan, is Chris Bourque's son, Kingston, is heading to the Quebec Pee Wee Championship. I don't know if you know, I won that tournament in 1997 with Keith's brother Brian and the South Shore Kings. So Kingston will be heading with Top Gun. Keith and I very close with Chris, who wanted to shout out Kingston and the Top Gun team. I believe they're 2012 birth years. So go get him. Keith was our stick boy on that championship squad. He was running amok around Le Colisée. So should be fun.
Hey, also,
luck,
pretty good read of that story. Holy fuck, he didn't skip a beat.
Can I tell you guys how nervous I was? Because I knew I'm getting tagged in one time this episode, and it's going to read this email. So I took 20 milligrams of Adderall.
7 hours.
And I locked in. I'm like, I got one goal this pod. Just don't fuck up this email.
Is the guy's name Salmonella, though? Like the poisoning you can get?
Yeah, I mean, that's how it's spelt, but I'm just I'm terrible with names, as you know, Sasha Bouchervais. I'm terrible with them, so yeah, it's probably wrong.
Great job, G. With that, we can send it over to Brian Noonan, who in a prior life could have hosted a talk show. This man can talk. We want to thank him for coming on. Stanley Cup champion.
Love him.
South Boston's own Brian Noonan. Guys, before we continue, I want to talk to you about DraftKings. This NHL season has been as predictable as a puck rolling on its edge. No one knows where it's going. But that just means there's time for your favorite team to figure things out just in time for the playoffs and the chase for Lord Stanley. And the games are left for you to get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the National Hockey League. The NHL is the fastest game on ice. It's the greatest game in the world in person, and you can make fast live bets during any game on DraftKings Sportsbook. It's super easy for first-timers to get started. Try betting on something simple like picking a team to win. Go to the DraftKings Sportsbook app, select your team, and place your first bet. And if you're new to DraftKings, listen up. New customers bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets instantly. That's right. Bet $5 on your favorite team to win and get $150 in bonus bets right away. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use code Chiclets. That's code Chiclets, CHICLETS, for new customers to get $150 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings. The crown is yours. We're now pleased to be joined by a special guest, a man who
Grew up, raised in Boston, but now lives in Chicago and has for a long time. Stanley Cup winner, Calder Cup winner, Brian Noonan. Thanks for joining the show.
It was called the Calder Cup in the IHL?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was the AHL.
That was the IHL. Was a Turner Cup.
Turner Cup. Okay.
Turner Cup.
So Chicago Wolves were IHL for a long time?
And the year I was broadcasting with them, they won the Calder Cup.
Yeah, they've always had a great
I
program.
think they beat us in the finals that year. And was it Wilkes-Barre who they played in the finals?
No, they played.
Oh.
Shoot, I knew you were going to say it, but I know it wasn't Wilkes-Barre.
Okay,
That's
because we
when they
played.
had like Krug and Haydar, those guys.
Oh, they were all making $1 million bucks
yeah.
playing in
Jimmy the
AHL.
Hat.
Yeah, Steve Malte was there, big scorer. Rob Brown was there.
Oh, we interviewed him.
Yeah.
We interviewed him. He's a great guy.
What are you doing now in your post career?
I coach a travel team here, the Chicago Jets. They're down actually like a mile from the United Center. I do Bantams, minor and major. So,
Are you a hard-nosed coach, old
Yeah,
school?
you look like you
I-
fucking yell at the kids and give them shit.
I do too much. Actually.
Wake the fuck up.
I had Keenan and Daryl Sutter as most
Oh,
of my
God.
career,
That's-
so I kind of yell a little too much. Yes.
Okay, so you're definitely old school. Do the younger kids appreciate that? They need the discipline.
I don't think they do as much as the parents do. Like, you'd be surprised. Parents, do say, I like that you yell at the kids. I'm not swearing at them.
Okay, that's good.
Not always. Anyway. Hope I'm screaming in the right way. I'm not just,
Yeah, you're holding him accountable.
yeah.
You also have to be loud too. He's one of 11
Yes.
No.
in a
Second youngest.
second youngest of 11. So you gotta. Like, also, people probably don't know.
Philip
my-
Rivers over here.
My sister's married to Bobby's nephew.
No
So,
shit.
yeah, so we're tech-
Yeah, my
if that
nephew
kid
Bobby
doesn't
is
make it to
married
the
a woman.
NHL.
Well, everybody's kind of cousins in Boston, right? There's a lot of
Yeah.
it's just a lot of incest going on there. No,
What the fuck, Biz? Fuck you. You're from Welland. I guess, if you're one of 11, though, like, how nuts was that? Was the whole family playing hockey? You're South Boston?
All
South
girls.
Boston, 7 girls, 4 boys.
And the girls were tougher than the boys.
They
right?
are. Most of them were.
Yeah.
And we grew up like in O'Colony Housing Project. Like, that was down this, it wasn't the best place to grow up, but we're all bunched in one little apartment, 3 people in a room, but you learn to get along and
Figure it out.
figure it out. Yeah.
who were your idols? Who did you watch growing up? Like, where you're like, I want to be like that guy in the NHL.
Yeah. We're Bruins fans, obviously. And Terry O'Reilly, Rick Middleton, those were my favorite guys. Nifty was, fun to watch.
He was sick.
Great mitts. Yeah.
Were you playing like street hockey? Or were you like, was it more?
Every day. I mean, there was a schoolyard right across from our house. I was out there every day just with a hockey ball or a tennis ball, trying to stay out of trouble. My dad was a cop.
Oh,
So he was pretty, he knew who my friends were. He's like, you're not hanging with them tonight.
So he was probably a disciplinary too.
Not so bad, but, you got the message when he talked to you, right?
No shit.
where were you in the order of the kids?
I was the second youngest. I have a younger sister.
So you had sisters just raising you, basically.
So I'll be 60. My oldest brother will be 70. So we had one every year.
Oh, it's not even that crazy, actually.
One set of twins, a boy and a girl. So
That is nuts. When did you know you were gonna be this good at hockey? Like were you 15, 16? I mean, somehow you played in the WHL. It's like so random. I think back then a lot of good hockey players from Boston were going to BU or at least college.
And that's what I wanted to do. I mean, high school hockey back then was AAA. Now they have all AAA teams here. Now, they were good teams.
It was
like
good.
Matt and Yon, BC, Archie's where I went. And I was pretty good at high school, so I knew I could go to college. I was getting offers. But unfortunately, I wasn't a good student. Keith didn't think I went to school at all, but I did show up.
Keith goes, "Do you have a diploma?"
But I
Nephew
didn't
told
do.
me he didn't.
I didn't do anything at school. It was stupid. I shouldn't say this, but I just hated school. I had a brother, Paul, who went to Norwich to be an engineer. He played hockey. He was smart. I'd ask him to do my homework for me, and they'd be like, "No, I'll help you with it. I'm not doing it for you." And then I'm like, "Well, I'm not going to do it then." So I just didn't. I should have, obviously, because I could have went to any school, but back then they changed the rule. You had to have a 2.0 grade average to get a scholarship.
And you
guys
couldn't even
remember
get
that?
there?
And I had like a 1.8 or a 1.9.
Oof, that's
And I went
tough.
to Archie's as a Catholic school. So
And not the hardest.
priest was a president. So I went and met with him. I'm like,
Can
You
a
help
bump
me out.
yeah, bump me up. And he's like, Catholic priest. He's like, we can't do that.
Oh yeah, play by the rules. All
that's
You're like, I got to go to the WHL now.
That's where I ended up in New Westminster, which I tried to go to Kitchener, but there were rules that they didn't have the rules back then. You had to stay in your your quadrant kind of thing.
Yeah, the districts and
right.
stuff.
So a scout from the Hawks got me a trial with the Portland Winterhawks. So almost like the night before I was leaving, I didn't even know there was a WHL. I knew nothing about Western Hockey League or.
Where am I going right now?
Yeah, it wasn't like I was going on the internet back.
No, I know that's
up.
hard. You couldn't Google anything.
So then the night before I was leaving, the coach of the New Westminster Bruins called me and said, I can't go there because they drafted me, which I didn't even know they had a draft. Didn't even know I was drafted. So my dad, like I said, is a cop. He was a loyal guy. He's like, you're going to Portland. We already promised them. I'm like, we can't.
Yeah, there are just rules here, Dad.
Yeah. So New West said, you can come here, try out.
Where is that?
Vancouver, just outside Vancouver. It's beautiful.
So that actually worked out pretty nice then.
Yeah, so they said, come here and try out. And, if you're good enough, then obviously we'll keep you. But if you don't like it, we'll send you wherever you want to go. So.
I noticed you were drafted by the Blackhawks, but then yet in the IHL at the time played for the Nova Scotia Oilers.
We shared with Edmonton.
Okay. So you went from one coast to the next coast. Like what? I mean, you're moving around like crazy. Like what was the adjustment like? Did you like it?
Moving up a level hockey-wise was fun. Nova Scotia was, remember you guys ever hear of Larry Kish? Remember that name?
No.
He was a coach. He was an Edmonton guy. So you're supposed to be playing half Blackhawks.
He's playing the Edmonton guys, though. More.
All of them.
Yeah.
Hockey scouts were coming from the Hawks, and we were sitting in the stands. Like,
no shit.
Finally, they kind of figured out, like, hey, you got to play some of these guys.
Yeah.
So they finally started playing us, and, I ended up scoring like 25 or 30 goals, and
that was
I kind of was making a step up. I was there 1 year, yeah.
Did you have a chance to maybe make the team out of camp that first year, or did you know you were going to be in the minors?
No, yeah, I went like once. I went from high school, then I went to New West, then I went to the IHL. I signed with the Hawks. I played in there. Then I went to the AHL, and then I went to. So I kind of made it one step every year. I went up one step.
Yeah, and you proved yourself at each level, I guess, before you got up. Then you get to Chicago. Like, who's there at the time? Like, who were the legends that had been a Blackhawk for a long time when you show up as a rookie?
Well, my first year there playing was Bob Murdoch was the coach. And, we had Doug Wilson, Dennis Savard, Steve Larmer, Bob Murray. Who was the goalies getting there? Like Bob Mason came. He was in Washington.
Yep.
Alan Chevrier.
What was the rookie treatment like back then?
Ben Wilson was there. He was a different bird. He was,
you looked at me like this guy was crazy or something. Was he crazy?
Yeah.
Well, what did he do?
He was tough.
Oh, okay.
Right, but he was the 1 year at camp. I hope he doesn't kill me for this, but
no, these are the type of stories we like to hear on Chiclets.
He didn't like camp, right? He was never in the best shape, so he didn't. So 1 year they put him up to forward. They said, you're going to play center, so they get him thinking he's going to move around, skate more, right? So he came into the locker room where all the rookies were, and he's like, hey, I'm playing centerman, and don't come near me. Like, don't take the puck off me. People are like, okay. And so nobody really went near him, but one kid who was a first rounder bumped into him. Like, didn't mean to hit him or nothing. And Ben took his stick and rifled it all the way up on the rafters, like all the way up to the top. The people, everyone on the ice, like, what a nut.
Yeah.
And the poor kid, I don't think he ever played. He was like
that ruined his career.
Right,
pride and went
like,
home.
Fuck this.
Better than getting was it Billy Guerin who like took was it Ned Haven's head off?
No,
Dallas's camp 1 year.
Some random guy.
Okay.
Billy G told us about that. I was just gonna say that's better than him beating you up. Like, yeah, throw my stick. I don't care. I'll go get another one.
Right.
Jesus.
What was the Billy G one?
He just slashed some kid in the neck in camp who like pushed him.
He was his kid was being a hardo and he just had enough.
Yeah.
He was give him the lightsaber, kind of like the Vo Koon treatment.
Yeah.
He felt bad about it after, I believe.
Yeah.
I think he apologized
For a minute.
Yeah.
Was Keenan the coach?
No, Bob Murdoch was. Keenan came out a year after that.
Did Keenan torture you? Or did he like
Did you have him in New York too?
Yeah.
So he brought you.
I mean, I didn't like everything he did, but I'm kind of laid back, so I kind of need to be pushed, which I didn't mind. I didn't like everything he did. Like, he sent me down to the minors a lot, sat me out a lot, but, when I played for him, he did push me, and I felt I got better for it. But he certainly, is a acquired taste.
So you felt like Whit just kind of alluded to it. So your time in Chicago you spent with him, do you think that earned the trust to then bring you over to New York? Like, because at then I feel like you had a lot of say in what was going on, even trade wise.
I think so. I mean, especially playoffs, I felt I played pretty good and performed, and he liked that. But he trusts guys he kind of beat up. He kind of trusts that I would do what he says, and never really complained. And I think that was part he liked also. Like, there was a trust there that I could play 30 minutes one night and 5 minutes the next night, and I was just gonna not complain. Just right, like
you had no clue though. Like every night, you're like, I don't know what I'm getting from him.
I mean, you kind of had a feeling, right? But there were some times I thought I was playing well, and I'd come in and jersey wouldn't be up, and stuff like that, which kind of pisses you off. But he got the most out of me, I felt, for sure.
He did.
It's good.
But some guys he treated bad, but couldn't handle it.
What's the craziest thing you ever seen him do?
He was just crazy when you lost. Like, it didn't matter. You could play good and lose. It was just the loss. He hated losing. Like, he really thought you should win every single game, which is obviously impossible.
Yeah.
But he didn't really he'd bag skate you all the time. Like, he didn't really do anything crazy that would be like, but he wanted the team to hate him so much that
it would galvanize the team almost against the coach.
Right. That's what
it's kind of a weird philosophy.
Yeah.
It's not really the one that I would go for.
No. I mean, Herb Brooks did it though. That was his thing too. I just can't imagine over 82 games doing it as opposed to like the Olympics, right?
Long tournament.
It's just nuts.
Like, he was bag skating us one year, and him and Savard hated each other. Like, you could just tell right away. And so half the team was in red, half was in black, and we're just doing goal line back for forever, right? And Keenan's like, all right, ready to go, goal line, stop, come back. After 10 times, Savard wasn't stopping anymore. He would go down, he would turn, and go back. Keenan would blow the whistle, red, go again.
No.
Stop. Savvy went down, wouldn't stop.
Wow.
So the whole red team's like, fucking stop. I'm on the black. I'm like, keep going.
Yeah.
I don't want to skate, but it went on for half an hour.
He kept telling him to go down.
He kept red went, I bet 20 times. I'm like, holy shit.
How did it end?
Finally, guys couldn't
Savard got traded.
Rick Vi was on his back on the ice. Like, he was dehydrated. I thought he was going to pass out.
So was he pulling that in New York with Messier and
I got there late, but so I didn't see any of that. Like, they were in first place by a lot.
Yeah.
But in playoffs, he was starting to bench guys, and I think Mess and Kevin Lowe said, take it easy a little bit.
You're a pretty laid back guy. Did you scrap a lot during your career? Like, how many fights were you doing a year?
Not many. I fought more in the minors. You kind of had to, right? When I went to New Westminster, I was, an American Boston Yankee, right? So you had to stick up for yourself. So I had a few. Craig Berube was my left winger, so
nice.
That helped me out a lot. Cliff Ronning was my centerman.
Wow. That's a hell of a line right there.
Yeah, I think he had like 210 points or something, Cliff.
In that season?
Yeah, it was insane how many points he had. And
was Berube fighting every game then?
A lot. I mean, he fought. And Todd Ewan was on our team. Billy Ranford was our goalie.
Wow.
Mark Recchi was on our younger team. He should have probably been on our team.
What, like
they had, he was like 15 or something.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, so the NHL, I didn't have many fights, a few. I think my first fight was Herb Ragland, and he beat me up pretty good. So that was.
Did you get traded at the deadline the year the Rangers won it?
Yeah, me and Matteau for Tony Amonte.
Oh my God, that's a huge deal.
Yeah.
Did you know it was coming?
I knew I was going somewhere. I never thought New York, and I never at that time thought Keenan would bring me back. Then New York, I mean, they're in first place, so we're kind of like, I'm not going to play when I get there.
What were you doing when you'd leave the rink? Were you like in the era where you guys just get fucked up every day, like drink beers all afternoon, like lunch extends to dinner, and then good night Jim Kite?
Long lunches for sure, yeah. In Chicago, we always went to a little bar down the street from the rink. When I first got to Chicago, you weren't allowed to live in the city. You had to live in the burbs.
Why?
They forced you to?
All teams used to have those.
Well, they figured, they didn't want you going out.
Well, there's no bars
in the suburbs.
In the suburbs.
Well, then
There's no cars.
right, but then everyone's driving home and drinking, right? Like it's kind of.
course
They want you to get DUIs.
And now they all live in the city. Like none of them live in the burbs.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But yeah, you'd have long lunches, drinking all day, and old school hockey.
Any other
They don't do
silly
that
rules they
anymore.
had?
Not really.
Did you train in the summer? Like, did you ever lift weights or no?
Yeah. I mean, I had a trainer. One of my friends I grew up was a trainer, so we worked out with him all the time. I wasn't crazy like these guys do now.
I could only imagine the shit you guys are doing compared to what they do
Oh, just
now.
benching, bench press.
Yeah, none of the stuff we
Curls.
did. Right.
Would you
No
do
squats.
a warm up or would you just hop right into it?
I'd play hoops for like 15 minutes.
That's a good warm up, actually.
But yeah, I mean, it was
You weren't doing the ladder,
no ladders,
no bands.
no bands. When I hurt my shoulder was the first time I ever heard of a band.
Oh yeah, the old ones.
The old ones you
Yeah.
would stretch. Yeah. But yeah, there were a lot of long lunches. So it's totally different than now, of course.
Yeah, you
Travel, we didn't charter. Commercial. Like we play the Bruins on a back-to-back and we're flying back to Boston. I'm sitting beside a guy on the Bruins who were playing the next day.
Oh my god, I never even
So
thought
it
of
was,
that. So you never got any of the taste of the private planes that was before.
Vancouver had a private plane when I went there because they had to cross the border all the time. The Rangers had one. My second time there. The beautiful.
were you a
plane.
prankster?
No,
I heard like back in the day when the guys used to have to like fly like what do you call it, commercial when you're flying with like
Roach.
civilians?
Yeah.
And they'd like wrap like dildos in tinfoil like and they put it in the guy's bag and then all of a sudden they throw it through the machine.
when I went
There's
back
no
to
security back then. You just walk through the airport,
pretty
right?
much, yeah.
Actually,
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't
no
like
metal detector.
9/11 changed everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, they weren't
security-wise.
checking your
you
bag.
didn't have to throw your bag through a machine before
No.
9/11.
I don't think so. The guy might have been looking at the X-ray machine. He's like scratching himself. It wasn't like now. They didn't know.
Yeah, it was like mall cops.
Yeah, our flights would get delayed. Like going to St. Louis would be in the airport for hours, fucking waiting for.
Drinking.
Oh
we
my
got the
Because
booze
no,
in the
you weren't
airport.
allowed in the airport.
Weren't allowed.
Hotel bars or airports, not allowed.
So,
Plenty of other places.
so after the games, though, you wouldn't leave till the next morning. Was it the whole team together? Or would you guys be splitting off in groups? Like, who was your guy that you'd be
Everywhere I
hanging with?
play, it was pretty much everybody. There was at least 15 guys out every night with you. Like, most wouldn't stay, long, but everyone was there. You know what I mean? After dinner, then some guys would stay longer. Most guys would stay longer.
I think that's what's missing from the game now. It's like you don't.
Then you'd fall asleep on the plane at cutting your ties. That's stuff they did. With
Oh yeah, tons of pranks going on back then. That's why I asked about the tinfoil wrap dildo, but maybe that was a few years later.
Yeah.
Like in delays, would like get $1 bill out or $100 bill and throw it. You have a piece of wire on it and you'd pull it back.
Trickle it in, yeah.
So that was crap we did when we were delayed.
Imagine seeing a bunch of NHL guys like pranking other people with $5.
Guys in the A used to do the super glue to the toonie. So the people would be trying to like,
Oh, yeah. And then you see who's going to sit there and really try to get it.
and it's $2. Like it's just, it makes it even funnier,
Yeah.
right? Someone just like knuckle deep on the floor.
Biz gets
trying
a
to get their
knife. He's like
fucking Timbits.
chipping away on it
Yeah.
after.
You see me walking out of the airport with a piece of granite. Oh my god. So you never got in a fuck you match with Keenan?
Yeah, I quit before. Like, I
The
got
team?
sent- I got sent down and I was just kind of enough. I'm like, he's
You
like,
said I ain't fucking going down.
yeah. And we're in we had a little video room back then. The video rooms were like just starting. So it was, you and I could barely fit in there. And you could tell he was nervous telling me, he's like, well, I'm going to send you down. It was like 10 games into the season. And I didn't even play that game. I'm like, why are you sending me down? So it was like, he's going to send you back to, I think it was in Indianapolis again. I'm like, well, I'm fucking not going. And I think at the point he thought,
You looked at Mike Keenan in the face and you said, I'm not going down.
yeah, like I'm not going down. I've had enough. So I went in, grabbed my skates and grabbed Shelly. I'm like, hey, I'm going back to the minors. I'll meet you in the lot down in the parking lot.
I thought you weren't going, though.
I wasn't. We were going out.
Oh, okay.
I was just telling him because we always left the game together. I'm like, I'll meet you down so we went out the lodge all night. And
So then the next day you show back up to the rink and Keenan sees you.
no, I had my skates. I
Oh.
wasn't going back to the rink. I grabbed my skates and Charlie and I were out. Remember, we were in that rock and roll McDonald's parking lot, and I don't know why we're separated. I was hopping in the cab and heading home, and I got to the cab. I'm like, shit, I don't have my skates. So I like, Charlie, I need my skates, and he rifles them across the parking lot. They're
Skipping,
sparking,
losing
bouncing
couple
all
items,
over the place. I'm like, oh my god. So I hopped on a flight the next day, went back to Boston.
No shit.
And then
For
what?
like 2 months or 3 months, I just didn't do anything. I wasn't going back. I was just trying to get traded. Then I finally realized I should go back. I'm not fucking doing nothing but hanging out.
What's your agent saying at this time? Or did you guys
What are
even
you
have-
doing, Brian?
Yeah, I mean, he kind of knew because, like I said, I was getting sent down. Back then, there was a rule where you had to, when you get sent down, you had to clear waivers, depending on how many games you played or how long you were with the team. And I was kind of in that spot where they could send me down. I didn't have to be claimed off of waivers, so I was the guy always getting sent down.
Yeah, they abused it.
Exactly. So I just got tired of it. I'm like, I'm not going to go down no more. So I went home for a few months and then came back, went down back to Indy. Finished the year really good. I think I had like 40 goals or something. And then they said, come to camp next year. You make it, we'll sign you to a one-way contract. If you don't, we'll trade you to wherever you want to go. So
What was your game like? Like, were you good skater, bad skater, good hands? Like, what were
I had
you
good
like?
hands. I think I was pretty good on the boards. Strong. Nothing flashy.
So
Nothing.
skating wasn't like your strong suit, but good enough.
I mean, I had a long stride, like smooth stride. I wasn't, I wasn't getting around the ice like on my edges like a lot of people now. But
You pointed at Jans there. You thought he was a good skater?
yeah, I think he was, of course.
Yeah. Oh, I was just wondering what you thought.
Or was that
Why
you?
did you not think I was?
I thought maybe I was a better backward skater than Jans.
Biz could skate backward pretty well.
Yeah.
4-line forward.
Going to New York, like I feel like back then, especially with Messi, those guys there, you guys must have had some crazy like celebrity run-ins, like hangouts with.
I was their end, so I really didn't. I mean, I didn't see much of that. I'm sure there was. I mean, it's New York, right? But New York's so big, it's so spread out. There's so many places. Like it's too big for me. Like
You didn't like it?
Overwhelming?
I liked it, but it's just like some place you go, you find your like restaurant or the one bar you want to go to. New York, it's like it's too many places to choose from, or they're just too far away, too spread out.
But through your entire time there, did you get to like run into one celebrity? Were you ever starstruck like one time?
I really wasn't.
Not one time?
I get there at the deadline and we finish the season, and we're right in the playoffs. Like every other, week you're playing, every other day you're playing, and we didn't really get to go out that much. Where I was, I wasn't at the China Club or things like that.
I heard that China Club was like 10 out of 10.
I was there once, like after we won, and I don't remember seeing any celebrities.
So were you in the lineup for every game in '94, or were you in and out? Or
No, like '94, I played every game except the Mess's guarantee. I hurt my shoulder.
Game 6 you missed.
And then Eddie O played that game.
Oh, that's right.
But you were good enough to get into Game 7 when
Then we had
Mateau
2
scored.
days off, and then I played Game 7. Yeah.
Were you playing on a line with him?
No, it was me, McTavish, and Tikkanen.
Wow. Mac T, I heard, would he still had the no bucket on, and he would just he'd headbutt guys on face-off. They had helmets on, right?
He was good at those, but he was good. He was a smart guy. Tikkanen was crazy.
Tikkanese, he had his own language.
He liked to have a good time.
Oh, off the ice, he ripped it up.
For sure. Messier had to tell him, playoff time.
No
Take
shit. He
a
was
step
that much
back.
of a wild card.
Yeah.
Like night before games type guy.
Yeah, but fun. Like he never got in trouble, right? But he just liked to go out and have a good time, and you could smell him the next day all the
Oh
time.
yeah, some guys would reek. I played with one guy in the minors. Was it Schneider? Went to North
Oh,
Dakota.
dude, Schneid.
You could smell him across the ice. It was crazy. I couldn't believe it.
He texts me sometimes. He always listens to the show. He reeked like booze.
He
After
used to
he
go to
drank.
this place like back in when I was playing the AHL. Like we didn't drink every day after practice. We would go home and nap, and maybe at dinner you'd have a couple beers. But this guy would go to this place called Elmer Suds around the corner from where we lived, and he'd get bellied up with the owner every fucking day, and he'd come the next. But mind you, he was sick.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
For how
And
big
he was an
and
animal.
sloppy he was because he was boozing so much. He moved so fluid on the ice. He was great one-on-ones.
Played at North Dakota.
Yeah,
Elmer
North Dakota.
Suds.
Yeah, Elmer Suds. He was like co-owner in it by the time he was done playing there.
Did he play? Did he go up to
I don't think he ever got his chance. I think like he like just honestly loved like the bottle maybe a little too much. Like we're talking every day, we're talking like every day he was getting after it.
Can't do
You
it.
guys were a different breed back then.
We weren't every day, but after we had a practice where we didn't have anything the next day, or we didn't play for 3 days. Yeah, it was a
Green
long
light.
day.
What was that cup party like at like the parade and?
Right after the game, we were in the locker room for seemed like 5 hours. It went by. Then upstairs, Madison Square Garden, they got a big ballroom. We were there till, it had to be 4. Then we went to the auction house. I think after that, they gave us after we won. A guy came around and gave us all an envelope. It had a hotel room key and a number to the limousine downstairs that you had.
Bottle of lube.
So
12-pack of rubbers.
My brothers were in town.
Just kidding, you guys
I had the limo. I think I had it for like 6 days.
Yeah.
Like every day I'm calling, pick us back up. Pick us back up.
It's like 6 years later, they're there with your family still riding around the city in a limo. Thanks, Dolan.
And my one brother didn't drink, and we're
$1 million.
getting the limo driver was starting to drink with us. So my brother was driving.
Oh no!
And we call for the limo, and the guy's like, "Yeah, Mr. Noonan, no more you guys driving a limo."
Yeah, you guys were driving.
My
the
brother
limo?
was.
Oh my god, That
He
is
didn't
too-
drink.
The Rangers signed Panarin. They're like, "Hey, Mr. Noonan, time to go, man. It's been 24 years."
Long white limo.
He's in the back getting crushed with the limo driver.
He's got a suit on
There's a
from
homeless
94.
guy.
It's a pinstripe suit.
He's got a kitchen.
The
in there. He has
limo's
a
an old Cadillac from Goodfellas.
Oh, too good.
They were all the big long.
Yeah. Oh yeah. How bad were the suits you guys were rocking back then? Were you guys doing the bell bottoms and shit?
Well, they weren't. I thought they were sharp. No bell bottom.
Then they look great,
Sure they
buddy.
dress
did
great,
they?
Yeah, I mean, like there wasn't the guy in Montreal with our suits. Actually, I think we have to ask. Like the story goes that I've been told is that the game winner in Game 7 was scored by you, and apparently Mess got credit for it, but you hit it. I don't know. Is that true? Today, it's your moment. It's your moment to announce.
No,
it.
I mean he said it. I mean it happened. Yeah, I mean he admitted it like a while back.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know
Where did
that.
it hit you?
in the limo.
It was a rebound.
too good.
I just hit it was on the power play, which I was shocked I was out there, to be honest with you. But it was a rebound. Graves took a shot, and I just whacked a weak backhander, and then I think one of their guys.
What was
knocked
the
it in.
confusion? Was Mess right next to you?
Well, Mass was right
No
beside the
replay?
net.
Celebrated.
Yeah. What?
Like they weren't reviewing goals then, right?
No, they
To
weren't.
get it
they
right.
didn't have like an odd. No, but you could see. It's pretty clear. But I think it's Game 7 of the finals, right?
Who gives a fuck, right?
We just went up 3-1. Like, who knows that's going to be the winner, right? It could be 5 more.
Right. You're just
So we're all
excited you scored.
Yeah, and I didn't have I thought Mess. We all thought Mess got it.
Yeah.
Then
Yeah, he's more just selling. We got a goal. We got a goal.
Yeah, and then let's be honest, it's a better story that Messier got it.
Correct.
Right? I mean,
I would agree with that.
Well, what about
He's got enough.
yeah.
what about that series? You're up 3-1, right? And then all of a sudden it's going to Game 7 with Vancouver. Like, do you remember the team talking? I think Mess mentioned to us that didn't you guys go up somewhere? Didn't he say they went to like West Point or something?
Oh no, I think they went to where they
That wasn't before camp. I think that was before I was.
thought
there.
before Game 7 he said
Lake Placid. I thought.
No,
the
that wasn't
limo.
during-
No, it was back to the limo.
That was me in the limo.
Yeah.
Did you not do anything? Did something happen between Game 6 and 7 with a couple days off? I thought he said something like that.
No, I just remember like we had a hotel, the day rooms we had because we all lived up in Rye.
Yeah.
So you'd have practice there. You go to the day room, which is right across the street from Madison Square Garden. I remember I came out for the game and there was like I was squeezing through people to get into the rink. And
Oh, the buzz must have been.
and there were horses like ready for a
Riot.
yeah. Everybody was like, we're winning the cup. And
Would you be the type to get nervous before games, even like in general? And if
Well-
not, were you fucking just so nervous?
I was going to say that was the most nervous game I think I've ever played. Like, I don't know. Maybe it was because walking through that crowd. Like I was like, holy shit.
Where normally you were pretty even keel.
Pretty, calm. But I remember shaking that game, and I'm like, holy crap. I hope everyone don't feel like I do. And then they went up. We're down, I think, 3-0. Then we tied at 3-3. Then I think they scored 3 more, and it was just like, shit.
Wow.
And we had to hop on the plane, go back to Vancouver, lost again. Now it was nervous.
And your arsehole's puckered up about this tight.
But then game 7, I was fine. Like maybe because it was just, you're going to win or lose. You know, there was no games left. Like,
Yeah, last year with Florida, Edmonton, I think that's what they said. Like, doesn't matter now.
Yeah.
Like, we would have taken being here in game 7 before the season for the cup. Who cares?
right. And we lost to Vancouver. Like, we couldn't even get the bus like back to the hotel. The streets were
No shit.
like jammed.
Like they were rocking your bus and stuff?
No, but there was just no room. Like, you had to, everybody's on the streets. There was nowhere to get the bus around to get to
That's
the
when
hotel.
Bure was unstoppable.
Yeah.
You ever get stuck on the ice against him?
He was pretty fast. He took that penalty that killed him, though. That maybe he took the 5 in a game. I think it was game 3, maybe. He,
Oh, he
off,
did?
off
I
the
didn't know
face up. He hit Jay Wells right in the face. Definitely a high sticking.
Like you
Oh,
think he did it
yeah.
on purpose or accidental?
Well,
He was crazy.
He had
kinda.
some. He hit the one guy in Dallas.
Oh
who,
my God, the elbow.
the flying elbow.
He had a
that-
couple of
that
those
was,
hits,
That was
late hits.
Shirley he hit.
Yeah. He had a couple plays where he went off the deep.
I don't think he did it on purpose, but he went to lift up his stick, and he did it really hard and hit him right in the face. He definitely cut him. And then he got a 5 in a game, and that hurt. Down.
When you look back on your career, do you always think back of that run with the Rangers? Like, is that the one thing you always gravitate back to, just because of how big it was for the city of New York? Like the guarantee, the series before, like everything going on.
Yeah, I mean, I think about that, but the crazy thing is we lost. I lost in the finals with the Chicago to Pittsburgh, and that kind of, you think about losing more than you do winning. At least I have.
Yeah.
You know, what if we had, because then after seeing the Hawks win 3 cups, how crazy that city was, it's like, shit, what if we didn't play Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
So I think more of losing than I did winning, unfortunately.
Wow.
Yeah.
Mario must have been a treat to see it up close live like that.
And Jagger was like, we had just won 11 games in a row, like set a playoff record. Then we came into Pittsburgh, first game, we're up 3-1, playing well, and they scored the next 4, and we lost. And Keenan was killing us, like, you motherfuckers. Like, we
In
just
the
won,
finals, calling you guys motherfuckers.
just won 11 in a row, and he was screaming at us. The next day, we had a hard practice. Then the morning skates, his morning skates were like full-on practices, like
Battle drills?
helmets buttoned up, like 3-on-2s. And we're out there like grinding it out. Then Pittsburgh comes on the ice and they got sweatpants on.
No helmets. they
No
used to wear.
helmets, throwing
Cigarettes.
saucer passes all over the place.
Smoking stogies.
Yeah. So I knew the next game we were going to be either good or really bad, and we lost, I think, 3-1 or something. And tough sledding after that. You're not
That
going
was
to.
it.
Then they beat us twice. Yeah, we got swept obviously 4 straight.
Was that the start of their run?
They beat Minnesota the year before that.
Oh,
They
okay,
went back to back. But yeah, Mario was pretty good.
How did you decide to end up living here? Like, you played for St. Louis, New York, Vancouver, Phoenix. Like, what made you live in Chicago?
Well, I have an older daughter here.
Okay.
So, I was
Be around her.
just with her, and then I ended up getting married a girl from Chicago. We have a younger one now, so I felt I always going to stay. Like I was telling Keith, like Boston's a lot different now than it was, back then. South Boston, where I grew up, was a lot different. Like if it is like it was now back then, I probably would have went back.
Yeah.
Like it's like Lincoln Park now, Boston, South Boston.
Did you guys have like a day with the cup? Did you bring it back?
Yeah, I bring
They
it back
had
to
that?
South. I had it for 2 days.
Oh, nice.
Usually have it for 1, but scheduling, I had, had it for, I drove to New Hampshire, picked it up. I came back and Charlie was actually in town. I forget what he was doing there, but there was a bunch of kids were having a ball hockey tournament, like kids I knew a little younger than me. So I bring the cup. I'm like, the winner can get the cup. And, Charlie was out for a run or something, came by, and obviously he starts playing. He can't keep away from it. Right?
Spears a kid.
So yeah, I had it for 2 days and had parties, took it to a hospital, did all the, I couldn't wait to get rid of it. Actually, it's like
Everybody says their hands are sore when they leave because they're just lugging around all the time.
We didn't have a handler. Like we were the last time. Like I took it.
So who
everywhere.
brought it?
You just like got it at the airport.
I went and picked it up at the assistant GM. Shit, I can't think of his name now. Boston, New Hampshire guy. So I bring it back in that big blue case and put the case in my house. And
There was nobody watching it then?
no, I had some of my crazy friends from Southie. Like they were my bodyguards watching the cup. So everywhere I took it, we picked it up and carried it.
I can't believe it never got stolen.
Then on Sunday, like there was nothing to do. I just took it downtown to a bar and like it's amazing how the word goes around the cups at some place. And next thing you know, there's like 300 people in there. I'm like, holy shit, we should get out of here. Then I had to bring it to the airport like that night at 2 a.m. to send it to Michigan in that big blue case.
At least you had the limo to
No limo.
have room.
I should have had a limo there.
Did you enjoy the latter part of your career when you went back and won another championship and you kind of maybe took on more of that like veteran role? Like, did you like that? Was it fun kind of just getting the ease out of your career in the IHL, not playing in the bigs and maybe as much pressure?
With the Wolves, you mean?
Yes.
It was fun because it was an older team and we're independent. So I think we had one kid who was under contract with the NHL.
So maybe not as dealing as much politics, like from like the big league telling them what to do.
There weren't even NHL deals. It was just the Wolves.
Yeah, we were an independent team and we had a good team and
they would pay good.
Yeah, they paid really good back. I mean,
I think it's the still same owner today, isn't it?
Yeah, he's a nice guy.
Yeah, and he ain't trying to spend it.
Yeah.
Who are they with
trying
now?
to get an NHL team. Now I think they're with Carolina.
Really?
And
they've always been bouncing around.
Yeah.
Like even when I was playing and they won that title that we were talking about when they played Wilkes-Barre, I think they were like half affiliated where they were with Atlanta, but then also had a lot of guys they were paying just, $400,000 or $500,000 who were career AHLers, but would put up 80, 90 points. So I feel like they've been always good about like protecting the integrity of what like the owner wanted of that team, despite even having affiliation with the NHL.
And he liked to win and he would pay guys to, come play for him. And I think they're with Carolina now. And from what I hear, Carolina's kind of
they run
a little
tight
on the
ship.
cheaper side.
Oh yeah.
He doesn't like that.
They can squeeze a nickel so tight the beaver will shit.
Yeah. And Donnie's the opposite. He'll pay to win.
I think at a time when the Hawks were going through when there was like 7 people at the games, they were getting way more.
Oh, they were selling out.
Yeah, it was like
they were selling out.
Great atmosphere to play in.
So
during one of the lockouts and the strike, I forget which one, the Wolves were selling their rink out like every single game. Like,
I heard a rumor. Well, it was a guy on the team who said it that the owner came in, but it got shut down by the league that before like the final round that he offered them like $1 million as a group if they ended up winning it. And I'd also heard that he'd done that in prior championships with them. So you never had that happen?
He didn't do that when I was there.
Maybe
that I would have remembered.
So he never bonused you guys out after the season, considering you guys won?
No.
Okay.
Right. He threw some good parties. He didn't.
Oh yeah.
He wasn't throwing around any.
Sent you a limo.
The bonuses back then, like even in the NHL, you guys would have like the 5-10 game bonuses, right? Like
Keenan did those.
The guys used
like
to make,
the Russia ones?
Oh.
Keenan had to come in with the 5, like you have to go 5 game segments where you'd have like goals against, points.
Yeah, Tip did that.
Like
yeah, but they got paid.
You could win like $1,000 every 5 games.
Yeah.
Like if you got all the a
he
road 2 points.
He would have negotiated with the owner to pay out the players.
He went in. They said, and if come out later on, he was doing that in New York too. Like those guys made a lot of cash, like extra cash in New York for all those segments.
I remember Adrian Aucoin said like he didn't spend any of his money that year because they were so good or whatever. They had an unreal year. He just hit like all the bonuses.
Where was this?
I think Vancouver, right?
Yeah, he had them all. Like I forget where they were. Like you get 2 4 points for a road win. 2 points for a home win.
Is that even legal now?
No, that's
no.
not legal.
Now they come in.
No,
They
can't.
said you can't do that.
That's KHL style.
Those guys on the Rangers, like when I got there, I bet you they probably made almost $80,000 cash, probably
for the season, the
year.
body of work they'd done
for the
'Cause they
road
dominated
wins, all the
too.
wins they had in first place.
And $80,000 back then for inflation is like probably like $250, $300 now. And that could be, I mean, you could have some fun in New York City making an extra.
Like, and he would come in with cash and give everybody an envelope full of like $1,000, and that's 20 guys with cash in their pocket.
That's unbelievable.
A lot.
It's great.
Right.
It's a good it's good to have that as a what's the word?
Incentivizing?
Yeah, like during the the dog days of the
Oh,
season
yeah.
where you're like, even when your team's really good, you're like, all right, fuck it, let's bear
You
it
got
down
hammered
here
on the
for fun.
card
Yeah.
game on the way there. You're like, yes, dude.
Yeah.
Make this money back. Did you miss the game when you were done playing? Like, were you somebody that was struggling with it right away?
Not really. I mean, I knew
It doesn't seem like much rattles you.
Yeah, you seem like the most laid back.
Well, I
guy
knew
in the
I
world.
mean, I don't know if I could play anymore, so it's not like
Oh, you knew a game.
like I said, probably going down with the Wolves for 2 years. Probably scratch that itch, so to speak, right?
Yeah.
But after that, I was 38 or something, so time was up.
What about coaching? Like, you're coaching now kids. Did you ever want to coach in the NHL, AHL? Like,
I never really came up. You kind of have to like. I almost went. Bruce Cassie's a really good friend of mine, and
okay.
he was coaching in Grand Rapids, and he wanted me to be assistant. So I drove there, talked to the GM, and he's like, "Yeah, go ahead." I trust Butch, and get what happened. But he called me the next day. He's like, something's up. I can't. He couldn't do it. Like, he couldn't hire me or whatever. So that's after that. I was just like, forget it.
So it's interesting. Like, it seemed like in Washington, his first go round, it was Washington, right?
Yeah.
That he's grown a lot. Like, I think at times there, guys weren't a big fan, but then he comes back, unreal with Boston, gets let go, gets his cup. Do you think he kind of learned, if you're good buddies with him, like, do you think he learned after that first go round in Washington, he had to switch some things up? Because he had to wait a while after that.
Yeah, before he went to Washington, he coached Indy. Before I went to the Wolves, was my first year retired. He was coaching. He asked me if I wanted to come play in Indy, like be one of his veterans. They'll pay me pretty good money. I'm like, kind of not doing anything. I'm like, yeah, I'll go play. And I've known Butch for a long time now, so he's a quiet guy, right? He's funny as anything, but he's quiet. And then we go to camp, practice, and then we get on the bench, and he's screaming.
At you?
Like, no, well, everybody.
Oh, okay.
Me too, right? And I had to look around like, who are you?
Yeah.
Like,
wow.
so he said he had to learn, like, you can't yell so much. And so he certainly learned, they can't be crazy like that, especially because he's probably doing some of that in Washington from what I hear.
Yeah.
And you got Yager on your team. That's not going to fly.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, we kind of already went over this, the fact that Keenan loved you. So you pushed back early on. I didn't realize you also had him in St. Louis. You had him in New York and then also in Vancouver.
Yeah.
So you had him 4 separate times.
I was in Vancouver. I was in Vancouver first.
He was just dragging you everywhere.
He loved you.
I was in
Keenan's
Vancouver
pet.
before he was.
Oh, okay. So then you
That's
drive-
why he took the job, though, because you were there.
Then you sent the limo to grab him, and then he came over. Cross country trip. Get the one with the hot tub in the back.
He's like, I need your brother to drive, though.
Yo, all right, but how about this one? You got to play with Brett Hall, Al McInnes, Dale Howardchuk, Chris Pronger, Wayne Gretzky, all in one season. That's fucking crazy. Adam Creighton was also on that team, who I think had a pretty long career.
Creighton
started playing with the Buffalo Sabres. He had a pretty good career. Yeah, I played with Buffalo, Chicago. Played 708 games.
Holy shit! I don't even know the name. Adam Creighton. I knew all the guys. I feel like.
Yeah,
Creighton. Yeah, he was.
Wow.
In Buffalo. He was good.
So, what was your experience in that locker room full of these superstars?
Must have been amazing.
Like Gretter comes over. I think he got traded that year. Like
Jake Corson was there. Grant Fuhr.
Holy
Jersey's
fuck!
the best.
Who else? I feel like Jeff Courtnall was there.
Courtnall was there as well. Jeff
Tony
Courtnall.
Twist.
Did Hully ever yell at you for not passing him the puck?
Ian LePerrier.
No, but he was a beauty.
Twist.
Ollie.
What?
What a runt.
No, but he was a beauty. That
Yeah.
Ollie. He wouldn't. I don't know. He would say things that
Like what?
Like what?
like who's on his
Everybody
line.
says stuff.
Want to be on. Like Roger Nielsen one day. Remember Roger Nielsen?
Yes.
He was a nice guy.
Yeah, he loved the game tape.
Yeah, he was a video guy.
Loved it.
And we're in Anaheim where they had Correa, Solani. Their power play was like fucking whipping that puck around. And Holly was out there killing. After a minute and a half, he gets the puck instead of just dumping it down. He goes down, tries to score. Now we're back in our end again. So he comes on the bench and Roger's like, Brad, you might want to just dump that puck in. And he's like, Roger, I'm here to score goals. That was it. He was dead serious. Not
when he was shorthanded too.
Right. I'm here to score goals. And that was Holly.
Yeah.
Would you do the crosswords with him?
Holly?
I heard he was a wizard at the crosswords.
No. I don't think I ever seen him do a crossword.
What would you what would your he from my understanding he would do splits in the middle of the locker room. Guys would walk in, he'd get there real early before anyone, and he'd be having his coffee, doing the splits and doing a crossword.
Wow.
Which I mean, that'd be quite the sight for sore eyes.
I'd love to see it.
Him and Keenan won. They would have killed each other if they lasted together. They hated each other for some. I guess I can see the.
Were you trying to bridge the gap, considering you were the coach's pet?
Yeah, you were
Nope,
Keenan's.
I didn't.
Brian Keenan.
Nope. But he would go like, we would have practice, and Keenan's always yelling, "Shoot the puck." He didn't have to tell him Holly to shoot, right?
Right.
But he wouldn't shoot because he knew Keenan wanted him to shoot. So it'd be like doing 4-on-4 games, and he'd get a breakaway, he'd skate in the corner and curl up and look for someone to pass it. Keenan's shoot the puck.
And he's like, "Fuck you."
Right. That's pretty much.
Who was like the one teammate that would have you in stitches all the time? Like you just like were like you decided he was the funniest bastard.
Joe Murphy was the funny. Did you guys ever met Joe Murphy?
Keenan.
No.
He was a funny guy. But he wasn't like a comedian funny, just the way he said things and how he said them. And
Quick
when
witter.
he said them, it was like
That's like Yance. He just like the subtle one-liners.
he'd be on the bench and like all you hear would be like, shit. I'm like, what's the matter? And he's like, Portland's losing by
Oh yeah. He was in
5 points. I'm like, what?
See it on the ticker.
Oh, because he'd have money on it, eh?
Yeah.
How would they? So you'd be calling a landline back then. Were you
I
much
don't
of
know.
a gambler?
No, I wasn't gambling. He was. Then Keenan would go around the room ripping you, for whatever.
He's like, "You're good, Brian.
I love you, Brian.
Yeah, he's like,
Messier, what the fuck?
see you tomorrow for dinner.
Yeah.
See you tonight, Noons.
It was never like that.
I'll leave the door unlocked.
Yeah.
But he got to Joe Murphy.
Send the limo."
He got to Joe Murphy and he's like, I can't believe I gave you fucking $10 million. And Joe's like, I don't care. Take it back. And Keenan's like, I will take it back. And so then he goes on to the next guy, the next guy, the next guy. Joe Murphy goes, hey, I'm keeping the money. He thought he was really going to take his money away.
When he was walking out, he's like, hey.
Actually, I was kidding.
Yeah.
I need that.
Yeah, I already spent it. I already fucking lost on the Portland game.
Portland
my
didn't
God.
cover. I need it.
That is so.
I can't believe you didn't play in like Magnitogorsk for Keenan. He should have brought you over there, Noons.
To where?
He still does his landscaping
In Russia.
in the summer. He's
That's why I stayed in
He
Chicago.
walks around with a dog.
Keenan wouldn't let him move back to Boston.
That is crazy that you guys were attached at the hip. They
Like,
should make
Mike,
like a-
what do you need? He's like, Noonan. I need Noonan.
What's the missing piece? Mess, what's the missing piece? We got to get Nooner back.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Mass was in Vancouver too. With him.
okay, so you played with even more beauties. Your last year in the NHL, the Phoenix Coyotes. I played for we're alumni, buddy. Harry Knuckles,
You guys must have stunk then, right?
Jeremy
Or were they good?
Roenick, Keith Kachuk,
Oh.
Rick Tocchet, Tipo Newman,
Yep.
Tipo or
Hobby Boom.
Teppo Newman.
Teppo.
Teppo Newman.
Oh,
Teppo.
Teppo. Sorry, I'm not good with the names.
Are you messing
What
with
a-
us right now?
What of Nikolai has been boozing? Like you guys had a hell of a roster. You guys had a hell of a. What was that year?
Then we
like?
traded for what was that?
Keenan.
The only thing we were missing was Keenan. What was the guy's name?
What,
Reichel, Robert Reichel.
Oh, yeah.
Remember? He
Oh
was
no
good.
shit!
was that when
His kid
was that when
played.
you were good and it was the white out there? I remember a couple years.
We lost
Made the
to,
playoffs?
I signed with them like from Indy pretty much the last 2 months. They had injuries, and then we're playing St. Louis in the playoffs. We were up 3-1, and we lost
Oh. And that was the
At-
St. Louis team you'd been on, what, the year before?
2-3 years before. In overtime at home, we lost. Might have been double overtime.
Who scored? You remember?
Yeah, Pierre Turgeon.
Terge. I skate with him. He's still fucking nasty.
Yeah, he's a
Nasty.
specimen, isn't
Yeah.
he?
Hey, Silky.
Great. Unbelievable.
Well, I meant like he's
In good shape.
Yeah, better shape than I was when I was playing.
Yeah.
Tortorella was your assistant that year.
Yeah.
Did you see that he would end up being like a head coach? Was he? Yeah, he was an assistant there.
Yeah, I didn't interact with him too much, but yeah, you could see he was
I only talked to one coach.
Yeah.
It was Mike Keenan.
Yeah.
I wasn't even playing
Told
much.
me you're a good guy.
So I was just hanging out, but yeah, you could tell he had a big role from what, he did a lot of the penalty killing. Him and Sully, Mike Sullivan were real close.
Oh, he was there too. Oh.
Sully was there, yeah.
Would you watch hockey all the time when you're playing? Were you a bit of a hockey nerd?
When I was in Vancouver because the games were 3-4 hours earlier. So I just get to the rink and
Watch games.
hockey, yeah.
Watch the East Coast games.
Yeah.
What do you think of the state of the game now?
Well, they're obviously a lot more skilled than I was anyway. I want to say the ends, but
Well, Whit was pretty
It's
skilled too, fifth
diff-
overall.
yeah, sure. It's a different game. I mean, it's a lot faster, obviously. I went to a Hawks game the couple of weeks ago, and a lot of wraparounds, a lot of
Around the
pucks
boards?
on the boards, chipping it in, chipping it to the middle. But everything starts with just firing the puck around the boards.
Yeah,
Guys are
breaking
so
it out.
good on it.
Yeah.
They're chipping it for a one time with a guy coming in. It's I was amazed how much board play there is. It's always an offensive guy behind the net. If you don't have a play, you fire it around the boards, keep possession of it. We never taught that. Our guys taught that.
Rim was
Right.
like a last option, right?
Right.
Back then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Bring it back or shoot it. But it's certainly a different game. It's better. I mean, guys are more skilled and faster, stronger. Maybe not smarter, I don't think, all the time.
No.
Hockey sense wise.
Yeah.
You notice that with the kids you coach too? Oh,
yeah.
shit. What are you doing there?
Yeah, they all just wanted one timers or, curl and drag, and kids miss the net constantly. It's amazing how young kids cannot hit the net because they all want to shoot high, right?
Yeah.
Score a bar down. And
You sound like you're disgusted with it.
They just want to go to Chipper after.
Yeah.
I honestly just want to go to dinner with Keenan.
I feel too, nowadays, the kids just watch Instagram, TikTok. When we grew up, you sit down, watch the game with your dad and your brother, whatever, and you're talking about it. Now it's just 10-second clips, and you're not really ingesting the whole game.
yeah, they certainly don't watch. I'll ask them if they watch, and they'll say no. I'll show them video. I'll do video with these kids, and I'll be looking at the iPad, and I'll look up, and they're
Eating their boogers.
yeah, they'd rather be on TikTok or doing whatever or watching Sellies. Right?
Sellies. They're into the Sellies. Yeah.
Right. They want to celebrate more than
You got to score first.
right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Why not go hug your teammate? Why do you got to skate away and Selly?
Yeah.
It's a lot of shoulder shrugging too, kids now. It's they want, nothing's ever their fault. Nobody ever comes to the bench, that was my fault, right? I messed up. It's always well, you gave me a bad pass.
Yeah. Yeah. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by, man.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, thanks for
Appreciate it. And congrats on everything.
Thanks.
Good luck with the
Appreciate it.
squad.
We need it.
Thank you so much to Brian Noonan. Thank you so much to Mike Keenan. Thank you so much to you two for joining me in an amazing show. 544 down. And guys, we got some special news. Next week, we will have 2 episodes brought to you. The first one will drop around noon, 1 o'clock on Tuesday, our usual drop day. We'll be able to go over what's happened in the Four Nations. We'll be able to set up the championship game. And then we're going to drop a special episode on Friday, same thing, right around noon, where we cover and go over the championship game. So 2 episodes next week. We can set up the final while going over the round robin portion of the tournament. And then we'll go over the final game and how it all shook out when USA and how they got the win. And also, game notes. We'll have the pregame show on Thursday. So they're going to drop Thursday next week at noon Eastern, live from Boston before our event, before the championship game. So Army and Merles can get you up to date with what's going on, and then you'll hear from us the next day, recapping the championship game. It's going to be a special week in hockey, and I can't wait to see you boys in Montreal. So thank you so much to everyone listening. Do you guys have any final words?
I'm going back on the slopes.
Yep.
I'm through with standing in line. The clubs will never
And with
get
that,
in.
we're
It's
done.
like the bottom of the ninth, and you're never gonna win. This life just hasn't turned out quite the way I want it to be. That was too long. I don't think that was the line.
What an
Oh, no.
ending, boys. Love you guys. Have a great
Bye.
week, everyone. Peace.
See ya, boys.